Morning. This is our Zoom meeting on August 24th of 2024. And I'm going to admit some people here and get Mike to be my co-host.
Good morning po, Doc.
Good morning.
Good evening,
Did
Philippines.
you get my email? I mean, I wasn't sure. Is it all right?
Yes po, Doc. I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, your
Okay,
host
I'll
now,
send.
Mike. Let me
Thank
get
you
my
po.
drink.
I'll just send a message to the GC. We are online now. Yeah, so we have our first. We have already Ma'am Glory Pe, one of our speakers today. She
I
woke
want to
up too
I
early
want to
today.
welcome our speakers, and Mike, thank you so much again for co-hosting and for making that poster for us. So I'll have to
So what?
let you introduce the speakers in the order that you want. Looks like so far I see Merlin, Glory Faye. Yay, there she is, not ready. Giselle.
Good morning, everybody.
And
Good
Morning.
there's
Hi, Ma'am Doc.
something M Manila. Is that Manila? Is that your last name? And Jim.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's
Hello. Doc.
Hi, Giselle. I had to fill out your survey for Kasatot the other day.
Yes, yes, Doc. And Ma'am Kana also is applying on that, Doc. I think
Yes,
they
both you
have
and
a
Fran.
third grade and fourth grade.
Yeah, they did
Yes,
ask
Doc.
me for both of you. Yeah. Yeah. So I just sent it. So you need to make sure your other folks in your references would also check their email.
Yes, Doc. Thank you so much, Doc.
Yeah, you're welcome. Mike, did you send a reminder at chat at the RC GC?
Yes po. I already posted po and then
I
in our
forgot.
Facebook group too. Yes
I
po.
forgot to send one on the email. I usually send one on email.
Yeah. Yes po. I'm checking it this
I'm gonna do
morning
that.
and
Yeah, I'm gonna do
then
that right now while we are waiting on others because do we have all our speakers already?
Um, not yet po.
Not yet.
But I'm
No.
going to send him a message now po.
Okay. Well, waiting on our speakers. Well, let me send this reminder to everyone. I don't know why I forgot.
Mhm.
Let's see. Usually when they see it, that's when they'll remember. Zoom. Okay, I just sent the reminder to everyone. We got so many members now that I had to send it 3 different files because it won't let me do it at once. But that's a good problem, I guess. So so how's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Nobody's
So far,
gonna answer. Okay. So far, so good. Hey, Mike, do you mind if we start with Glory Faye?
Yes po, Doc.
Yeah. Okay, we'll start with Glory Faye. So Glory Faye, if you
Yes.
don't mind to for everyone, especially those that are new here, we usually try to have our teachers that are now here to be our special guest speakers, or we sometimes we have administrators, but right now they're so busy. I hate to invite somebody right now. It's so hectic. But so our guests are actually those that are our members that are now here. And one of them is Glory Faye. And I have the pleasure of getting to know Glory Faye through the Zoom. So now she's in America, right? Glory Faye, you are now in Texas? Where are you?
yeah, I am
Yeah.
now in.
I'm gonna let you tell everybody about your journey, and then share with us from from the beginning, I guess, starting from going to Zoom, and then your journey here and what happened on your first week of month of school. Okay. All right. Here's Glory Faye.
All right, I started my application way back June 2023 last year, and that was the time where most of the J1 slots are already full. So I am just still hoping if I can still have at least one or principal interview so that I can have my experience on how things will go if I join or if I may have one principal interview. But then fortunately, I came across this person in a certain face group chat telling us that we should join a Zoom meeting conducted by Dr. Merlina. And and when we joined this group, we learned so much about how are things going in the US setting, US educational setting. And Dr. Molina really taught us how to really do the introduction, how do we answer questions from the principal's interview, and what are really the different classroom strategies that we should do if ever we are hired in the America. And then now, after how many months of applying, sending, if I may share, I already sent like 600, 700 applications. So it's not really that easy, like one application, but I did 600, 700 emails to different schools if they are still hiring or if they have vacancy for a science teacher position. So what happened, we have a job offer from that other state, and then I got my job offer here in Houston, Texas, and that is through my visa sponsor. That during the interview, I really use whatever I've learned from Dr. Molina, if I may share that, Doc. The personal interview, I did really leave a great impression to my principal, and I that is really one thing that you should do. You should start strong. You should have really a very good introduction so that the follow-up questions thrown by your principal would also be like, I think it really gives you a good start. So when my principal asked me about the different classroom strategies I use, I really use the buzzwords I've learned from Dr. Molina, like having this data-driven instruction, having this collaborative work, um, having that manipulative strategies when it comes to teaching science, and using AIs would also really help you in your instruction. That is one thing that I also learned from Dr. Molina, that integrating technology in your lesson could also help you in your classroom. And then one thing also, Doc, my first week of teaching in US, that was so challenging because I am in a school district wherein we have emergent bilingual students. So we have ESL here. So some of them don't know how to speak in English. Some students also are mixed with those who don't know how to speak in English. Like I have 5 regular students and the rest are ESL. So my regular students would also have hesitations to talk because they were asking why I am here. I am mixed with students who don't know how to speak in English. But good thing Filipinos are, or we are all versatile, right? We adapt easily. So Dr. Melina taught me about this Duolingo and then Google Translate. Yes, and good thing we know broken Spanish. So there are words that I understand from my ESL student. So during my instruction, I always do like speak in Spanish, trying to really learn their language, and at the same time speak it in English for my regular students. But what happened is during the second week, behavior of the students are really that challenging. So kids, they try to test the waters. So what happened during my second week was like, oh no. But I was reminded that your classroom management should really that strong or something. So what I did is during the second week, I always have my threshold. Like like one that always Dr. Melina will tell us, you stand by the door, greet them, look how they are this morning, if they're feeling good or they're happy, are they energetic, match that energy with them. And then when I let them enter, I always let them put their cell phone away from them. So I I really let them put it in our cell phone pockets, numbered from 1 to 26, so that during the instruction, no phones at all. And then, so they will be focused with the activity they have. And then I always make sure that they do not sit always because they tend to get bored. So what I always do, I always ask them to really have stations, gallery walk. I let them walk around the classroom so that they will be engaged. Because I always make sure also that according to your talk would always like 10 minutes and then the rest would be activity so that all the students will be engaged during the instruction. And then thankfully, fortunately, during the classes, my ESL students would really tend to get along with the regular ones because the activity that we have, the activity that I have, I always make sure that both of them, regardless of the language that they have, make sure that they will be engaged with the activity. And then so far for my 2 weeks here, having our 2 weeks of classroom interaction with my students, I've noticed that they tend to love the biology class because we always do the bell to bell instruction. So I really make sure that they are really having their activity from the beginning until the end of the instruction, making sure that they will do a lot. So they would always say, "Oh, we have another work to do. Don't worry, this will all be for you. This will be all good for you because this will help you in your story exam, and then all the things that we do, it will help you pass your assessment." So I always make sure, and then I know that students will really feel that if you are sincere to them, that you are sincere with how you teach. I know students are very quick with like in their terms of, oh, this teacher is really sincere with what to do. So I always make them that I know I love you, like always Dr. Melina said, I love you, but we need to do this. This is for you. This will help you. So I have students telling me, oh, I love your class, Mrs. Bueno. You really want us to do a lot of work, but I know these are all helpful in our star exam. So that's so far my second week here. My first week was like, oh, they're just like, they're good. But what second week, they're trying to test in the water, but they are trying to appreciate whatever things that I do inside the classroom.
Wow, awesome. You sound like they're testing boundaries on your second week. So I'm glad that you have your routines established. And I think
Yeah.
using those strategies like the 10-2 strategies and then the learning stations, gallery walks, and having that bell to bell instruction, I bet your discipline is is non-existent. I mean, there's not nobody that's misbehaving because they're busy, right?
Busy, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Right? Is that true? Yeah. But the thing is, sometimes you might not, because being new, you don't know how long something would last. So you overplan, but you also need to give a little break at the end. Sometimes, like if you feel like, oh, the kids are so tired by then, you need to kind of have something, some kind of activities at the end that a reflection activity or just a sharing what you learned. And with biology, I think I have taught biology, ninth grade. And so I always did something about biology is about study of life. It's about us. And so I always did activities like the things about like fun things like your hair, like where did you like Mendel's law things, like the dominant thing, the dominant characteristics that you have, and things about them. Um what was it I'm trying to
genetics.
recall, like things that you cannot roll your tongue, unless it's your family could,
Yeah.
things like that, so some fun things like that, because these are things they don't know a lot of times. And anyway, so think of things like that that's kind of fun. And or a little short video, like either start your lesson with a video that relates to your topic, or at the end do something that's kind of stay within, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes. I try to not do, unless it's a content that I really want them to know, I will do up to 5 minutes. But with high school, you really have to watch, and turning off lights sometimes would create problems, because there had been incidents where things would happen. Some silly kids would be like, doing some things in the dark. You don't want to do that. So always have like some kind of light, even though you're showing a video. So plan on which light you're going to turn off in order for it to be clear, but do not make it like completely dark. I've heard of horror stories from other administrators about students that come to their office. Now you have to remember, I was administrator in eighth and ninth grades, junior high. So my fellow administrators would say things like, "Oh my God, Dr. McCullough, can you believe that so and so did this?" Or another kid from another school, this is what happened. And so you don't want to ever give them that opportunity. And so, but I think I could see that you should be successful, though, because you have some really good strategies already started. And have you already established like how to get them to be to stop talking, like raising your hand or something like that? How do you get
Um,
them to their attention?
I do before the classes start, like the first day. I already taught them of hand signals, nonverbal cues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I let them clap once if you're listening. They would like listen, clap, and then they would like
Mm-hmm.
paying attention. Yes, looking at you. When I say when you clap, all eyes on me, ears on me, and then I always also do randomization inside the class so that they would like, oh, they might pick my name. Oh, Mrs. Beno might choose me to
Mm-hmm.
answer.
Do you do
And then
popsicle sticks? How do you do that? Do you do
yeah,
popsicle sticks? Yeah.
yes, the popsicle strategies, and also do popcorn, like popcorn someone
Mm-hmm.
to answer the question. So they would
Mm-hmm.
like look at each other. So all of them would really because you might call me
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's a good idea. Don't ever call them at the beginning. Like, for example, you don't say Mike, then ask them a question, because the others are gonna tune you out because they already know Mike's gonna answer this question. So always call them at their name at the end of your question, not at the beginning. So I know I caught myself doing that, and I said that's really true. They just like ignore it because now somebody already is gonna be called about that because they are watching. Yeah. And also like having them, don't embarrass them, but if they don't know the answer, I always have them say, "Hi, find a friend. I want you to find a friend to help you." Do you do that, Glory Faye? I could see you doing that. Yeah.
our expectation. I always say to them, okay, class, I don't know is not allowed in this class. instead, you would say, may I ask for help?
Mm-hmm.
Or have time to think? Or
Mm-hmm.
can you repeat the please? So those are the phrases that, because if you allow them to say, I don't know, then no one will really be answering your question. So I always remind them, do you want someone to help you in answering this question? So I would also remind that, because I have ESL students, so I always have sentence stems stuck like on our table and
Mm.
on, so that if they want to try to say something, they know how to start it.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good strategy actually for ASL, is having a sentence stem. So you are starting the sentence and then leave it blank and let them finish with the answer. That is a good strategy. That's very good that you're already starting that, because they need that at first. Anything like that is a good practice. Like always just write it on the board, right? Is that what you do? Just write it on the board already. So a good teacher that already plans their lesson well would actually already have it on like sentence strips, already some of your things that you're gonna say, or they have those those freestanding anchor charts, those chart stuff that you can do those already. And in that way, it's very obvious when you use, especially, when you are planning, when you have planned well, especially on things that you're going to be doing over and over. I'd put it on the chart already, that way you'll just point to it. You have a little pointer, right? Yeah. And so what kind of, have you shown them any of the like PHET simulation on virtual, like a virtual experiment place? There's you should check it out if you haven't. PHET.
I
Yeah,
haven't.
there's virtual simulations.
What is it again though?
PHET, FET. Yeah,
Oh,
PHET. Yeah.
yeah. I used that one in the Philippines, like teaching molecules,
Mm.
teaching physics. We use fat simulation, but for now I haven't used it yet because we are in the beginning of the instructions, like mostly our vocabs
Mm.
and concepts. But
Yeah.
in
For your
I
vocab,
will read.
yeah, for your vocab, use jeopardylabs.com, because Jeopardy would be good. Yeah, because biology teachers would have already made some of those things, some of that vocab, and then you just like introduce that to them. And if you do not have a I don't know, find a way to get, some kind of something that they have to raise up in order, for the groups. How you're setting it up is if you have rows of kids, so you have team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4, or whatever. And then so you're gonna ask the first person, and then whenever they get done, they go to the back. And so that way, the next round it will be the second person, and so on. But it keeps up with the score, and then have some kind of prize for the winner. I know of a lot of folks that would do it like on Friday. That's like a fun Friday, and then they would have, some of them would have like popcorn or something, and then or the winners get popcorn, whatever you want to do. But popcorn is cheap. You can do those. You can get a popcorn maker from Walmart, and then you can pop your own, and it smells so good. I always did that with my high school when I did the high school literacy, 8th grade and 11th grade, and they knew Friday I would do something fun like that. And so some kind of game, bingo or anything, fun that they're still learning something, but it's more of a fun way to do it. And that's why you don't want to lose, like recess, where I have taught elementary as well, but when I taught elementary and we have those Fridays where the parents come and eat with us, and they don't want to be in trouble, because if they were in trouble, that week, then they have to go to study hall, and they won't even get, they don't even get their parents. Their parents, of course, are welcome, but they don't. The parents will know that they're not going to be there. So most of them, they do not come. Christine, do you mind muting yourself, please? Because we could hear your cute baby. But anyway, so Glory Faye, I am so glad that you have learned a lot of things from Zoom, and sounds like you really used it. Did you use the core propositions whenever you answered the questions?
During the interview, doc.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. I always be reminded that you should know your student, know your content,
Mhm.
and that is how I answer my questions thrown by my principal.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you going to do if the students will do this? So if you really know your students, if you really have the knowledge of your students, then you will really know how to react to things or scenarios when students will try to do something. And about knowing my content, I always make sure that the strategies that I use, we all know that all strategies will not be applied to all the students. Like I really make sure that I vary the strategies that I use according to the learning styles of my students.
Perfect. Yeah. And then of course your assessment is third one. And then your reflection, which is, you'll reflect what worked and did not work, and of course collaboration piece would usually include parents. Like I make sure the parents, I send communication with the parents, letting them know that we're studying this particular thing, or every Friday. Some teachers would send a note every Friday. I always had mine doing communication notebook. So every last 15 minutes of the day, they always wrote. So that's my communication piece, because they wrote every day. They knew our last 10 to 15 minutes they're gonna write. So yours for science, maybe even 5 minutes, just a reflection of what you learned today, because that would be more like an exit slip for them. Like my favorite exit thing is like 3 things you learned, 2 things that you want to share with others, and 1 thing that you still have problems with, like you have a question for me. So 3, 2, 1 strategy. That's a good strategy. I use it a lot even in workshops. So and if you use Google Form, you can even use the Google Form and just send them the link. I don't know if you do Google Classroom, and then that way you have them to fill it out through their Google Classroom, and then who's done and who's not. So anyway, but sounds like you're doing awesome. What was it that you did call me? We did talk about, oh yeah, that's when I shared with you about Duolingo and all that. So you actually used it, huh?
Yeah.
You told them to use it?
In fact, I also use it for myself to learn.
Yeah.
Like there is like a courses for Duolingo for beginners. Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is how the Spanish word for these word. So I may not be able to use it in a sentence, but since they know that, oh, that's the word, it means like this, so they tend to understand the content now. Because the first week I was like always talking in English, and what's it, they're not responding. So I now know that I should at least ask a little teacher, like someone who knows Spanish, and then please help me. Can you please tell them or relay this one to them? And they start responding now.
Good.
But of course, I also make sure that, okay, let's try to practice your English. Okay, that is
good
here.
job. Yeah. I think that's very good, because you're actually, helping them also learn their language at the same time while you're teaching your content, which is, you also just Google, like whatever lesson that you're doing, the terms, you need to translate it to Spanish. And even when you do your Jeopardy labs, and if you make your own, even you Blooket, Blooket, you can do Blooket, and you can use your Spanish as well. That way your English speakers would also learn Spanish. Then you just need to specify Spanish and in English, or if you know both. But I think that sounds like you're building a good classroom community there, and so have them to do pair work, or think, pair, share stuff, TPS. Sometimes it's think, pair, write, and share. So so TPWS. But anyway, so things like that are gonna be good, because they're not just they know that when they come to your class, it's gonna look different. It's gonna be, you don't know what Mrs. Bueno's gonna introduce today, So so perfect. Everybody, let's give her a round of applause. Yay! And that's what you always do in your classroom, to validate students by having them do different claps or different way to validate, because kids like that. Sometimes that might be the only validation they'll ever get, from, because at home they may not get that. And here you always validate. I always validate in my classroom, always praise them for good work, but do not just say good job. You need to be specific about, what, I love the way that you did this. Oh, did you see this, class? Did you see this? Oh my gosh, how creative is this? I love this. And then let's give a, whatever, clap or whatever it is that you have, okay? Because I think that makes them, it's a motivational thing, makes them feel good, and they know that you're gonna be acknowledging their efforts, right? And so what do you do if like you have a child just really that's looking like they just really struggle, like they are lost, especially your new ones. Houston, Texas, and I guess most of Texas is because it is a state that's connected to Mexico. I mean, the border state to Mexico. That's why you have so many Hispanic students from Mexico, and and you have Mexican restaurants everywhere, right? And they're so good because they're authentic. They're gonna
Yes,
be some of
have a,
your students gonna own this some of these restaurants. Yeah.
oh, why is that? I wasn't able to eat that. So like, oh, you should try it, Mrs. Bennett. It's so good. They would tell me
Yeah.
that.
Some of even in Little Rock, where, the capital of Arkansas is Little Rock. And when I taught there, some of my students were telling me about the experience of coming through the border, said, oh, Dr. McCullough, we had to wear like 5 different shirts, and all this, because instead of them carrying it, they were wearing it, and all this. And my grandma made abuela, made some, taco or some, burrito or whatever that they have that they kind of took with them to eat. And so anyway, it sounds like a very rough way to get here, because some of these are not even legal. They came in here. I mean, they're legal then, but already, but at first when they first came in, their parents, they weren't. So, but anyhow, so it's hard life. Some of their lives are very hard. So you have to understand, just because you are in America doesn't mean that kids are going to be rich. So I don't know, what is your student population like, free and
Uh,
reduced? Is it 70% and up?
Doc, we are in a Title I school, and in
100% free lunch?
yes, Doc, we had
Okay.
the students have their free lunch.
Free lunch, everybody. That's a good thing though, because I don't know, I'm sure it applies to. Yeah, so Texas too, yeah. Because if you're a Title I school where all of your kids are free, their budget is actually double what normally is. Like, for example, if a normal student budget per student expenditure is 9,000 or 10,000, yours would be 20,000 per kid, because of being poor, being in poverty. And they're going to be provided with a lot of extra materials that they have to do in order to help them. And so it's actually very good for schools. That's why schools really advocate for them to fill out their free lunch, the little paperwork that you do at the beginning of the year. Uh, Schools really want you, especially if they're not Title I school yet, they are going to be they encourage them to fill it out, because that will help the school. The higher the percentage of free, the better for the school. And so we have schools before that got in trouble for like giving away bicycle, giving away things for drawing. If you do this, they give away for drawings and things, big stuff, in order for this kids to fill it out. And because high school kids especially, they do not really like to fill those things out. It's a pride thing. Like, I don't want, my parents do not want to. They may qualify, but they feel like, I don't want others to see that I fill this out. So it's a challenge to get the high school to bring those things back. So because they're already Title I school, then you don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Okay. So in reflection so far, so what do you look forward to? Or what do you feel like you're going to continue to struggle in? Or
Uh,
do you have culture shock?
I I do, because I know that there are things that, we came from Philippines, and our culture there is way different here. So, like for example, my students, like, they are really don't have any filter when they say things, right, Doug? So I was like, hey, okay, all right. So I'm just trying to process it. The kids are kids, Glory. Kids are kids. They will really say whatever they have in mind. So
But
I always
sometimes,
give,
but you have to stop them sometimes. You have to say,
yeah.
hey, did that sound appropriate? It was
Mm-hmm.
not school appropriate. It's not a school appropriate thing to say, especially that
Mm-hmm.
you're cute. They think that they can flirt with you in high school. Yeah. So things like, stop it. You need to say, hey, hey, let's draw that line. You do not, that's not a respectful thing to say. So that is not all right. That is not okay in my book. Things like that. So you have to stop them, because Maria experienced that a lot. They would flirt with her. I mean, they don't openly do that, but it's like, you can tell that they really want to know her age. They want to know, all this.
Okay. I
Yeah.
stopped them.
Yeah. So anyway, and maybe that helps, maybe that you are Mrs. Bueno, so that would
Yeah.
stop a lot of them. But with the miss, that's gonna be an issue with a lot of the Filipinos.
Started my introduction by telling I am Mrs. Glorified Bueno.
Yeah.
I have one son and I am married.
Mhm.
Like when I'm piece of information about me. Then after this one, no personal questions. I will only accept questions out from our lesson. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Setting also like a fine line between you and me, and also, Doc, I always make sure that at the beginning of the class, I reminded that of what would be their minor offenses and major ones, so that they will know that, oh, I shouldn't do this because these are the consequences.
Mm.
So, and then at the end of the day, I always make sure I give happy meals. Like, oh, give this one to your parents, tell them that you're doing great in class.
Nice. Okay.
Them. And I also use talking points. We have this one in Houston, Texas. I also message their parents, but the contact information is the personal one. They will change it. So when the parents receive the message, like, oh, my son's doing great in school, and little teacher in school. So I always make sure that when I also message parents when their students having trouble in class, I always make sure that I start with a positive one. I do the sandwich method so that they will, oh, okay, do whatever you know what's best for my son, like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So positive, and then what to improve, and then another positive. Yeah. Good job. So did you make a point of calling all your parents, or at least, contacting them the beginning of the year in order for you to already have that established that communication before your kid even get in trouble? They already know you. Have you done that part? I did that. I always did that every year. Did
Okay,
you do that?
what happened, Doc, is when I arrived here, they did not give me right away my account, my district account. So I was having trouble because I cannot use my personal number and my personal email to do that. So it took me a while. Like after 2 weeks, I received it. So what I did, I give them my syllabus, like show them what are the things that I need for my class. And then when I received my account, I made just like an announcement through our Talking Point application. Hello, I am. Hello, I am your son and daughter biology teacher. If you need anything or if you need help, you can contact me with this information. So that's the one thing that I need to improve the next school year, Doc. Like I should really start by establishing that kind of relationship with my parents. But for now, I wasn't able to do it at the beginning.
Have some kind of parent communication. I don't know if you require that, but most schools in Arkansas, they encourage that, to have some kind of notebook where you keep up with your communication with parents. So you would have like the first column would be your date, second big column would be the reason for your call, and then the next column may be results. What did they get it, or are you having them? What's next step? What's going to happen next? Do you need to do a follow-up or whatever? And do that with the dates and all that. So you'll know exactly, what kind of communication you've had with parents, because sometimes they might say, oh, I've never heard here's my son already or daughter already failing, and I've never heard from this teacher. So that's one way for you to kind of cover yourself as well, to know that you have already done your part to communicate with them, especially if they're failing. What my always a policy for me is that if they have a D or an F, it has to be signed by the parents. I don't care what grade I taught, it has to be signed by the parents. I want them to be aware that there was a D or an F. For my A students, that later on when I know who were the all A's and they get a B or a C, well, I send that too, because obviously this is not the potential. The parents need to know that sounds like your kid is not doing what your expectations, you expect them to be A's, and this kid is doing B's and C's, check it out at home, what's going on. But the soonest you get that done, instead of waiting for the 9-week period, the better it is. Like they have those progress reporting, beginning of like the middle. Don't wait for that. You need to, the moment that you see a student that's really failing test, you need to communicate with parents immediately. I always did that. So the parents you never hear that, oh, Dr. McCullough never, or Miss McCullough never told me my son or my daughter was failing in her class, because I always communicated in their notebook. Like, yeah, I'm gonna email you, I'm gonna send you an email, or I'm gonna text you about this. And some parents, some teachers feel comfortable about sharing their number, but most don't, because they don't want somebody stalking them, So you can use like a Google phone. You can actually use a Google phone, which is like not your phone, but it is like a Google phone. So Google that if you want to know, like at first, when you first get here and you don't have that, yeah, use a number through Google. Okay. And so, but I'm proud of you. That is so cool that you are here in America and you're doing well, and your family, are they doing okay? And oh, they didn't come, did they?
Yes, though. That's why it adds up to the emotional burden that I have right now. I miss my family, I miss my son, and I'm also have these experiences at school. But overall, I will really remind myself that you prayed for this, you work hard for this. So I remind myself that I should not give up, because my family will be coming soon.
Yeah.
Like that, though.
Have you already applied for your J2 for them? J2
Not yet.
visas for them?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, after your first pay, you can pretty much sit down and do your budget. This is how much it's gonna be for my apartment, especially that you live in a big city. It's gonna be higher for you. It's gonna be costing you a lot more. But I'm so jealous. You will have like Jollibee there. You have all kinds of Filipino restaurants there. Oh my gosh, I'll have to fly to Houston just to see you.
Yes, so we're talking in the group chat like, oh, when you arrive in the US, maybe during breaks, we will see each other, because we really created this bond with the other teachers. Like,
You have
so
to come do that. And I'm always, you're welcome. I can meet you in the airport and
I
I'll
love
take you over to see everybody. So you just let me know. My year this year is not going to be very busy.
Mhm.
I just did that on purpose, that I only maybe come once or twice a month in Brinkley and Helena area, because I did that on purpose. I'm going to be working mostly in my area, close to my area. So if I know if somebody's coming, then I need to make sure I put that in my calendar, so that I could meet, and all that. And we schedule, something to go, so I could drive you there, or they could come over here and visit you. So, but I have a guest house, so you don't have to worry about a hotel. So I have little, guest thing here. So yeah, that would be awesome, right? I told them Labor Day weekend, of course, that's short, but later on when you have a big break, I
Yes,
think
so
big break would be your Thanksgiving and your Christmas. And if you don't have a place to like go, because that's a family time thing, and you don't have anybody here yet, you can, if you find a friend that drives, if Houston is not a very, very far drive at all to Arkansas, because you're just Texas, you're just next door. And so, yeah, people drive from Houston, but if you go to Southwest Airline, Southwest is pretty much one of the cheapest that you can find. You can find one for like $99. You can fly to, yeah, in Dallas. My sister in Dallas, I sometimes I get this Southern Airways is one by Harrison. And I could get one for like $60, $69, sometimes $29, one way to go to Dallas, and then she will meet me there, and then in another. So it's pretty cheap, Allegiant Air is another one that's pretty, inexpensive. Memphis would be a good place to land, because then it'll be cheaper. Because if you do Little Rock, for example, that'd be one more flight from from Memphis to Little Rock. So if you stop in Memphis, then it's usually a little cheaper. I don't like the airport in Memphis because it's so huge, but it's okay. But Little Rock is simpler. it's simpler. But anyway, but yeah, I would have, I want you and anybody else that's here to when you come to America, you always welcome because this is like a community here, right? So you know a lot of people. Well, anyway, thank you so much. I don't mean to be very long-winded, but you really shared a lot of good information. I'm gonna open this up to the participants. If you have any question for Glory Faye, this will be a good time to ask her before I call the next speaker. No question? Mike, do you have a question or comment? Guys, you don't have to have a question. You can do a comment if you want. When you have a speaker in your classroom and you need to make sure that you always open it to like students asking questions or giving comments or whatever, because as a speaker, you kind of want to know, how did I do? Did I share what you want me to share? That's what I wanted to, really tell you what, kind of validate what you said, because and what are the things that the others may have learned from your sharing, because I want you to know which one was good stuff, right? Everything was good stuff, but really the best stuff. But anyway, any comment? Giselle, I want you to comment if you don't mind.
Ay, Doc.
Do
I
you mind to
Doc.
comment?
Wow.
Because you one of
Well,
the Memphis 13, and this is one of your folks.
yeah. We honestly, look, when Mom Glory Faye already had her flight, I'm very happy because at least one of us were able to fly na. And
Yeah.
Girly and the others are there already too. So, Ma'am Glo, that was awesome.
Yeah.
You really. I remember the last time we had a Zoom when Ma'am Glory Fish said talk about she had a problem with the class because of the language,
Mm-hmm.
and now she have proven herself very well.
Very
She's
good.
good at it, I know.
So,
And congrats, Ma'am Glo. Hope to
well,
see you.
Giselle, I hope that you and my cousin and Marlon will also be here, because I think there were 13 Memphis, 13, right? I think 10 of the 13 are already here, right? And I think the 3 of the elementary are the only ones left. So
Yes, Doc. I
yeah,
think
I'm still pushing. I'm still trying to contact administrators. Hey, do you still have a need for elementary? I have 3 folks that are already ready. So don't give up yet, because it might be for next year, whatever, but there's always schools that sometimes they hire people at the beginning, at the middle of the year, because either somebody would have a baby or somebody would be sick, and long-term thing where they have to be, they have to quit, teaching for that year, and they have to have somebody to replace or whatever, but they have a lot of reasons where they would continue to hire. So don't give up yet. They may be, if they run out of visa for the school year, October 1 is when the next year's visa will be available. Okay, so do not be discouraged like, oh, all the visas are gone, because October 1 new visas will be issued for the next school year. And cultural vistas is the visa, one of the visa sponsors for J1, and that is our partner for ITSA. So Caroline Gillum, so it's C Gillum at culturalvistas.org. She is my partner, so she will be a good one to contact about visas, or you can ask me and I will send you the link, okay? And I think Glenn at mingahouse.org would also be a really great help for HRC visa sponsorship, because he's got a really good connection with them. And I like Glenn because he's a nonprofit foundation, and he's based in Colombia. I have talked to him 2 or 3 times, and he's very responsive and he's very knowledgeable, and he has helped thousands of people because he had been in business for more than 10 years. So I trust him, because his thing is that he shares it with me that we try to avoid having teachers pay a lot. So if you pay a little, then that's okay, but not like a lot, like not thousands of dollars, like some people that, we know that some people are asking, teachers to do, right? So he may be a third party, but he is a nonprofit. So a lot of times the J1 sponsors are the ones that would give him the money, a little share, because of their help or whatever. But other than Glenn, I would not recommend too many third party, because other third parties would want $4, $5, $6,000 from you just for you to get help. And then you have to still pay your visa sponsor. So be careful about that, trying to, make sure that you have to Google designated visa sponsors, J1, and there's a word bridge in the website. You need to look for though if they are listed there, because if they're not listed there, then they are not a direct visa sponsor, and they are going to be a third party, which means double pay for you. Okay, Mike, do you mind putting in the link for the visa sponsors, please, Mike? And
Yes
also
po.
www.schoolspring.com is a really good place to look for jobs, and it has new jobs all the time. Schoolspring.com, okay? And I think Mike will also post the 50 states that I have researched, 50 states linked to jobs. So those are the big cities things. Okay. All right. So talking to Giselle, that reminds me, the second speaker could be Girly. Girly's already here. Girly's your cousin, right? And Girly, I'm so proud of Girly too, because she arrived here. Her whole family's here now. I think it's Leslie's here. Of course, Leslie's one of my favorites in the world. And Leslie and then her brother is in Louisiana. And then Girly's just arrived too. So the three of them are now here in America. So the whole family. I'm so proud of this smart family. All right. So Girly, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Doc. Good
Oh,
morning.
there you are.
And
I'm looking forward to meeting you in person.
yes, Doc. I really look forward, Doc. But like, as much as I wanted to really meet you right away, Doc, things are really I should be very honest that I'm overwhelmed with everything that's happening. Yes, Doc. It's really the feeling like when I get here, I was very happy seeing my sister at the airport. But when I first got to my school, like on the first day and second day, and even until now, I'm still really overwhelmed with everything. Like when I get into the school the first day, they told me a lot of things and do this, do that. These are the curriculum that you need to understand, the pacing guide and everything about it. So I was like, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I always say yes, ma'am, but at the end of the day, I was asking myself, do I really understand everything that they're telling me? And like, yes, ma'am, and like I have to like learn about Savas Realize, and yeah, the Filipino community here are telling me that it's a good thing to know that because it will really help me a lot. But still, I'm learning about it, and yeah, what really overwhelmed me, Doc, is really the behavior of the children here. So like I am really grateful that I was able to attend to most maybe few sessions of the Zoom meetings, but from there I really learned about how to deal with them and how to react about them, because I know that most people are really like crying after the school because of the culture shock. That's really what I wanted to say. So the first day that I got into the school, that's when I realized. I really asked myself, am I making the right decision for myself?
That's a very common question.
Yeah. No, that was really my first question to myself when I got home. I asked my husband, D, am I really having like the best decision in my life? Why? It's because the students here are really different from my students in the Philippines. I kind of have 99 students at once, but they are all good. Like when you say stop talking, don't talk, I need to do this, we need to do that, they are doing it. But the students here, they make faces, they talk, they wanted to say something to you, and
Talk back.
like yeah, they talk back, and they are always telling you stuff, and then I need to really I really need to think about something else. So what I did is I go back to the 5-4 propositions, and yes, it's one thing that you really have to like make connections with the students, because the first day, the second day, or I mean the first week, it was like a mess for me. I
Really?
should be very honest, ma'am.
Yeah.
I don't cry in the school, but when I go home and during nighttime, that's when I cry. I started crying, and I tell my husband, you know what? I really felt very pressured, and I really, because it's like I'm telling myself, why am I so dumb right now? I think I don't know what I'm doing. So, and he told me that it's okay, but I don't have a choice. My family is here, and I can't even buy tickets for the three of us to go.
Well, I hope you're not
I
thinking
really
that
have
way.
to do this.
You have to
Yes,
give yourself a month. You have to give yourself a month or two,
yeah,
and you'll be like, why did I even think that way? You know,
yeah,
because yeah, you have to remember you are in the area in Arkansas with the most difficult students and challenging students and because they are in poverty. And so a lot of challenges come with poverty. And so it's never a race thing. It's always like a poverty thing. And so just have to establish your routine. They're also testing you. They're testing your boundaries. They're gonna see what they can get away with Miss Polygratis, you know.
yeah.
So they're trying to, so you having your rules posted, you know, and so you make sure you refer to it like, okay, respect is one of the rules. Okay, so what rule number do you think that we had violated? You know, what did we not follow? And how will that look like, you know? So always do that, always refer to it because you need to have them help you establish, you know, 4 or 5 things that you want to make sure that is a rule for the, you know, your expectations really. So yeah, and having your routine, what kind of routine have you established with them? Like
Um,
the door and all that good stuff.
yeah, I actually, ma'am, on the second week, it was better. It was a lot better. Like I have 7 classes. I mean, yeah, 7 classes. But right now I'm struggling with only one section, ma'am. The other sections are very good because I was able to make that connection with them. I like, you know, I do the one thing that you said. You need to stand in the at the door, greet them, and then tell them like, put your phones in the basket because we need to have them we need to have their phones in the basket, and then put their bags down because it has to be on the floor. They don't need to wear it. And then the third thing that I do is, you know what will happen if ever that you would be disrespectful today, or like you're disruptive in the class and you do so much talking. um the third time that I can call your name, I will send you to the ISS office. It's because, ma'am, I need to do that because I don't have yet the access to the emails of the parents, the phone numbers, because I don't have my SSN yet. So the school will not let me access all those things if I couldn't have my SSS yet. So that's what I do, and it works. It works for a lot of sections. So right now I'm having like a good time with the students because I also have this proud wall for them. The proud wall, like the good work that they have, the perfect
Good.
score that they have. I posted it, and they're very curious about it if their names are on it. So they're like crying, "Ma'am, why?" Yeah, why is my name not there? So I told them, you need to work hard. You need to work hard to be posted there. So that's when they started to listen really very much with the discussion, and they do things that I wanted them to do. So that's one thing that really helped me out. And then I also like connect the, because ELA is more about reading, and there are like poetry that's really relate, or maybe it has a great connection with them, like the hanging fire. So that's when I was able to like tell that these kids are actually really are having problems with like insecurities and all, and they have troubles at home, because I told them to write a message about themselves. And that's when that's when I know, the moment that I read all those things, I always check up on them, and like it made maybe a connection with them. Because right now, ma'am, that like last yesterday, the students are really doing good, except for this, you know, one section, the grade 8, because I'm having like 28 kids in one section. And according to the teachers in Adli County School, these kids are really like are the worst kids they have. The set of students they have, most of them, ma'am, are really like making faces, talking. They want to talk. They want to talk and talk and talk, and that's that's really my problem for now. Like, I wanted to do something about it, but I can't think of anything that I need to get done for them. So
Do you group
maybe.
them? Can you group them in fours or something and then have some kind of point system for the team? You know, they can do team 1 to 7 and then have a little competition that will give them a peer pressure to behave themselves. Team 1, I love the way that you are responding and I can tell that you're paying attention. So put a point for your team, you know, whatever. And then so I always did an individual one plus a team one in mind.
Okay.
And you can have the team that each class, like you have 7 classes, you can have 7 classes also compete with each other. And I think what my sister does is like, you know, those very big paper clip, and then she would have 7 different ones by her board. And then so the team that would do well, they would put their paper clip, and whoever reaches the floor gets a prize from her, you know, a treasure chest or something, you know. But they are so competitive about it because they're going to check it out like, oh, look at that, you know, period 3, third period already got, you know, so many. And so that's also a good thing to do because they really want to win. You know, I have done things like pizza party, you know, for this group, but that's get too expensive. So my husband always supported that. I mean, sponsored that. But don't do that too often. Don't make it too expensive for yourself. Things like it could be half the homework, you know. So instead of having, you know, like whatever it is that you're gonna give them half or none at all. Just give a homework pass, you know. So they like those, or really things like they want things, especially kids in poverty. They want things. Those colored pencil that's like really pretty. They really like those, and of course big erasers. They run out of erasers, those things like that, and find out what they like. Gel pens. Oh my gosh, high school, they love gel pens.
Gel pens. Okay, ma'am.
So put those gel pens. Anyway, find out, you can do a little survey, finding out what's their favorite treats. What are the things that you want to receive as a prize, you know, from your teacher. And then of course you have to tell them like less than whatever dollars because you don't want them to ask for a car, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but anyway, so one of those motivational thing is to have some kind of point system, you know, like that. So but anything competitive, you don't, if you don't have the paper clip, you can have like your board, section the board into different sections, and then you can spell, you know, for example, when I have pizza, so they have to spell pizza, but one stroke at a time in capitals. So the first time that, you know, so it's be one stroke, and the next one will be the P to make the P, and the next one will be the I and with the hat in the bottom, you know. So it took them forever to do it. Or, you know, some of them when the weather's good, they want to be outside. We're learning, but we were outside. So I brought blankets, you know, for the boys and the girls in order for them we did our work there, you know, and then we kind of after our work we did a little fun, you know, something fun. But of course you have to check that with the principal if it's allowed. But anyway, so motivational things like that, girly, would go a long, long way.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Doc. Thank you so much, Doc.
Giving
I'm really trying to figure out, Doc, what should I do? I always ask myself every night, so what shall I do with these kids? Like, I've been figuring it out. I've been figuring it out for almost 2 weeks already. But this one section really at Lee High School, the others are getting better every time. But these kids, I'm really having trouble with them. I can really say that I'm really having trouble. I even ended up buying lapel just for them to. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I did that, but then I realized it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work because yes, I can do the lesson. I can talk because you know it has a loud voice for them, but some of the kids are really irritated with you know with the sound of the lapel. Like they are telling me, "You're like a robot."
Yeah. If it doesn't work, don't use it. But
Yeah.
you know, strategies, you know, Glory Faye mentioned, different strategies would work. You know, the gallery walk, so having them work in a team and then post it in the room for everybody to look around. And what I did with my class is if I have sticky note or index card, they have to put their comments of everybody else's. That way that everybody else would get a feedback of their work. And so you can do that. And so, you know, giving a feedback while looking at what everybody's product. And then of course, having them always share whatever it is that you have, any strategy that you have, always have them to share in front, but don't ever force them to share. You know, find someone that would be willing to share, you know. And so sometimes I'd give an extra treat for someone who volunteers to share, you know, because because you want to encourage them to do that. You know, because especially middle school and high school, they really do not want to be singled out. They want to like don't even think about, you know, calling me and think, you know, and making people look at me. You know, they don't want that. And so you will know the personalities of your kids and you will know how to handle them. So it sounds like it's already better. Even your second week, it sounds like it's already better. It sounds like
Yeah,
it's already improving.
it's getting better, really, ma'am. Like I really went back to the five core propositions. So I really think of things that could really like I need to make connections with the students. So I gave them positive feedback whenever I have something that I need to tell them. And also, ma'am, it's good if you like check their work right away and they will know their scores, and then you
Yeah.
will put comments like you did great today. They really like it.
I like that. Yeah, they really do. I never sit down. I always go around and I always ask them permission. Is that okay? Is that okay if I do this, you know? So yeah, do not just write on it without asking them, because I always think of their students' work, my students' work, as their masterpiece. You
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want, you know, like a Picasso's work, just write all over it. You need to make sure that you are asking them, is that all right? This is what I do, how I do. And so some kids might say, no, I don't want you to do that. Can I finish before you do it? You know, so you have to give them choices, you
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
because you don't ever want them to feel, you know, discouraged. Like, oh my gosh, you know, like some of them have problems, like you're struggling learners or writers, you know, they are gonna be wanting to kind of pretty much like hold their hand without holding their hand, but you're guiding them a lot at first because they don't even they have a fear of blank paper. Have you ever heard of that? They're a fear of blank paper, like, oh my God,
No,
what am I gonna put in there? You know, and all this. So that's why Glory Faye's idea about sentence stems, you know, and writing an essay for yourself and reading it to them. This is how I answer this prompt, you know, because basing and that way you're sharing about yourself and your ideas, and then you let them, because there's an exemplar. Providing an exemplar is when you are a good writer. So having them see that this is what a good writing looks like. You know, of course, getting them to doing a different topic that you see are they're struggling in. Like, for example, an introduction, having a strong introduction will be a really good lesson to have. You know, different ways to introduce lessons, you know, in different genres of writing. For example, this is how you do your narrative. You're going to do, of course, the beginning, you're going to have your setting and you're going to have your introducing your character, for example. But with your argumentative writing, this is where you put your thesis statement. And this is where, you know, and so, and then of course, the strong conclusion will be your next one. And then after that, the body one, body two, body three of the paragraphs will be easy to do. But if you do something like that, just smaller things, of course, depending on how your kids are doing, you know, you may have to start in a sentence level before you are into the paragraph level. You know, you may have kids that so low because you have some kids that are non-readers, or, you know, so they are so low that they may be in the word level. So you have to look at it that way, and then so that's how you can pair up the kids, you know. So pay attention to who are close to each other. In high school, a strategy that worked for me is that I maybe some Fridays I'd say you can sit with your friend, but a lot of times I always had assigned seating. Assigned seating is, especially on the worst class you have an assigned seating where they have to sit there. That's where their assigned seating is. They have to sit there, and you're gonna have your little sitting chart, and that's how you're gonna check your sitting chart. That's how you're gonna check what's missing and all that. So tell them you cannot be moving to another group because then you'll be marked absent. You know all this. So and if you have a child that's really a good helper, you can even have them to, like, you know, have that sitting chart and tell you, okay, these are the people that are absent, whatever. So if they tell you 3 are absent, it's supposed to be 28 kids, so you should be counting 25. You know, so to make sure that they. But I always had somebody check attendance for every period. I have you have an assistant one and an assistant in case that person is absent. So they pretty much like turn it into me. I put the board there. I put the board and in 8 sections, 7 sections, and then they just put the absent right there. So all I have to do is look up. And
Oh,
see.
that's great. That's
Yeah,
great.
it's very fast. I don't have to, because these are kids that knew each other already. So that's gonna work whenever they know each other already. And you can kind of see, And sometimes you could even use it as a reward. It's like, oh, you know what? So and so, you have behaved so well. You've really done this. You have shown me some leadership skills. So you're going to be my attendance. You're going to be my assistant teacher. And you're going to take the attendance, all that. So make it like a little proud, a little honor thing, an honorable thing to have, to be your assistant. You have to earn that. So it's a good thing, because assistant, they get a prize on Fridays, And my sister Milet, she teaches 6th grade literacy. She would have like her mentor and mentees. So the mentors are the one that are really doing well, and the mentees are the one that needed to be helped. But the mentees get to choose the mentor. It has to be that way. That way they have the power to choose who they want to help them. And then these kids want to become mentors, because mentors on Fridays have lunch with Miss Milet. She will have like Filipino food there. She would have this Filipino food cooking, all that, and her mentors get to eat with her. And so they were like, it's a very special thing to be eating with a teacher. Yes, it's like a little pride thing, like, oh my God, you're the cool kids. You got to eat with the teacher, and with the other mentors. It's like a leadership skill thing that you are developing in your classroom. And make sure that those that you promote as mentors are the ones with good attitude. And that way they have to be role models. So you have to establish that rubric. This, in order to become mentors, you have to do this kind of quality work. And then you have to do this kind of, being a model student, all this. And if you're going to be mean to others, do you think you'll be a good mentor? No, nobody wants to follow that, so anyway, so things like that. And just the big point is that having the mentee choose the mentor. Okay. So it's like an honor thing to like, oh my gosh, so and so pick me.
Yeah.
And then they get to sit with each other. Milet's classroom, she had like little comfortable seats, like like couches and things, and little bean bag, and really comfortable sitting. And the ones that are with mentor, they could sit there and they could be like comfortable, and like more like a bookstore. If you've been to a bookstore here in America, it's a very comfortable sitting arrangement thing. That's what you should have. Literacy classroom should be like that. It's like a bookstore where they just enjoy, publishing something. When they get done with their work, go to a publishing center. And in the publishing center, it's like a table with all kinds of gel pens and all kinds of, materials there that they could create a poem. They could create a rap, relating to your topic. And those are extra points they could earn, and you can put them in your proud board things, or they, have them to share if you want to share, and give them extra points if they want to share, So anyway, little things like that are things that would make your classroom, because I, always had an author's chair. So you could have a poetry, a poet's chair, things like that. And so if you ask them to do poetry, like I am poem, Google that I am poem, and then do that I am poem about yourself, and then have them to do one on themselves. You get to know them as well. But these are things that are poetry about themselves. Because then you like you already started that. Of course, acronym, that describing themselves.
Yeah.
They're doing the acrostic thing, with their names, and you can kind of see how they describe themselves. Some of them are like very, very, they're very proud of themselves or whatever. Some of them like struggle, like, oh, what kind of adjectives? When I taught adjectives, I always use acrostic poetry, because that's when you're describing yourself. So remember when we did our acrostic poem and you were describing yourself, those are adjectives, because they're describing about, who you are, what kind of person, what kind of student you are. So those are things that you could apply. A very common thing that I see with new literacy teachers in the US is they are so big on parts of speech. That's what they will do. And I am so allergic to that. Like that's something you can do as a mini lesson, but you cannot make it your lesson. You could be like, okay, one thing that I asked Betsy was, you can Google this too, have them to do a color, like have them to, so if you can find a set, like, I don't know if you have classroom money that this district, just ask the district, they could pay for it. Just big old box of colored pencils, where they could actually color, like their nouns would be blue. So every time they see a noun, it will be blue, they'll be coloring it blue. Every noun will have their set of, and so now green, verb would be green because that's active and so on, so that's green, we go, all that. So you give them a reason to what it is, and then that's how you introduce it. So they have to do it in their own context of what they're teaching. It's automatic for them. Oh, that's a noun because that's a thing, a name, or a place, all that. So that's, so you do that until they've mastered, and then you add another one. So you're gonna go to verb next, now we're gonna do noun and verb, and you build from that. But do not just do parts of speech. That is so awful. Yeah, but always do a book. Like I would always use you do a theme, for example, and you always tie it with a book. So if you read them, like those picture books go a long, long way, even in high school. So you got a picture book, and if you want to talk about the theme of the story or the moral that they learn from that, it could be a book that looks like elementary, but really the message is this, and there's so many things that you can do with a book, because if you're going to do narrative things and so on, I even use a lot of like fairy tale, the tales. Even when I do workshops for teachers, I would do a fairy tale story. For example, we did some figurative language things, and then I have them to use a fairy tale because everybody knows the fairy tales, and then they would use and I had them to use like a modeling clay and Play-Doh and all that stuff in order to present, and then to, for example, guess what kind of fairy tale are we doing here, and as a group or whatever. So make it like a game, and create something, anything. You have to remember the Maslow's Bloom's taxonomy. The highest is synthesis now, right? Evaluation used to be, but now synthesis, which means that they're gonna be creating something new. So anything so when you're doing an I am poem and you have them create an I am poem, that's the highest level because they're creating something new. So anything that you do in your classroom, you need to think about, so what kind of something that they could create, because you are taking them to that synthesis level. Okay, so always do that, because if you're just staying with the worksheets, drill and kill, I call that drill and kill sheets, or sit and get, that's the most boring teacher. Literacy, you have to remember, girly, literacy has now replaced math as the most boring class.
Oh my God.
Yes, that has replaced it. Used to be math, but now like it's being called that because you're so cutie. Oh my gosh. So cutie. How old is he now?
2 years old, ma'am.
3? Oh, okay. Well,
I mean,
2. Oh, he's gonna grow up learning English here. Nice.
yes, ma'am.
Hi, girly, make sure that he doesn't forget our language, because that's one thing I messed up with my kids is they are not bilingual. So make sure that he needs to grow up with you speaking our language still. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because they should learn both. Yeah. But anyhow, so those are some things that I could recommend with you, having remembered the 10-2 strategy, don't bore them to death, and come up with would you email me and I'll ask me for the list of strategies. There's a link
Yes,
to it,
ma'am.
and you can just try different strategies.
I even love to see you in person, ma'am, for me to
Oh, yes. Hi. Your principal is married to the elementary principal,
yes.
and Michelle was my classmate. She was my classmate in college, and so have asked them, hey, do you think that the new teachers here could use the support? Dr. McCullough's schedule is open.
Yes,
this
ma'am.
year.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, that my schedule is open this year. I could give like once a month.
Yes,
I could
ma'am.
do a
Yes,
once a
ma'am.
month thing, because that's what Barton did. I was going there once a month, which is nice because I got to see Leslie and them once a month.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
it was enough, to just like see what you are doing and giving comments. They say, well, what should be doing? Well, she'll observe me, and sometimes she may have to teach in front of the class to show me, to model for me. And then a lot of times I do that, and then I will debrief with you to talk to you about like what do you think, if I had to teach that class again, what would you recommend me do differently? What should stay, and so on. So it's like I learn from you because you observed me. And then later on, when I watch you, then you won't feel the pressure because, oh, I already watched her, And so I already take the risk. And then I will give you a comment. And the instrument I use is the same instrument that you would test the ESS, the instrument that your principal would use to grade you. So actually do that every time I come, so you will know what standards you're still weak on, what standards you're already great at. So
Yes.
you will know that because I put this comment. So Leslie, with your sister, would say like, yeah, my comment was really a lot the first time, and I shouldn't have done that. But she was like taking notes, or I think she's taking notes. She took notes, and so the second time, it's like, oh my gosh, I don't have any more to say to her because she already addressed everything that I said. But those are little minor things, she's just a natural. And so anyway, but use Gamma, that app, GAMMA, .app. Oh my God, that will save your life because, you can tell it, and it's free. You can tell it, create a presentation, about narrative, for example, narrative writing. Yeah, and introduce, what makes a good introduction, and all this. And you can give specific things. Like sometimes I would say, like on slide 1, I do this, but you can just give us, it's an AI thing. So you just put what you want in there, and you say how many slides that you want, and boom, it generates it for you, and it puts the picture, it puts the graphics in there. So it's so great. It looks professionally done. But Gamma, that app, is a really good app. I use it pretty much. You've seen me post a lot of things lately. Those
Yes,
things,
ma'am.
the
Yes, ma'am.
emergency lesson plans and all those are Gamma, that app. So actually use Chat GPT first. So after I do the Chat GPT, then I would copy and paste it on Gamma, that app. I'd say create a presentation using the following information. And then I put the one from Chat GPT. But you can just go from there. A lot of times I would say things like, and align it to the Arkansas curriculum standards, and then you put the link there, and it will
Yes.
align all those lessons to whatever it is, and it even shows you what standards.
Wow. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yeah. And another one is a brisk teaching. Brisk, BRISK, teaching. There's another one that will make you a lesson plan in like 1 minute, and it will just tell you like so many minutes of it and what lesson, you give them a topic or standard, and it will do a lesson. Oh my God, it's so quick. So use
Breastfeeding.
AI. AI should be your friend. I always say that to everyone. AI, artificial intelligence, should be your friend, not your enemy, because just like any tool, it's going to be depending on whoever's using it. How are you going to use it, for the good or for the bad? So teachers,
Oh, yes.
we use it for the good. We are actually using it to help our students. But at the same time, when students are using it themselves, you can recognize, oh, this sounds like this sounds like a chat GPT. This sounds like, all this, because you can see some of them are just doing their homework using that. So you have to tell them when you don't want them to do it, because there is oh, I forgot that website. There is a website that you can also find out if this was AI generated or not. I have to check to find that out. But anyway, because teachers need to know these websites in order for you to know, is this an original writing of my students? And that's why whenever you're testing, in America, will be digital. So they're going to be tested in digital format. So you really want to use like your Google, if you have Google Classrooms and so on, you really need to use that and have them to be used to writing in Google Docs, for example, and just share with you the link.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I called that paperless classroom when I was teaching 11th grade, 8th grade. Most of my things are in Google Classroom. I just posted a link to them and so on. And so when they did, like, for example, a book report for me, in steroids, I always just say that because I put other things there, like, put how many stars, like we do Amazon for this book. And if you have a trailer for a movie for this book, put the link on it and show, and so anyway, and they have to include all the, the elements of the story in there. And so other different things that I want to include in there, but then they share the link to me. So when they got ready to share, they'll just put their names on the board to know the order. And then they'll just go to my Google, and then they just click on I just click on the link, and then boom, they present it. And so anyway, so it's a Google Classroom are you using that already? No.
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, go to Google Classroom 101. I think there's one that's really quick. Like it will show you on YouTube very quickly on how to use it.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
yeah. So anyway, so you were very overwhelmed. But so you cried like for what, the whole week?
No, ma'am. I cried like 2 nights. Yeah, but after those 2 nights that I cried, I was able to I and you know what? I really do my rosary every morning in the classroom, because I'm like praying for guidance and for for patience with the kids. But right now, ma'am, I'm feeling better because like the kids are getting better also, and yeah, they are doing great, and yeah, it's not the same as when I have them like the first week. It's a different thing in the second week. And one thing that I would like to tell everyone is, yeah, the Arkansas is very nice. It's a very nice place. Yeah, it's a very nice place also. And really, going back to what Mom Glory Fe said, like millions of Filipinos are dreaming for this one to be here, to teach here. So that's what I'm telling myself. I've been praying for this the whole time, and then right now I'm here. So I just need to do my best.
Yeah.
It's the best thing that I that I and that's why, mom, I really look forward to like meeting you, because I know that you're good in teaching like ELA. It's really your forte. So I really wanted to meet you, ma'am, but you know, I didn't have the time yet. But when I have, like, because we don't have a car, so we need to like go there with my sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send me
Because
the email. Send me the email of your principal, and I will try to contact both Michelle and him. Get me both. Yeah, give me their both of their emails, because I want to send them a proposal to see
yes,
if I could
yes,
help
ma'am.
you guys. How many new teachers do you have?
So it's like I am the new teacher in ELA, and then Miss Mirna is the new teacher in science, and we have like Miss Calo. She's teaching SPED in our school, so we are like three of us Filipino teachers, newly hired teacher in Lee High School.
Okay, and there's still some elementary. No, did they have?
No,
No.
no.
Only three. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I think I don't mind if they don't have the money, if I need to come and visit you or whatever, but it would be nice if they would actually commit to a monthly one or whatever, because that would be so good to be consistent, you know. So like Brinkley, where Maria is, I have a weekly
Wow.
visit with them. They have committed from September through March with me. So I will be every week. I won't be there, but I have a couple of friends that are helping me, Lisa, and Debbie. And but I am committed to be there at least once a month, if not twice.
Mm.
But yeah. So I will be there once a month. So when I go there, I always try to visit everybody, especially Leslie and Maria. So anyway, so hopefully I will see you guys, you know,
Yes, ma'am.
especially the new arrivals. Yeah. So are you living with Leslie at Leslie's
Yes,
house?
ma'am.
You
Yes,
got a
ma'am.
big house there. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We are living together right now, and like we split the bill, so we split the house
Nice.
rent. So we kind of like save more for yeah. I'm very grateful to Ate Leslie, because it could have been a different struggle for me
Yeah.
if I started with nothing. Like I
Yeah.
started like her. She
Yeah.
told me everything is better for you, because when I get here, I need to cry hard, because I don't have the car, I don't have everything that I need. I call Miss Dr. Merlina. I even asked some of the teachers at Barton to just send us home, because nobody's gonna nobody's gonna pick us up. So it's everything that I need to get done, and we really started with like zero or nothing. We started from scratch, and yes, we are very grateful. My husband and I, together with my son, we are very grateful, because like we came to Arkansas, we already have a house to like live. We already have everything, and she is telling us that yeah, you can just pay later if you have your first paycheck, because I
Yeah.
don't have yet.
Right. Yeah. It's like it
really
sounds like
a
it's like a party every day. It's like a party every
Yeah.
day. And I think on weekends they always have Filipinos get together there, huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, last night, ma'am, Sir Mike, and all those Filipino teachers from Helena, they are here. Ma'am Dina, Ma'am Jonna, Ma'am Anna,
I'm
and
so jealous. Every time I send a picture, I'm like, oh, I should have been there. But
yeah.
I'm 4 hours away, so it's hard. But anyhow, hopefully we will see each other soon. But I
Yes,
think it
ma'am.
will continue to do better. You just have to be consistent. You know,
Yes,
you need to do nonverbal, you know, the level zero is quiet, completely quiet, and one is
Mm-mm.
whisper, two is regular talk, and three is presentation voice. You know, have those little things like that posted on the wall, the rules and those noise levels, because then all you have to do is show the you know, zero. Everybody's
Yes, ma'am.
quiet, you know, right now. And, you know, when they are doing work, pair work or group work, number one, you need to be whispering. I used to tell them, you have to whisper because you don't want I don't want you to pretend like you are US spies and you don't want the Russian spies to hear you. They're so funny. And they were like, oh yeah, la, 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 we're gonna whisper because they're gonna steal our ideas, so because otherwise they won't use their inside voices. They're over there screaming,
Yes.
and yeah, you want them to be whispering whenever you will share ideas. So check your like literature circles or Socratic circles. Those are some strategies that you can do for them to discuss about certain book or whatever that you want to do. Do they have what did you say, Savas?
Yes,
That's so
Savas.
good. You make sure that you have access to their website because
Yes, ma'am.
all your resources will be there. All your
Yes,
lesson planning pretty much are there. So
you're true, ma'am.
so life is easier when you have that. That's a very good book,
Yes.
textbook that they have adopted. Maria is a good source for you because Maria's school is also using the same. So
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
so she may be
I'll be
able to
asking
share
her
some.
about it.
Yeah, she
Yes,
may
ma'am.
share some lesson plan ideas with you, or she
Yes,
maybe
ma'am.
just share it with you and you can adapt it or whatever.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
so
much,
make your life
ma'am.
easier. Yeah. So anyway, so any other tip that you want to give them?
The best thing that I could really like tell the people right here who's been attending the Zoom, keep going, keep praying, and USA, maybe there are people because we can read a lot of like comments or posts on Facebook that the kids here are really hard to like handle, but with everything that Dr. Merlina is telling us, all the things, all her experiences, going back to all the sharing of Dr. Merlina, you know what, it really helps us, and you just have to really be tough, and you just have to really be strong and be patient with the kids and really get to know them and make that connection that Dr. Merlina has been telling us. And yes, don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask. And yeah, just be humble. Just be humble, and yeah, everything will just like follow through because I always ask my colleagues here, like the locals here. I always ask them some tips, and they are telling me a lot of good things, and it really helps. And yeah, just be like just be friends with them, or
Yeah.
if just be
Yeah,
friends with
and
them.
cooking adobo to share will not hurt.
Yes.
My mom, being a good cook, I always shared food with them, like, oh my God, Marlena, what did your mom cook today? So I would always share noodles with them. I'd share some things, so they fell in love with mom's food. So I said, I cook, but I'm not as good as mom. So mom's always tastes better than mine is what I feel. But yeah, share your culture with them is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I know you're a praying woman, you like to pray. Just remember, you cannot lead a prayer with your students. That's against the law.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
there is a separation of church and state. You
Yes,
can
ma'am.
pray quietly on your own, but
Yes.
don't ever lead that prayer with, the teacher leading is a big no-no.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
in games, like for example, in games, some of them may be led by students, but I would stay away from that because
Oh.
there's really a separation between church and state. So when I
Okay.
think religious stuff, do not bring it to school unless you're doing like a history about religion. If it's part of history or literature, then that's fine. But you do not make it like share your religious belief or whatever, because they could have a lawsuit and sue you. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah, don't do that. You avoid that topic. Yeah. You know how in the Philippines we always pray for everything,
Yes,
and we lead it. Nope, don't do that here.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
And lastly, ma'am, don't ever take things personally. The students might tell you something else, like it's none of your business. Those things, yes. But don't take it personally.
Do you not correct them? I correct them.
I actually, ma'am, these kids, like the grade 8 English kids, even the superintendent, when I go get my SSN, the superintendent went over to my class because all the teachers here really knew about them. The superintendent was talking, and they were not like, really did not listen to the superintendent. Some of the students really talk back with the superintendent, and like when when the assistant principal is coming over to the class because they are really like making loud noises outside the classroom, going to the classroom, they would always talk back to the person who's talking to them, and like they're making faces and yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why having those motivational thing where you give them stickers or you give them to earn something, that's your hold on them, because they earned this. I'm so proud. I love the way that you behave yourselves whenever the principal, the superintendent came. So I want everybody, the leader for each group, one at a time, to go and put your, sticker or whatever it is that you're doing.
But these kids are good kids.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're good kids. Yeah. And so, remember when I was talking to you before, I would say you'll be shocked when you get here because it's like night and day between the Philippine kids and how you taught in the Philippines and here. Do you feel like that's true? That it's
Yes,
like night and
ma'am.
day, it's so different. Yeah, yeah. So,
Oh my God. I okay. So actually, I was given like my sister is here, Ate Leslie is here.
hi Leslie, I miss you, girl. Hi. Are you are you loving it that your sister's here? Are you loving
Yes,
it?
ma'am. I am. I was actually listening. I am on Zoom and I just left the Zoom because I have to pick up my nephew. But I missed you and I'm loving the fact that they're here. I mean, sometimes it seems surreal to me that they're here.
That's so
I
awesome.
wake up every morning and my nephew was like, Mommy, open the door. I would like say, are they really here? I can hear my nephew's voice.
That is so
But
fun. That is so fun that you have
but
families
it's,
there.
yes,
Yeah.
here.
Well,
I'm gonna
yeah.
talk. I'm gonna go to my phone so I can talk.
Okay. Well, we have a chicken soup, girly. She's so good at chicken soup, and that's my
Yes,
favorite. Hi, Leslie. My schedule this year is I'm there like second week of each month. So about
yes, ma'am.
second Thursday of each month. So some Wednesday night I would come, and then
Oh
I'll
wow.
quickly, Thursday, and then come home. So some Wednesday, second Wednesday of the month usually is when I'm there. So
Oh wow.
hopefully we'll get to see each other. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Make sure to see you, and also, I hope you can come to our house. Girlie's a good cook. Her husband is a better cook. So
Really? Really? You got
yeah.
spoiled by your husband.
Yes, ma'am. And yeah, and I'm just so glad, I mean, it's their first time in the US, but I felt like, I mean, she was saying that she is having a hard time, but I would send her to school every day and pick her up every afternoon, and she would talk to me. She didn't have the hysteria that I was having before. So I think she's fine.
Yeah, I remembered you.
They would talk to me about things that are happening in the classroom, but she didn't notice it, but she was smiling all the time, like all throughout, telling me about what's happening. So I was like, I think she's fine, she's just overwhelmed, but
Yeah.
she is not experiencing the things because maybe she was exposed to the different scenarios of what teaching in the US is like. So
It's a school difference too, Les. It's a
yeah,
school difference as well. If she
yes,
has an opportunity to observe you, she could ask her principal sometimes to observe a class in your school.
yeah.
That's usually acceptable.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really happy that I'm here, and the rest of the Filipino teachers are here too. I mean, learning from you, and at the same time, learning from the teachers who are really in the area. Because last night, all of the teachers were here. We
Aw.
were gathering together, and I think she spoke to a lot of them, like especially Ma'am Anna, who is also teaching ELA,
Uh-huh.
7 and 8 grade, so middle school. So I think she has learned a lot from them too. So it's really helpful to be in a community, where everybody's
Yeah.
helping
Yeah.
one another. So I'm so glad. And Sir Mike, I think Sir Mike was here with his family,
Nice. Well,
and they were very, very
get
helpful.
Maria when Maria gets better. Maria will be a good fit as well because they are using the same textbooks
Yeah,
and she's teaching the
yeah.
same grades. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not much of a help to girly, especially when it comes to the curriculum, because I'm not an English teacher. I'm a special ed teacher. But all I could tell her was like, because sometimes she would say,
I'm not sure if I made the right decision. And I'm like, no, you prayed hard for this. You went to church almost every day. You kneeled in at church just to get to where you are right now. So um let's just do the job.
Yeah. Yeah, because we actually know of a Filipina that went home
Yeah.
the middle of the year, right? And now she's wanting to come back. And remember, everybody's trying to tell her, this will pass through, this will get better. And she never thought it would. And so she came home, and then she did not even pay her. She was not able to pay her debts yet. And she already
Yeah,
went home, and now she wants to come back. And I'm like, I'm not able to recommend someone who would quit in the middle of the year. I'm
definitely.
not
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to help somebody that would do that to a school, because the
Yeah.
school administrators are calling me or calling, whoever's work, helping them, saying, well, you sent us a teacher that would do this in the middle of the year,
Mm-hmm.
putting
Yeah.
them in the bind.
Yeah, I went
So
to a girls' school. I think that was the night when she was helping, the concession stand. There was like an event going on and she was asked to help. It was so nice of her to volunteer. I
nice.
mean, oh, you were picked. Oh, she was picked, but she helped
Yeah.
anyways. So we came around 9, and then her assistant principal was there, and she was from Barton, so she knew
Oh,
me.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
she knew me, so she was like, "Oh, Leslie, you can't be coming here and stealing all of the teachers." Okay, and I'm like, "No, I'm not." And she's like, "Well, you know, your Auntie Abby,
Was
moved to
here.
Boston." So I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna do that to Girly because I know you need more teachers."
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I told Girly, she's gonna be fine, she's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And so and then there are a lot of helps like coming her way. Like she has me, she has you, and she can't wait to meet you. And she said I've talked to Miss Tammy, and she was super nice. And the principals, I think, they even once, I think she sent us a picture in our group chat. Girlie sent a picture in our family group chat that her principal and the assistant principal wrote something on the board because a day before that we went with her and helped her decorate her class and arrange and all that. And so the next day, her principal and assistant principal wrote, "We love your classroom so much" on the
Oh,
board.
that's so sweet,
Like,
right?
and I'm so proud of her. It's just her
Yeah.
first week, but she's making a lot of progress. And so, yeah, I think she will be fine. And her administrators, her colleagues,
So
they
nice.
all love her. They are
Yeah.
so nice to
I don't
her.
have Tammy's number anymore. So if you talk to her, tell her about monthly
Yeah,
visits.
I will,
I
ma'am.
think that would be cool. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. But
So
yeah,
anyway, all right. Well,
thank you
thank you
so
so
much.
much,
And
Leslie.
I mean, this is their second week in the US, and I would love to bring them somewhere today. So they, because they have not gone out yet. I mean, we share the same car. So,
Mhm.
if even if they wanted to go elsewhere, they have to
I'm
ask
stuck
me
with you.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was like, let's plan something on Saturday so you can, they can go around and
Yeah.
go out of the house, especially the husband and my nephew because they've been inside the house for the past 2 weeks.
You have to take them to the Memphis zoo. That's one of the best
Yeah.
zoos. And then that pyramid, inside
Mm-hmm.
that
The
pyramid is
Bass
so good.
Pro.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have to take them to that because I think they'll enjoy that. Yeah.
Yes,
Because that is close
ma'am.
to you. Yeah. Of course,
Thank
they
you
they
so
want
much.
the farmers market there. Farmers, that
Yeah.
Cordova.
We
Yeah.
have to really go there.
Yeah. You
We're
have
running out of our,
that.
of patis and suka and all
Yeah,
that.
that's your first trip. That should be your first trip
Yeah.
because she would see that you have sources here. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
anyway, thank you so much, Leslie.
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
year
Thank
3.
you.
Yeah, is this year 3 for you? Year 2? Hi, girly.
It's my year 3.
Oh, are they talking about extension? You need to be doing your extension this year.
Yes, they are so happy when I told them that I'm gonna be extending and I'm looking for ways to stay a little bit longer if I have to. So yes, my administrators were very supportive to all of us Filipinos working at Barton.
Yeah.
And I would say that my year 3 is the most amazing year for me by far. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
You have your own
um
classroom now. Yay.
I have my own classroom. I'm not adjusting to I mean, for my first and second year, I was moving a lot. I was teaching high school on my first month. first few months, and then I moved to the special ed department in the high school, and then on my second year, I moved to the elementary department of special ed in the. I mean, I was moved everywhere, but I was really happy. I was. It made me learn a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that those experiences, opened up to a lot of opportunities for me. And now I'm finally, settled in the elementary sped department. So this is my by far the most amazing year for me.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I'm still gonna visit you. I don't care if they pay me or not. I'm just gonna
I
come
know.
visit.
I mean, I think, yeah, this is the most amazing year because I am applying all the things that I've learned
Yeah,
for 2 years. Like,
nice.
I've learned so much from you, and I would always tell Girly, I had so many things that, I mean, my I was really empty when I got here because I didn't know what to do, and then you filled me in with all of those stuff, and now I'm doing a lot better.
Yeah, well, you share those with Girly because those
I
are
am
common
like,
things.
during our ride home, we would talk, and sometimes I would give her strategies and techniques that I was learning from you. And yeah, I think she's applying it to her, day to day
That's so
classroom
cool.
setup.
That's so cool, Leslie, that all three of you brothers and sisters are now here in America.
No,
I'm so
actually, it's
proud of
my
your family.
sister-in-law. The
Sister-in-law.
ones that already in the Louisiana is my sister-in-law, and my brother's coming maybe this month or next month.
Oh my God, that is so exciting to have a family
Yeah,
reunion in America, right, Les?
I know,
We'll have to make a trip to Florida or something where
I
they can
know.
get.
But first thing first, we have to make a trip to Salem.
Yeah. Yeah, you're always welcome. I think
Yes,
our
ma'am.
schedule is nobody will be here Labor Day weekend, but Jet will be coming home the week after.
Yes, ma'am.
But other than that, that's all I know. Oh, October 12th. If you talk to Jonna and Dina,
Yeah,
they're
they
planning
told
to come
me.
here. They're planning to come in for the Amish
Yeah,
breakfast.
breakfast in Amish. Yeah, I would really love to come. And I
You have to
really
do
love.
that.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Thank you so much. I think
Yeah.
there are a lot of people who want to introduce themselves today.
Yes.
So I'm
All
not gonna
right. Well,
take
thank
too
you
much of
again.
your time.
We have
Yes,
Mike.
ma'am. Thank
Yeah,
you.
bye. Bye.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
girly.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank
Thank you
you.
so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Mike, who's the other speaker that we have? I know I have two already, which
Yes po,
we
Doc.
have two more.
We
Who's the
have
third?
now Ma'am Pinky Faith and Ma'am Laurein Bonga.
Okay, so you call
Yes
the
po.
third one. You want Pinky? Let's have Pinky
Uh,
share quick.
Hi, Doc.
Hello,
yes po.
is this Pinky?
Hello,
Yeah, Pinky.
everyone. Yes, I
Share with
am.
us your experiences, Pinky.
Yeah, I would like to thank you first, Doc, and the team, Sir Mike, Mom Leslie, and the rest who are who are here in in the United States before we came in. You helped us a lot, and I mean a lot, around almost 100%, a lot.
Well, you're welcome. What were the things that you used? What were the things that you applied?
Yeah,
Tell us about your arrival to the US first, your
yeah,
impressions.
yes. So, our flight from the Philippines, that was August 7th, and we had 33 hours of flight. And then when we arrived here in Nebraska, Sioux City, it was still August 7th, but
You lose
it
a
was
day.
it
Yeah.
was around midnight, and we are very thankful also to some of the Filipino teachers here. There's two of them. They fetch us from the airport
Mm.
during midnight.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then right today, though, that's why I logged into Zoom, then logged out, logged in, and logged out because we are in the middle of moving out
Mm.
from her apartment and then moving into the next building for to another apartment.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
yeah, from
Congratulations.
August, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So from August 7, my husband and I were living with a Filipino teacher here for free.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
nice of her. Hey, even though that's free, you need to still offer. Okay.
Yes,
There is no
yes.
such thing as free meal in America. You have to,
And
yeah, you have
yes,
to help
we buy our own meals, but we share.
share.
And
Yeah.
then yeah, the laundry and the stuff we also
Yeah,
buy that.
always help. Yeah, because you don't want to be a user.
Yeah,
You
that
don't want somebody to feel like they're being used. Um,
yes.
So you always need to go above and beyond and say, what can I do to help? What can I
Of
do to
course.
help, for budget time? Because, you all are teaching, you all are just have the same kind of job. So you're making about the same amount of money. So you're not going to expect them to pay for you
Yes,
if you
correct.
can. At first, maybe if you don't have the budget yet because you have not gotten paid, I could see people, maybe, accepting that. But later on, when you have your money, make sure that you treat them, you do something for them. You don't ever want them to feel like, you're just using them, because I know you're not. So yeah, but in a Filipino culture, our culture is like in a culture where if somebody's gonna banka, somebody's gonna pay for you, like, okay, that's fine. But in America, I felt like, well, we're earning dollars and spending
Yeah.
dollars. So you really cannot be expecting someone to like just pay for you. When you go back to the Philippines and you're spending dollars, but spending peso, and then you earn dollars, that's a different story. You're gonna be, treating your Filipino families there, that's different. But here in America, you have to remember we are all spending and earning dollars. So it's gonna, we're there. I'm sure they're saving money, trying to save money, and
Yes.
you not bring kids with you? You said
No,
just,
we don't have
you don't have
kids,
any.
but
Okay.
yeah.
You have any fur baby? You have any dog or cat yet?
Yeah, we have in the Philippines.
Yeah, but you can do that here too. You can adopt
Mm-hmm.
here. You go find a pet store and you can adopt. I have my kitten, my cat that were stray cats that I've adopted. They have 5 little cute kittens the other day.
Oh, that's so
They're just so
cute.
cute. Oh my God, they're so cute. I have one favorite that I think I want to keep, but the rest I'm gonna give away. See if any of those Filipino teachers come with their kids. I'm gonna see if they could bring some home after they've been weaned from their mother, because I think they're still having milk. I took a picture yesterday of them, like, having their milk thing from their mom. It reminds me of little piggies, except they're little cats. Yeah. So anyway, so Pinky Faith, what do you are in a private school, right?
I am, though.
Okay, what's the difference then? Because I think I would say from my observations in private school, it will be similar to the Philippines. It's not
It
going to
is.
be very different like they're talking about. Tell us about you, because yours will be totally different experience.
Yeah, hello once again. So I am now teaching in St. Michael Catholic School. Good morning. Good morning. St. Michael Catholic School here in South Sioux City. And then in our school, for one grade level, there is only one section. It is really a very small school. So in my case, I am the advisor of the fifth grade, and I only have 17 fifth graders. And for the rest of the classes, because we are in the middle school, I have in the sixth grade, there are only 11, all girls. In the seventh grade, I think there are 15. And on the eighth grade, around 10 only. So it's really a small school, but we are in the same building with the preschool as well. And then, yeah, that is very true, Doc. The students here are so much alike in the Philippines.
Mhm. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Catholic schools here are very much set up like the Philippines. And so when you have an opportunity to come visit Arkansas and watch some of these teachers' classroom, it will be a shock to you. Because your experience is so different than theirs. And I remember I shared this with you in Zoom, that if you're in a private school, it's going to be very similar experience like you did in the Philippines. Small number, except smaller number. But the way that the kids behave, because they have to pay for tuition here, and so their parents, a lot of time their parents really, kind of discipline them. You don't
Mm-hmm.
want to be kicked out of your school, because in private school they can be kicked out. So you really do not want to have those kids that are misbehaving, because they could be kicked out. So that
That's
is the
true.
beauty. Yeah. So they're really watching. So yeah. So you feel lucky. I'm sure you feel blessed
I am
listening to other stories.
so blessed.
Yeah.
And yeah, and another thing is, I know this is similar to other schools as well. So we have free lunch at school, and then we have a teacher's pantry where we can get. They told us there is. The administrators told us that there is unlimited snacks, so we can just go there and
Nice.
get some for snacks, and um around 90%, I would say, around 90% of the students here are Mexican.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then in my class, I only have one out of 17 who does not speak Spanish.
Oh, wow. So you're gonna
Yeah.
have to be proficient in Spanish as well. You need to,
No,
did you hear Duolingo, Duolingo?
yeah, I've
Like
heard.
Glorify, you need to use that because that would help you, yeah. And or
Yeah,
I think what was the other one? I forgot the other one. But anyway. So yeah. So what are the things that you've learned from Zoom that you are now using?
yeah. Of course, the strategies like not calling the names first, and then the time you have to give time for your activities and the like.
Wait time.
So much. Yeah, the wait time.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much that I have learned, that I have also, of course, the parents' communication and the like. So, um, I came here around a few days before the start of the class. So, we had an open house here. So, that's on the 13th, last 13th. Yeah, that was last 13th. So, we had a time to meet with the parents. So they came in our room before they go to the gym for the big activity. So every parent and their children came to our rooms first to meet the teacher. So I have also observed that the parents do speak Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was the children were the ones interpreting what their parents are saying to
Mm-hmm.
us.
It's gonna be common,
Yeah,
yeah. Yep, that's gonna be common. Babbel.com, Babel is another one that would be,
yeah,
yeah,
we'll
good for
try
Spanish.
that, Doc.
Yeah, Babbel. And anyway, so yeah, your parents also will be so supportive. So
Yes,
you will
they are.
find that. You will find that you will, that you having communication notebook and or communicating with them, you will be able to find that they are, if you need something, they will donate, they will, or if you need, like if you're going on a field trip, you ask for some people to volunteer to go with you, because here in America, a lot of the schools have a once a year field trip where they go
Mm,
somewhere in a bus. I don't know if your school does that, but most of the schools here in my area, they have a field trip, and so you need the parents to volunteer. So what I did with mine, because Salem so little, I usually have like 16, 17, 18 students, less than 20. So I would put like 3 students for one parent or for the set of parents,
mm,
So I would have them, and then they would, be introduced already to them because they come every Friday. So anyway, so they know them, but the ones that were misbehaving a lot, they are mine. They're staying in my group. I'm not going to ask a parent to be in charge of them. So the ones that were really stinkers, you don't call them stinkers, by the way, but just a joke. Those that are misbehaving, I always have them because I want to make sure that they behave, because I know them and the other parents may not. And you don't have a nightmare there if you don't. So have them to come and see, do you, of course, always check with the administrators first. Do you want to help us, chaperone, they call that chaperone here, chaperone for a field trip? Because that's a really fun thing, because you get to, you have their kid plus 2 others, for example,
mhm,
and they get to know each other, they're bonding, and a lot of times I had them to choose who they want to be with, or
mhm,
whatever. And so, but of course, whenever those others, I would say, hey, so and so, everybody can choose except this special folks that I want to be with me. These are very special assistants of mine. And so I don't know if they understood why, but the others can choose, but they don't have a choice. They come with me. But anyway, so what other things that you, that is different for you?
Um, and this is not so different because we do this also in the Philippines, but here, the students really have this take-home folder.
Mhm.
So if there are any announcement, so the office will print that and we will put that in their folder, and they have to bring that home and let their parents sign for the announcement. Also, in that folder every Friday, so we did that yesterday,
Mhm.
all of the students' work will be there in the folder as well. so that their parents will know their scores and the like, because we use the app is called Sycamore.
Mm.
We just put there our daily quizzes scores, their homeworks and the like,
Okay.
and the parents will see the scores as well. So it will be the one to grade.
Okay.
So the parents will see every time we put in the grade and we post the grade, the parents will see the grades of their students. So what they usually do, which I am doing also right now, is we put in their take home folder, their scores, their papers,
Mm-hmm.
and everything that we also uploaded in Sycamore. And we let the students bring that home so their parents can really see the scores of their student.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
That's
think
cool.
what they only see in the app is the average
Numbers. Yeah.
of all the quizzes that we put in there.
Okay, they want to see the work, but you may want to, and because that way you have something to show for parent-teacher conference, you may want to have every Friday or whatever day you choose, have them to choose their best work, and
Mm-hmm.
then have them, have them to decorate a folder, make that their own. And then I always have my kids numbered according to ABC order anyway. So put their number, and then you have them to choose their favorite thing that they want to feature during parent-teacher conference,
Oh,
because that way you
that's
have a
nice.
record of their progress. You can see the progress. And a lot of those things that I want to do are things that are about them. Like my prompt would be like, what your future family would look like. If you were married someday, what would it look like? Draw your
Oh,
house, draw your family, draw, little future things about their goals, all the stuff about the kid, because that's when the parents are really interested. But really, you're looking at the writing. You're looking at
mm-hmm.
how they are improving in their writing and how they express themselves, because
Yeah.
later on they're going to see, oh, my child really improved in the introduction or whatever, or my child really sounds like, using a lot of adjectives now, and, all this stuff. But anyway, so you may want to have that portfolio. They call that portfolio.
Yeah.
So my portfolio before, that's when I had mine bound, because we had so many. I had bound every 9 weeks. I have them bound into a little book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4, and then they have their about the author, their picture, and about biography about themselves. And in the very end, they even have like an autograph page where people that look through them, they sign it, all that. But anyway, but that would become like a very important artifact for the parents, because that's their snapshot at 5th grade, whatever grade you're teaching. That's their work, but not worksheet. It's about them. They know
Mm-hmm.
it's about their child. And so and there I show their mistake. I because if there's a mistake, that's cute now. You see like, oh my God, look at you in 2nd grade. This is how you spelled it.
Yeah.
You said spaghetti, instead of spaghetti, you said spaghetti, things like that, because it's cute to the parents. But of course, you're gonna, if you're gonna teach a child how to do that, you could put a sticky note or whatever and show them, this is how it is. But I would be okay to put the original there, and and all that if you want. But um if you're teaching them about the writing process, where that's already publishing part, because you can choose
Mm-hmm.
in different steps of the process. But if it's already on the publishing part, of course, it's going to be, you're going to correct, edit, and all that stuff already. But if you have them the first draft, that's okay. You put your first draft there, because I want your parents to see this is the first draft that you did, all that. So anyway, I would just recommend that, because it's
Yes, doc.
powerful for you as a teacher to reflect and see, oh my gosh, look at how I took my student from August to March, or, May. This is how my student had grown, because based on what you taught them, because you're going to teach them different things and how to improve something, and it's going to show up, in their writing, all their poetry, things about their life and things that they make up. Or if you read a story and how does this story connect to you? If I read a biography about a president, okay, this is about President Lincoln, he failed 9 times. He failed so many times, but he continued until he won. So how does that teach you about yourself? What are the things in life that you have failed that you eventually won, or, succeeded? So those are things that you could learn from famous people. So you
Mm-hmm.
connect anything that you do, always make that little invisible connection to themselves, and then keep it, because those are the things that the parents
Yeah.
would love. You would love it. Yeah. And then of course, if we share, always have them to share. Don't force them to share, but
Mm-hmm.
encourage them to share. Yeah, give them a sticker, give them whatever motivation in order for them to like want to share. Because you have to remember, you're not just doing reading and writing, you're doing speaking and listening as well.
Yeah.
So when you do them, having them to present, you're actually addressing the speaking and the listening part. Because you're going to have the audience give feedback, and then they're going to be, they're going to encourage the audience to ask questions and whatever. So they become like a speaker, so you're actually having this classroom full of like, folks that are strong in literacy, not just in reading, writing, but also speaking and listening. You're going to have a future president in your classroom,
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad,
Thank you so
that you're
much,
here now.
though. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Well, you're
Thank you.
welcome. Hopefully you'll fly over here to Arkansas and meet us.
Yeah. Soon, very soon.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, just
We
let
would
me know.
we really love to meet you, Doc. And
Yeah.
Sir Mike, Mom Leslie, and the others.
Yeah, me too. I think some days when you are off like a whole week or whatever, Thanksgiving, Christmas holiday, we're usually off like 2 weeks. And about most Thanksgiving is 1 week, so that's 9 days. You have your 5 days and then two weekend and 2 days on weekends. So that's 9 days you're off. So that's a good time to like go, map up your schedule and see which one, where do you want to go, because even if you don't have a car, if somebody can just drive you at the airport and then somebody can meet you, I mean, you're fine. You got it made. So, and then Mike has been very active in the area there to be meeting people. And so I'm sure the Memphis 13 would like to have or Memphis 10 that's now here, to have a reunion, to meet everybody. I told Mr. Barbie that I said, hey, no, you didn't hire them, end up not hiring them, but I think we still want to meet you in person. And they said, oh, that would be great. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, I did tell him that. But anyway, all right. So give us a tip before I close with you. Give them a tip then for those that are still, trying to come here. What are the things that you could say to them? What should they get ready for?
Yes, thank you, Doc. Hello, everyone. So to those who are still applying, first thing is you have to send your resume and your cover letter to Doc Merlina, because Doc Merlina will send you a complete guide, right, Doc? That's a complete. I read those guidelines, a complete guide of what you should be writing on your resume and what you should not be writing on your resume and your cover letter. And always also search for schools. You can Google them. You don't need someone to Google them for you and to pay as well. It's all free. And Dr. Merlina also has that Excel form, the Google Forms for all of those schools
Yeah,
in the
it's on
United
chat
States.
now. Mike had posted it on chat. So if
Yes.
you are with us, yeah.
You can check all of those districts and you can apply directly to their website. And of course, the most important thing there is to pray and pray, of course, too, for us to reach our dreams here in America. And I'll tell you guys, it's so nice here.
Yeah, so nice. So I pray, I do my best. Please God, do the rest, right? Yeah.
Yes.
But I think you have really, you have really grown too. You have learned a lot. I've heard you, I've listened to you getting interviews and so on. I'm so proud when I hear, the teachers here and doing so well on interviews and using some of the learning that you have here. That makes me like such a proud mama. You're like, oh
Thank
my
you so
gosh, my
much,
kid.
Doc. Thank you so much.
I feel like that, but anyhow, yeah, well, you're welcome. But yeah, I do look forward to meeting you all, and yeah, it doesn't matter what state you're in. It would be nice for
Yes,
you all to come to Arkansas and just meet everyone, because I
we
feel like
will.
a big family, like an Itza
Yes, we
family in the
are,
big house,
Doc. We
right?
are a family.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I feel like. I'm like, you are all part of my family. So yeah, so we have to get together. So okay. All right. Thank you so much and great job, girl. You feel free. You have now you have my text. Feel free to text me if you look at my email, the very bottom had my cell phone number. Feel free to
Yes, Doc.
text. You only call me an emergency because I really want to have phone calls only for my family in case for emergency. But I do text and email a lot, and of course Facebook. Yeah. And I have some people here that would just call me. I don't even know them. And they would just call me. I'm like, what in the world? Why are they calling me? And I don't know them. They've never introduced themselves to me. But out of the blue, they will just call me. I'm like, you don't do that. I don't know. Maybe in the Philippines we do that, but I know we don't do that here. So anyhow, so that's just a difference cultural thing, I'm sure. But anyway, well, thank you so much, and I'm proud of
Thank you
you
so
and
much,
continue to
Doc.
do
Thank you
well.
so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so who's the last one, Mike? Thank you again, Pinky.
Thank
Yes po,
you.
Doc.
Yeah.
Yes, the last one po, our speaker is Ma'am Laurein Bonga. So she's one of the active members po, and then our group helped her a lot.
GC.
And I
Okay.
met her last time. We mentioned that we are visiting some places here, and unexpectedly we met.
Oh yeah, now you have to tell me that. That's awesome.
Hello
Okay,
po
go ahead.
again.
Talk to us.
Hi
Yeah,
po, Doc Merlina.
you're welcome. You look familiar
Yeah.
now. I'm like, I was trying to
Yes.
face. I'm like, okay, yeah.
I've been in this group, I guess, I attended this group twice before until I get my job contract. So this group has really helped me a lot with the tips that I get from this group. And then when I even get my job, I emailed you right away and told you, Miss Doc Marina, you get the job in this one and this one, and said, and you asked me also to talk in the second time that I attended the group. So I also give tips on how I did it, getting my job contract.
Yeah. So
So
you interview
that's it.
questions. You did, sounds like you did well on your interview questions, right?
Yes, I guess po, because my school head now, no, my department head, when I was already here in the US, she took me to a restaurant December 5, I think, because she was really very fond of me and I don't know why. She treated me like her own daughter, and sobrang bait po niya sa akin. Halos lahat ibigay na eh. Ako lang talaga yung
Nice,
nahihiya. And then
nice.
she
Like
asked
family.
me
That's good.
if I really find it here, if do I have plans to settle here for long. And I told her na I want to, but since we are just on a J1 program, we are limited until 5 years, only 3 years, and then we are only 3 years, and then we can extend for 2 years, and that's all, unless we can do waiver. And I told her that getting a waiver is like, dadaan ka muna sa karayom. So she
Pulling
was
teeth.
laughing at it. She
It's
was
really
laughing
hard.
at
Yeah.
it, and I said, it's hard, but then if there's a way, I will really find it. And then she said, why not you ask Mr. Hardy, our principal? You told her, I told him, I guess he will not say no. You're doing well, Laurein. You know what? You're doing well. And I said, thank you. And then he said, what can I help to let you stay here forever? And I said, I don't know. And then she told me, you know what? During the interview, when I got you, when we had you, she said, I told Mr. Hardy, do not interview anyone else. Get her.
Oh, nice.
And I
So
was
you did
really
well.
shocked
You
because
did well.
she
What
said,
question did you feel like she liked your answers? What question
yeah,
was it that you could remember?
it was, ano ba yun? Because they asked me a lot of questions and all of them were keep on laughing, and then it's like it was
Visiting.
not like an interview, it was like a discussion or just talking to each other, so it lasted for 1 hour. But one thing that they asked me about myself, they said, what are you proud of yourself? And I said, I'm generous.
No,
And
nice.
and then my assistant principal asked me, after 5 years, if they will hire me, what will I become? And I told them, maybe I will be more generous if I will have more money. And then they keep on laughing at me. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then, yun po. And then they asked me about my philosophy about my students. I told them, in the life of my students, I promise always to myself that I will be the last to surrender, no matter how hard it is.
Well, that's cool that you have persistence and grit. You have this
Yeah.
grit.
Yeah,
Cool.
I,
Good
I
answer.
really told them. Even until now, I always tell my students, no matter how you don't like it, you have no choice, because no matter how you treat me, you have no choice. because I will always be, even if everyone has left you already at home, because we know that in this, I mean, here in the US, the
Some of the
situation is
homes,
very different from
sad.
the Philippines when it comes at home. So I keep on telling them, class, please be nice as much as possible. I don't want to call your parents because of your bad behavior, because I don't know what will happen. So I make them feel safe in my
Right. And
classroom.
that's number one.
So
You need to, yeah, you tell them that when I call you parents, I want to be telling them some great news to brag
yeah,
on you,
yeah,
not to tell them about
yeah.
negative
And
things.
I never,
Mm-hmm.
unless it's really worst. So
Yeah.
I keep on telling them that I want to let them feel that I really cared for them, that they are
Mm-hmm.
always safe with me in my classroom or
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever. So even until now, my first year was very worst. I guess it's always like that for a first year teacher
Mm-hmm.
here in the
Mm-hmm.
US.
You're
I
right.
guess siguro there's no new teacher na hindi iiyak.
Yeah, I think you might be right
Yeah.
about that. Some of them
Yeah.
may not admit it, but most of them,
Yes. Yes.
did. Most of them
Uh,
did. Yeah. I know,
yes,
I know
it's
that, I
hard.
know they shared with me that they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when I'm talking with even in the last few months here in the US, I mean, with my first year, I always talk to my assistant principal, and he is very supportive, and we almost cried. He is a man,
Mm-hmm.
and he cries for me, and even my other co-teachers in science, they also cried if I have to tell them what's uh my experience with my students, how terrible it is. But then they always say, next year it will be different. You just need to
Yeah.
be strong, you know.
Yeah. You'll be
Sure.
stronger and you would have that one
Yeah.
year belt. Yeah.
From the culture shock is really real, you know. You read it, but it's different
I
when it's
told you that, but now
firsthand.
it becomes real, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Pero but you learned.
Yeah.
So I keep on telling my students, with that philosophy that I have, I will always be the last to surrender. So you cannot, just say, let's do this to Mrs. Bonga. Let's do
Mm-hmm.
this to Mrs. Bonga. And they really realize that at the end, because at the end of the school year, my students hug me.
Mm-hmm.
They say, Mrs. Bonga, are you sure you are coming back?
Oh, that's
Will
so
I, we
sweet.
will we see you again? And
That's the
then there are
best
some
compliment.
students,
Yeah. Good
yes,
job. Yeah.
yes, when there are some students who are misbehaving in my class, others will write to me, because they cannot openly be against with any other student, because they might be maybe they
Right.
are afraid. So
Right.
they will write to me before they leave the class. They will write to me something, Mrs. Bonga, do not mind them. You are great. You are doing well, like this and like that. But
Mm-hmm.
then,
Very good.
at least one student whom I encountered who was really very mean to me, who was taking personal on me already when she told me that my life here in the US is sad because I don't have a family, I don't have a friend. But then at the end, you know what, Doc Merlina, the next day, she felt sorry about me and she hugged me and she said, I don't
Oh,
mean that, Mrs. Bonga. I don't mean to let you cry, because the assistant principal told her that I cried at the end of the period. And then she said, I didn't mean that. It's just that I have a bad day yesterday.
yeah. And that's
So
sometimes that's what it is they are
yeah,
having a
yeah,
bad day.
I understand. So I told them, in the Philippines, I only have this patience. But you know what, here, because I choose this path, I traveled miles and thousands of miles just to be here with you. So I said, I will be the last to surrender in your lives as
Mm-hmm.
students here in school.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way for me to say, no, stop.
Mm-hmm.
Remember this, I have no space of hatred in my life. I
Good.
don't come to hate you, but I come to teach you and love you because I choose you.
Very good.
You
Very
left
good.
left
I
me,
love
yeah.
that. You're
And
doing character building, which
yes,
is awesome.
yes, that's
Mm-hmm.
what they observed from me. They said my students are starting to have a heart.
Mm-hmm. That's
Because
awesome.
I always tell them, there's no point of having all these things and then
Mm-hmm.
doing it.
Without a heart. Yeah.
You have to put this one, get these things, and then put it in your heart so
Mm-hmm.
that you can work on it
Good
with,
job. Because you
yes,
obviously are modeling that.
yep,
You're modeling respect and you are not demanding it, you are earning it.
no,
And
no,
so they know, so what did they say? That I care to learn when I learn that you care. And so you
yeah,
have done that. And they said, I think I saw something on Facebook the other day that said 3 things teachers should share with their students that they are safe. That's you did that.
mm-hmm,
that you care and love them. The second, and the third one is that you tell them about their progress. The
Yes.
environment of progress that they are, that they are learning, that they are improving, and so on. If you tell them that, that's a motivational thing. So care, love, care, loves, care/love, and then safety, and then progress.
Yes,
that they
that's true.
are, they're improving as an individual, they're improving as students, they're improving as whatever grade you are teaching. What grade is
Grade 9.
grade 9? Okay, high
Grade 9.
school. What,
I'm teaching
English?
science.
Oh,
Sorry,
science. Your
science teacher.
science, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I am happy that during the students' night, my grade 10, who were my former students in grade 9, came to me just to make sure that I was in my room.
Oh, that's so
And
sweet.
everyone asked, did you go home? How was your summer? Did you bring your family here? So
Oh,
no, I don't have plan to bring my family here. And he said, why? Mrs. Bonga, you have to stay here. You know what, like this and like that. And I said, I will stay, don't you worry. I will stay as long as the school will need me. And they said, oh, good. Are you here with us when we graduate? I said, maybe it depends. It depends on how you will behave.
that's a good one. That's a good one. Now, remember, J1 visa is a cultural experience. It's a culture, it's sharing of culture. So you sound like you might be sharing the Filipino culture and while learning American culture. And you really do not want to talk about like changing visas right now, because you have your J1 visa sponsor is going to be very disappointed.
Yeah.
Because then you're not reaching their goal, meeting their goal of that cultural, what do you call, the sharing of experiences, because you already are trying to switch visas or whatever. So
Yeah.
that's something that you need to think about, especially when talking to your visa sponsor, because that's going to be so disappointing when somebody would say things like that already. Like, because J1 visa is not a dual intent visa. It's
Yes.
just, it's just really for you to share, your culture and learning from the culture. But when you go back and do 2 years, so after your 5 years and you do go back and do 2 years in the Philippines, you can always come back as many times as you want. If your school will still hire you in 2 years, and then we don't know the future. Like if they ever have a really bad teacher shortage in America, and they have, I think one state, I don't remember what state it was, that they actually had, they made a law that they don't have to worry about that, they have, to worry about the physical requirement, I don't know, to be exempted about something, that they don't have to go home or something, but that's very rare. But I do not know if some states would actually be so desperate that they would do something like that in order for the teachers to be here instead of sending them back, and have more shortage. But it could happen like that. I don't know. But that's something that that the policies would have to be enforced, But right now, as J1 visa recipients, we need to be looking at cultural exchange. Okay, so things that you learn, and but it won't hurt to keep like letters from students, letters from parents, anything like that, letters from your community members or your peers. It will not hurt to have that in case in the future, if they would change policies where you had to stay. Those are some things that would show that you are a teacher that kids like, the stakeholders like, And so
Yes.
you want to you want to keep those in a box, so
Yes.
that would be
I
some artifacts for you.
actually have Doc Merlina this notebook, and then I pasted there
Yeah, good idea.
all the writings of my
Yeah.
students, as well as the notes of my what is this of my admins.
Nice. Yeah,
Yes, I am just very lucky that I have the best admins.
Yeah,
So they
good.
are
You
one
have
of
the
the
best.
reasons why I don't have any plans to transfer.
Yeah, good.
They are.
Yeah, that also says back a lot about them, that they
Mhm.
are really, sound like a really good school. So
Yes.
that's good.
Um,
what city are you in Nebraska? You
St.
said
Joseph, Missouri.
Oh, you're St. Joseph, Missouri.
Yeah.
My God, that's St. Joseph, Missouri. How far is that from us? St. Joseph,
Just 2
Missouri.
hours, I think.
It's about 100 miles outside of Kansas City.
How many miles? How many hours
From where?
from us?
7.
10 hours from me.
Oh, just 10 hours.
So
Well,
you're 10 hours.
we
Yeah.
have a very good ambience in our school. It's really like a family. And one thing that I am very proud of, my school do fundraising in order for me to get my husband.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yes.
That's
It
good.
was initiated by my former department head, Miss Teresa, who told my assistant principal, we have 100, you know what, Laurein, we have 100 list of teachers to be interviewed. But when we got you, I told Mr. Hardy, do not interview anyone. Let
Cool.
hire her tomorrow.
Yeah, nice.
And
Very good.
and when I was there already, yeah, when she took me for a lunch on December 5, she asked me everything. And then she told me, I will do fundraising for you in order for you to get your
Oh,
family or your
that's so
husband. So
cool.
which one?
Very
Yeah.
nice.
And everyone in the school had really given their share in order for me to get my husband.
Well,
And they
I'm
are
proud of you.
asking every day. Last year, when every time I bump with another teacher, they will always ask me, are your kids here already? When are you getting them?
How
I
many
said,
kids do you have? How many
I
kids
have
do you have?
5 kids. I have 5 kids, and
Are
they
they under
are
21? All of them under
sorry. Yeah, my eldest is just turned 14
Oh,
last August 6, and the
okay.
youngest will be turning 3 on September 25. But so in my case, uh, they are well taken care in the Philippines, so I don't have any plans to bring them there. It's hard. Though I really miss them. Yung ginawa ko na lang po is I put CCTV cameras all over the house.
So you can see that. But
Yeah.
anybody that's 16 and over can work in the US.
Yes.
So
Yes.
those 16-year-olds and over, whenever they are, you can actually bring them and then have them to work. And in that way, they can save money and then go back to the Philippines and have
Yes.
saved dollars, you know?
I have planned by next year. My eldest will be turning 15. I have planned to bring here in the US,
Yeah.
and then yes, maybe if she can work, but when she turns 16, she will
Mhm.
save it for her college
Yeah,
in the
I think that's
Philippines.
very smart to do. And also
Yeah.
the experience that she will gain.
Yes. Yes.
It will really
So
open a new perspective for her, you know?
yeah.
So,
Uh,
yeah.
well, for the other kids, for the other four, I don't have any plan yet because of the status that we have with our visa. I don't want them to be pulled out from our place with, I mean, growing with the culture that we have, and then suddenly they will be pulled out and
Yeah,
placed here.
but you also have to think about that's also gonna test their your resilience, you know, are they able to adjust? And that's
Mm-hmm.
something that you want to teach your kids that this is, you know, that it's okay to be, you know, change is okay. Because that's something that you know, if you have to do your pros and cons, if it there's more advantageous for you to have them learn a lot about America, then it's
Mm-hmm.
worth it. It is worth it even if you have to save for a couple of months or 3 months, because you know these kids learning is gonna go back with them, you know, even if
Mm-hmm.
they
Yeah,
end up
I
not staying. You
understand.
never know, they might meet somebody and marry and stay here. You never know. But yeah, you the educational experiences. You have to remember, they when they come from the Philippines and they move here in the US, they'll get enrolled just like that. So there's not going to be a break in their educational process
Mm-hmm.
there. So they're
Yes.
going to be, and then they're going to be so fluent in English. So when you go back there, then they're going to be more successful because their English will be so much more fluent. So there's a lot of advantages, you know, and they could travel with you, see America and so on. So there's so many advantages of getting your kids here to, even not all at once because that's gets so expensive. You have to get a bigger house, but you can
Yep.
have them like, you know, take turns or whatever, you know. But if they get a job, they can stay because then they can help with the bill. But yeah, but give them the opportunity, especially if they are already in elementary age and high school, give them that opportunity to taste America because not everybody can have that experience. Just my advice, because
Well,
yeah. And then of course they need to stay bilingual because I messed up on mine and they're all English. So, so yeah, make sure that they know Filipino. They do not forget the culture. Yeah. All right.
yes, yes. I'll think of it, Doc Marlena.
Yeah, yeah. Because
Thank you.
yeah, because I think, you know, we always say we always work because of our kids, right? We always say,
Yes.
why are you working so hard? Because of the future of my kids. And here you are already in America, and you are not giving your kids the future of having the benefit of being in America. People only dream about coming. And here you're already here,
True.
and you're not giving them the opportunity to even be here for a year, you know, or something to experience it, because then they'll also understand what mama's going through because they live with you. You know, they live and
Mm-hmm.
see what America is like. Because later on, when you go back, you're going to be talking about America. They don't have any idea what that is, you know. But once they've experienced it, they kind of know what you're talking about. you know.
Yeah,
So yeah, so I would recommend that just because I feel bad for the kids not having, a chance to do that when mama's already here, right?
probably. Yeah, well, that's the advice also of my other co-teachers who are here. I guess I am the only one whose family is still in the Philippines, aside from my
Yeah,
husband.
yeah, you're
Yeah,
tough
everyone
because
had brought already theirs.
yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
I'm the only one here in Senju whose family is still there. So
Yep, you're so tough
I'll
that
think
you're
over
able
it.
to handle that and thinking that that will be all right because that would not be with me. I think you are a tougher mother than me because I would not be able to handle it. I would want my
It's
two kids.
hard. It's
Yeah,
very hard.
yeah.
But we have to be strong since we also have our own. I mean, we are prioritizing our goals,
Mhm.
like saving more money because my thinking is that we're just here for 5 years. So maybe if I can go back, I can bring them. That's the time that. But my eldest, surely she will be brought here by next year, while the other four, I have to think first because we are prioritizing our goals like having our own house, saving for a new business when we get back to Philippines, and
Mhm.
then and the rest, saving for her college. So that's
Right.
all.
But
Yeah.
if you bring your husband here, then
Yeah.
he's also earning money. So there'll be three of you, the eldest, the three of you will be earning dollars. You have to remember
Yes.
that because in the Philippines, well, you $7 all day long, right? And then here, that's half an hour. That's 30 minutes work. So you have to
Actually,
think
my
of
husband has
that.
actually a part-time job. He has two works. Uh, yes, and then he has a part-time job, and then the second job that he has, it was funny because the company doesn't like him to be in on his first job because it's like both are
Competition.
the same type. So
Okay.
but before he left, but there was no conflict of the schedule, but before he left, he told the manager, you know what, mom, Filipinos are very hardworking. And
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 it's okay.
manager said yes, yes, yes. And so when we were going out already, and then suddenly the manager called, hey, can you please come back, and blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, they,
He
they
get
know he's
hired.
a good
He
worker.
get
Yeah.
hired on the spot.
Yeah. Well, I'm so proud. Sounds like he's very hardworking too. That's awesome.
Yes,
Well, anyway,
indeed.
thank you for talking with us and sharing your
Thank you
experiences.
to
If
Doc
anybody has
Marlena.
a question or feedback for how you say your name,
Laurein.
Laurein, yeah, for Laurein and Girly and Pinky and Glory Faye. If you have any question or comment, this will be a good time to do it because after this, I'm gonna have people that are new to enter to introduce themselves. And remember when you have to do that before, and now
Yes.
you're already here. That's so cool. All right. Well, thanks again for being one of our guest speakers, special guest
Thank you po,
speakers.
Doc Marlena. Thank you, Sir
Yeah,
Mike, for
you're
inviting
welcome.
me.
You're welcome. Oh, this will be
Welcome.
posted on YouTube and Facebook. So yeah, I'll be sending
Okay.
everyone the link. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. For those
Have a
that
great weekend.
thank you. Yeah. It's going to be a Labor Day weekend here soon. But anyway, for those that are new, and I don't know, whenever you introduce yourselves, you may want to say how you got out, how you became a member or how you became a part of this group. That would be great to know. I am a retired educator. I was actually a teacher and then an administrator here in America. I got my education in America. I was 19 years old when I came to the US, married to my husband. So I was a pre-law student at University of San Jose, USJR. But then when I moved here, I was not going to be a lawyer in a country where I don't even know the law. So I decided to go to my first love, which is teaching. And so I'm so glad that I did because I my first year of teaching, I said, my gosh, I can't believe they pay me to do this. I had so much fun with the kids. Of course, this where I am is one of the more of not as well, we have poverty here, but not as bad as where our teachers are in the Delta part. It's not as bad. So I never had any discipline problems. I could only remember two kids that at that time we could spank children, which I would never say that you should because you could lose your, there's just a lot of things that could happen. So don't spank kids. Have your principals to do it, but not you. Anyway, so I remember two students in my whole 30 plus years of experience now that I had to spank because they were just really horrible. But other than that, they were just so good. And I think maybe it helped that I had my education here, Arkansas State University. I got my bachelor, my master's, my specialist, and my doctorate in 2011, doctorate in 2011. And then I started teaching for my alma mater, for Arkansas State University, even before I graduated with my doctorate. So I felt like I got to learn a lot about education, not just through my experiences, but also through my students. My students were mostly teachers and principals, because I was teaching masters and specialists. So some of them are principals getting ready to become superintendents. So it's kind of nice to have that. But I was online. I never got to see them. Some of them I did meet in person later during graduation, but most of them are all over the country, all over the different states. Some of them are even abroad when they are in the military bases with their husbands. And I would have like 500 students, but I can't handle all that, right? So how this is set up, and I proposed this with the university, is that every 20 or 25 students, I have a teaching assistant, a TA. So then the teaching assistants, for example, if I have 20, they'll have a head teaching assistant. That head is the one that would talk to me. And I would have a weekly message that they would post, or I would post in there. So my students, and I would Zoom with a student at least twice a week. And so I still get to know them and so on. But the teaching assistants actually did the grading, which was the nicest thing, because most of our assignments are essays. And so anyhow, as a former principal, curriculum director, and ESL director, and so on, I felt like there's a lot of learning that I have gained that hopefully I could share, with folks. I think as a person with a growth mindset, you need to continually, can be a continued learner. You're a lifelong learner. So I felt like every time I Zoom, I learn from you. Every time I teach students or teachers, I learn from them. And so if you are going to take that thinking that you don't have all the answers, that's one thing that I learned, is that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. When I graduated my doctorate degree, that's what I humbly learned, that I'm not as smart as I thought I was, because there's so much out there to learn, and you have so much to share with the students. So I am so proud of you for joining us and being a part of this group, so we can learn from each other. The biggest thing that I really would recommend for you to do is get to interview tips. Those interview tips, if you email me under mcculloughmerlina@gmail.com, you can see the spelling right under my picture there, mcculloughmerlina@gmail, then you send me your cover letter and your resume, and I'll send you all kinds of links. These are links to places where you can apply. www.schoolspring.com would be a really fast one to do. I know Glory Faye mentioned she did 600 something applications. Some people really be that obsessed, they would do 10 or 15 a day. They would do something like that every single day. There will be some new ones, and then they would apply, every day. They would see, and then you will get all these chances of getting interviewed. And if you just do not get an interview and you've done so many, you may want to email me and say, hey, can you please look at my resume and cover letter? What can I do differently? Because I'm not getting any interviews. And that goes with anybody else. I have helped Americanize, call that. I have helped a lot of folks fix their cover letter or the application letter. That's the same thing, by the way. I fixed it because then it sounded more, like how they would say in the US. And if you use ChatGPT, chatgpt.com, and I don't know if it's .com, just Google ChatGPT. It's an open AI, would say that on their website. You can create a cover letter, for your name, whatever, and then you tell it there what are the 3 things to say about you. I'm organized, I'm loving, caring, whatever, you put it there, and then what other things you want to say, and then you hit enter, and boom, it's gonna write you a cover letter. You can even say, so many or less than 1,000 words, whatever it is that you wanna say, you can limit it. But you always tell ChatGPT on what are the things that you want to include there. So that would make it a lot better. And of course, you read it, because it's not going to be perfect. I know they're machines, but there's still going to be mistakes sometimes. Then if it doesn't sound like what you want to say, you need to edit it, fix it, or this is not what I meant, whatever. So fix it. before you make it as part of your cover letter. Because with technology now, with artificial intelligence or AI, there's no need for us to, to be working that hard. You work smarter, not harder. Okay? All right. So next, I have already sent my resume. That's what Rodina said. You have done what? Let me see. I can't read. I've already sent my resume and cover letter to Doc Merlina a couple of months now, sir. Do I need to send it again? Rodina, I did not get it. So if you did not get an answer from me within the same week, that means I didn't get it. It went to my spam. So you need to resend it, please, McCulloughMerlina@gmail, because I always try to answer it the same week. I've been busy because we had lots of company, but 2 weeks would be the most that you will that would latest that you would hear from me. So make sure that if you don't hear back, that means I didn't get it. Okay, it went to my spam. So please resend it, because I always comment. I always send you a link when I get somebody's resume or cover letter or whatever. Make sure that your resume has a little picture on top right, small picture, and make sure it has of course, your experiences, your education, and at least 3 things about you, 3 characteristics or 3, description about you. And then maybe your extracurricular activities, things that you are into. And the very bottom needs to have your references. The references will be 3 people. Could be a colleague, supervisor, maybe a friend for personal references. Some schools actually require 2 supervisors in it. I know Hope Arkansas does, but they need, so if you can get 2 supervisors and maybe a friend, a teacher friend, that would be good. It needs to have their email and phone number. So that needs to be on the bottom of your resume. Okay, because a lot of times I have to resend it, say, hey, you need to put your references, because if you don't do that, you will never get an interview. You know why? Because before they interview you, they will send a survey. It's a Google form, a survey to these 3 people that you said that, that your references are. They will send them a survey about you to grade you, like how are you on organization? How are you on, instruction? How are you, the quality of instruction? Like 10 or 12 things that they're going to ask, and it's going to be 1 to 10, or sometimes it could be from good to excellent, depending on the school. And then there's always going to be a box on positive, what are good about you, and then maybe the challenges, whatever. So if you ask me to write one for you, if you put me down because you already know me, then I always go back to your resume and so on, make sure that what I say there matches what you sent me, and I always put like, I highly recommend so-and-so, and all that. And challenge might be because you are from, you are international teacher, you are coming from another country, that will need a little bit of an adjustment. But however, this because so-and-so has a growth mindset and is very eager to learn, that should not be a problem, with the right attitude. So something like that. And I always put my name in there, that I will be your U.S. mentor or Arkansas mentor. Some of them would say Arkansas mentor, but U.S. mentor. And I have I hopefully have helped some people through that. But your 3 references, you need to tell them to check their emails, because some of them would have, if a school would send you a thing like this week, I got some from Giselle and for my cousin Fran, and so I filled it out immediately. It doesn't take but maybe a minute, very quickly. And so so tell them to please answer their emails and respond to those. Those are important. If they don't get all 3, for example, you will be off the list. They won't interview you. Some of them are so strict like that. They have to have all 3 in order, the responses, in order for you to be on the list to be interviewed. So that's something you need to remember. Okay. All right, Mike, do you want to call first, Mike?
Yes po, Doc. Good morning po.
Morning.
We have a list here. It's Ma'am Maria Criselda de Jesus.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us. Yeah, go tell us about those things that I want, your name, your education, and maybe why do you want to come to the US? And so that would be great. Stay between 1 to 2 minutes, sometimes maybe more than 2, but less than 3. Go for it.
Yeah,
Do we still have her?
is Ma'am Maria still here?
We got too long-winded. She might have gone to bed.
Yeah, so
She
I think
gone?
she's not here anymore. So
Okay.
let's proceed to Ma'am Rodina Kubalan.
Okay, Rodina.
Is she still here? Yeah, she's still here. Ma'am Rodina.
Rodina, go ahead and talk to us.
Rodine.
I
Okay,
tried to
Rodina.
tell you about myself first, so you know who I am, so you could kind of say something about yourself. I have
Hello,
two
Doc
kids.
Merlina.
Hello, how are you? You look familiar to me,
Hi.
Rodina.
This is my third time
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
joining your
Kubalan,
Zoom
okay.
meet, Doctor.
Yeah.
Doc.
So
I am
go ahead and remind us who you are, and then maybe share some things you've learned from the earlier Zoom that you have attended.
I am Rodina A. Cabalan, an experienced and enthusiastic educator with over 13 years of dedicated service. Currently contributing to the success of Manuyud Central Elementary School here in the Philippines. Armed with a bachelor's degree in elementary education with an area of concentration in mathematics and units of Master of Arts in Educational Management. I have learned a lot from the speakers that I have listened a while ago, from the classroom management and from the things, from the behaviors of the students in the US and how they handle with it. And I am inspired to pursue my American dream, to pursue my dream to become a teacher in the US.
I'm so glad to hear that. That's always nice, and that's exactly my goal is to have people be inspired and motivated because, you know that, oh, this is a dream that I can actually do because you've seen them. You see these folks that were on your side before and now they're on this side of the world now. That's US is about 10,000 miles away. So we're now 10,000 miles away from you and they are living the American dream. In Arkansas, they make about $50,000 a year. That's a start. It's about close to 3 million. So, and that's for 9 months. So you work usually August through May. And so you're off June and July. So you can go back to the Philippines if you want to vacation. So, but you should be able to save, especially if you're going to come here and share with someone or two people, and be able to share all the expenses that way. So go to schoolspring.com. Have you been applying? www.schoolspring.com. Yeah.
Yes,
Have you had
but
interviews before? You've done any interviews?
Actually, I am having my DIY. I have already experienced to be interviewed by school principals, but unluckily, I didn't make it. I have tried 3 interviews. Maybe I need to have some research, some webinars.
No. You need to just use your 5 core proposition of National Board. That's what we've talked about. When you answer a question, you need to say about knowledge of students, what you know about kids and the importance of building the relationship. Second one is knowledge of your content strategies, things that you're going to use, hands-on things that you're going to use. So when you answer it, you need to, for example, a question would be about how do you deal with a student that's unmotivated? They don't want to do their work. So it's like lazy, but you don't want to call lazy, say unmotivated. So you need to, of course, the first thing you're going to talk about is what you know about kids. That's your knowledge of students. Okay, because at the beginning of the year, I get to know my kids. That's the first thing I do is know my kids. So I would know, I would do different things depending on what I know about the kids. But for example, John had a problem with this and whatever. I found out that, from looking at his records or from the sharing of by other teachers, I found out that John lost his, grandma who was raising him last year. And that's why this year, the comments made by the teachers are so different. The one I find so different than what the other teachers had commented in his record. And then, because I knew that, so you could kind of say why. So understanding of the student. And then of course, because I know this, I knew that John could use some help on, like maybe having him to talk with the counselor or some teacher that he really likes. And then maybe your strategy could be when you're teaching literacy, you could have them write a poetry or write a letter to that person that he missed, whatever, and then you can keep it. Just more of the way to express it, and then later on build a relationship where you continue to check on him and know that you care about him. And then that way, the content will come later, but right now you're trying to build that relationship. And of course, you're constantly, the third one, by the way, is assessment. So you're constantly assessing, okay, is John ready for this? So is John doing this, not doing the homework because he didn't know it, because he didn't have the knowledge. So you have to know his knowledge, that's your assessment. That's your, data-driven decisions. What are the things that I can do now because of what I know that my students know? John is not ready. I'm having him do this book report, and John cannot even write, a sentence, so things like that. So that's your assessment. And then the last two would match should be reflection and collaboration. So knowledge of students, knowledge of content, assessment, and then reflection and collaboration. Reflection would be to look back and see, like for in the example with the unmotivated kids, you reflect. So I tried this, that I'm reflecting, is it working, not working, not working? So I go back. If it works, then I continue that. So you're reflecting, you are constantly doing. And then of course your collaboration piece would be, I want to make sure that I communicate with parents. If he's a special ed kid, I need to make sure that I talk with a special ed teacher and other therapists or whatever it is that this child may be working with. I want to make sure I collaborate with them, and so that we will be in the same page, that this child is not performing or whatever. And so if you get those 5 pieces in, any question they will ask you, you will do well. You don't need research. You just need to show what you know about kids, what you know about strategies, and then how, what kind of data you need about that student. And then you reflect if it worked, and then who are the people I need to be on the same page with. Once you answer that question like that, you will have a very good rating. Okay, you will have a good interview. So what do you
Yes,
tell me, what are the things that you plan to use? How will you plan to use this in the core proposition? They'll be so shocked that this. No, this is National Board core proposition. Okay, National Board is like above and beyond. Like, in teaching, we pass our board exam, right? You pass the teacher exam. National Board is like above that. So we get like extra. I am a National Board Certified teacher. So I have NBCT and at the end of my name. And so National Board Certified teachers are like, in Arkansas, we used to be 3%, maybe it's 10% now. So 30,000 teachers in Arkansas, only 3,000 had our school, our NBCT status. So my sister and I both did that, and I did that and renewed it. So I was doing that for 20 years, and we were getting like 5,000 a year extra. Now it's 10,000 a year extra, especially if you teach in a poverty area. So we get extra money for being National Board. So which means that for you to answer that and saying, I use the National Board core proposition, is very impressive to administrators, especially administrators who are National Board certified. They would be like, how did this teacher from the Philippines know about the National Board core propositions? So you say this and you say, well, where'd you get that? Well, Dr. McCullough, who is teaching us, our mentor in the US or in Arkansas, that and she has a Zoom, she has a YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel with all these videos, and we talk about, core propositions. And I think Mike could maybe say this, or other folks that have used it, that is, it's very powerful, I think. So how do you think you can use this on your next interview, Rodina? How do you plan to use it? Think of a question that they ask you. Think of a question that they've asked you, and how could you have answered it differently? So it will be you. Notice how I use the word John.
The question that I have got is, how do you manage your classroom?
Yeah, so classroom management thing, okay? So when you talk about that, you need to be talking about your routines, rules, and your procedures.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You talk about that the first month of school. It's very important to invest the time to get to know your kids, and you have to establish your routines and procedures.
Yes, yes.
For example, I go by the door and I post my agenda. These are the things we're going to do today. I post my rules and so on and all this. So the kids, I even teach my kids how to line up. These are my expectations, how we line up. And when we go in the hallway, these are some classroom management things that I do, you know, and so on. And
Some
so,
routines.
huh?
I explained to the principal all the things that I have done inside my classroom. So most probably my problem in that interview is that I have poor internet connections, Doc.
Yeah. So you know how
And,
to fix that. You can go to an internet cafe.
and
or
then
some-
at that time, I have a crucial what do you call this one, trials come in my life because my mother was diagnosed as skin cancer.
So sorry. Is she
Yes.
okay?
She passed away last June
So sorry to hear that.
24, and I have my interview last June 27. So I need to, no, I don't have focus on it. So that is
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, it's still, you still struggled. You had your
Yeah.
heart needed to heal. Yeah, I understand that. But if you go back to our YouTube, I hope you subscribe, YouTube channel,
Yes, I
and you go
subscribe.
look at some of our videos, we discuss a lot of examples and questions that we talk about on angry parents. How do you, colleagues that's hard to get along with? If I'm a fly in your classroom and on your classroom wall, what would I see you do? And you of course you're going to teach them about how you start your class, and so on. And, having a bell ringer to start with, and having make sure at the end of my class, I will have some kind of exit slip or some kind of assessment, to show what they've learned. And in the middle of my lesson, I have some kind of formative assessment where I'll find out, like thumbs up if you understand. And if you're confused, thumbs sideways, or if you just don't understand, thumbs down. You need to know stuff like that. And some of them elementary, they even have those stacks of three cups, colored cups, one green, one yellow, and one red. And so if they don't understand it, they just stack the red, and you can see, oh, there's a red one there. That child is confused. If there's a yellow, I mean, no, that kid did not understand at all. But if it's a yellow, this child is confused. I need to give more example. I need to make it clearer. But I have used that before, or actually have these little, colored cups. It just kind of be on the way though. So you can use it the first month and then get away with it. And you can also share for classroom management things that how do you get the kids to pay attention, to get them started. Remember, before you can turn the voices up for the students, you have to make sure your voice need to be, before you turn on your voice, you have to turn off the students' voices. So you have to make sure that they're off. And for me to turn it off, I just raise my hand. I trained them this, even in my training. If I raise my hand like this, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to look around. I'm going to quit talking. I'm going to look around. And then if you see my hand, you need to make sure you zip and try to get the attention of your neighbor without talking. Don't spank them. Don't worry, just get your attention. When I get everybody's attention, when I have everybody's hand up, that's when I say, okay, thank you. And then I continue. So that's how I turn off their voices, so I can turn on the teacher voice of mine. So that's why, and I think that's a very common mistake in classroom management for teachers. They want to talk above the student, or they would scream. Very bad strategy. So always turn off their voice before you turn on yours. Okay, so that's a good thing to remember during interview, that transition, you say something about how smooth transition is so important, which means the beginning, the first month of school, I practice with my kids exactly how to move from the carpet, from desk to the carpet to the group. We have a carpet in the back for a group, group sharing or whatever, and I time them and see it should take so many seconds to get there, which means orderly, and this is how you would need to sit down in this order, so it will be so fast. As an administrator, I look for the transition. Is it a smooth transition? Did it look like some horses just got away from the barn and went to the next door? Or do you see an orderly transition with the students knowing exactly where they sat down and knowing exactly that they are now ready for me to teach? Okay. And so some of them would say, okay, they just raise their hand. I would say, be quiet. Or they could say you're 0, which means level 0 is complete quiet. Level 1 is you whisper. Okay. You don't want to be level 1 during transition. You need to be on level 0. Okay. Because level 2 would be regular talk. and level 3 would be at presentation. But anyway, so if you are being asked about classroom management, those are always about rules, routines, procedures in your classroom, things that are you always need to do, always, to make the children feel safe, because they know that's what's going to happen every time in Miss Cobalan's classroom is going to be like this. And that's going to give them a sense of safety. Especially if you do your agenda there and your objectives and your agenda. Today, we're going to be doing this, this, and this. Then the kids have to look, oh, bell ringer first. And then we're going to do the lesson. And then after that, we're going to go do this activity and then exit this one. So there may be 4 bullets in your agenda. And then if you do that regularly in the same spot, your kids will know exactly what to do. And you train them, of course, that this is when you come in, I'm gonna already have a piece of paper on your desk. I did this journal a lot. So because I want to know their writing and practice their writing. So I would have like a short prompt, like this, that they have to express themselves and so on. And I set my timer. So if it's a 10-minute thing or a 5-minute thing, I set my timer. And I've trained my kids that, when the timer stops, we're gonna, this is how you pass your papers. You're gonna count 1, 2, I'm gonna count to 5. It's gonna be here in my hand, the front desk, So I trained them to do every process in my classroom. And if they forgot that, like after Christmas, they come back and they look like a bunch of horses, look like, oh my God, I have to start over. Oh my gosh, pretend like this is the first day of school again. This is so sad for me, because you knew when we left for Christmas that this is how it's done in my classroom. And this is not what I'm so sad and disappointed, or I would say things like, oh, I'm allergic to that. Oh my God, I'm so allergic to that, so anyway, you can do humor with your kids, but at the same time, that structure and the consistency that you do things would go a long, long way when you talk about classroom management. So if you're being asked that question, always go with the things that I said about rules, routines, procedures, and share what you do in your classroom. For example, when I line up my students, I always line up the ones that were quietest first. Okay, team 2, oh my God, you were so quiet today and you did such a good job on your work. You get to line up first today. Team 5, I'm so disappointed. Oh my gosh, try again tomorrow because you were the noisiest ones. So I wanted to be last. And they want to be first because they're so hungry. Yeah. And so anyway, another for high school, they want to sit with their friends, right? So I would use that sometimes. I would say, okay, so and so, you're so good. Oh my gosh, you can sit with your best friend today. And so on. So they don't want to be sitting in the front. High school kids look at being moved to the front as a punishment. So one teacher, Filipino teacher, actually, as a, baptism by fire, she moved this kid with an attitude problem to the front, and she did not mean for it to be a punishment. She just want to move her. And this kid just got mad because why did you have to move me in the front or whatever? Because in America, it's like looked at as a punishment. They don't want to sit in the front. They want to sit in the back. With their friends. But that's when teachers have a classroom management issue also, is if you have them to sit with their friends all the time. Like you need to make sure that maybe the first day they could, but then after that you get to see who are the ones that should not be sitting together. And that's when you start drawing your sitting chart. That's part of your classroom management, is have a sitting chart for every period and then have that which kid in there. I have a Filipino teacher that's really organized. She actually had this little tape that she put the names on, like she had 7 periods. So she had their 7 little names in there. So she knows exactly what period the third name should be there. So she actually taped that there on her little desk, and it was easily, you could remove it. But she did that in order to know which kid should be sitting there in what period. You can do that. But your sitting chart will be your friend. Okay? All right. So good luck on your next interview. So I hope you continue to go to
input, Doc.
schoolspring.com, okay? Because every day they have new ones. I think the visa sponsors may be gone for the next school year. They may be looking at the next school year's batch now, because I think October 1 they get new ones. So most of them are out for this past school year's, number. Some of them would get like 30 or 50, number 200. They would be given so much numbers and they have already given them away. So by October 1, they'll get their new batch. Okay? So continue to apply. Yeah. Continue to apply.
Yeah.
All right. Next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
Yes
Next.
po, Doc, we have Ma'am Cherry Ann Lagi.
Before we do that, hang on. I want Mr. Arthur. Oh, Mr. Arthur to give us as a if he's here. Art, if you're
Hello.
here, I want you to share with us your new year and see if it's any different than before.
All right. Okay. Good morning. Okay. Thank you, Doc. Good morning,
Uh-huh.
everyone.
Yeah.
So I'm doing my lesson plan right now
Okay.
before going to Tampa. So we're planning to have a one night there.
Oh,
I spent
I'm
the
so
night.
jealous. Tampa is one of
Yeah.
my favorite places in Florida. I have a
Oh,
very good friend there. She keeps inviting me to come.
oh, really? So I'm here in Miami.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
He lives in one of the best places in America, you guys. It's like the Philippines except fancy. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I would like to say good luck to all of you, those who are applying right now, and to the one teacher that you interviewed earlier. Um, she is our neighbor town because I'm in Bae City. The next town is Manhuyud, so we're very
Rodina.
close.
So your neighbors to
Yes,
Rodina. Nice.
yeah. So good luck to you, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey,
So
yes,
yes.
share with them your journey. Like I
All
remember
right.
you to be in the Zoom. I remember you,
Yes,
and then here
doc.
you are in Florida.
And I'm so thankful because with all your insights and your based on your experiences you shared through Zoom, it's like you're so very kind to for the Filipino people to be here in States, and it's I know God will reward you for that.
Well, thank you. No,
Yeah, and
I
because
like
if
doing it.
yeah, because if they are like with the third party that you have said earlier, they will ask a lot even, and then the I mean, did that help through the process, even how the teachers do in their classes? It just only to get you there, but they don't support you what to do when you are in the field already, right? It's different.
Yeah.
And then with my experience right now, I'm so glad because our principal is very supportive. Like every day, like, oh, Arthur, how's it going? Like, okay, how can you rate yourself today? Like,
Nice.
so excited. And something like as a teacher here, I know I could tell that the last year is like very tough because I'm dealing with high school from sixth grade to middle school to high school. And then right now it's a change. It's really uh, a big transition. Like I changed with like I'm handling with a first grader, and it's something I adjusted, but I learned with all the trainings and what you have said earlier about the routines. That's very important for a teacher. Like always keep on reminding them the routines and also the awards,
Mhm.
and I always do that. Like, and with the first graders, like they really like to be appreciated, right?
Mhm.
And I learned with our training what you have said earlier, Doc, that never shout like in terms of classroom management. Like I always reflect myself, like, oh, do I raise my voice or like something like that? So I'm gonna use this. Like what I did right, I usually do right now, like I do counting, like in the count of three, two, one. I do scanning,
Mhm.
like. Okay, in that group, okay, they're doing good right now. They're very silent, and then something like that. And also, we practice that one, like scanning, not to be shouting, but by looking your eyes. Those who are doing good and acknowledge them. Not
Very
a
good.
good job, but it should be specific, like what you have said earlier, like oh, you're doing good. You are silent now, and you're ready for the launch. So something like they know what they're doing, and they responded to what you have like the classroom rules, and that's
Sound like
really
you
good.
sound like your routines are really good, Arthur.
Yeah, I'm so happy because I practice the because we have like we're given the school we're given like two days for a culture where we could practice our culture in the classroom.
Nice.
The routines
So
just
what did
for
you
two.
oh, okay. School.
Yes, and we practice like going outside, following line, going to cafeteria,
Mhm.
like giving like what you have mentioned, like when you're going to when they're submitting their papers, and also when they get in the classroom, like greetings, and if they're gonna miss it, they try uh to do it again.
Mhm.
So I think it's really good for the kids. I really appreciate it. I love first graders now.
Aren't they sweet? They're like so sweet. They hug you. They're just so
Yeah.
cute,
And
right?
teacher, can you help me to tie my shoes?
I
Can
know.
you help me to put my hair clips because it fell off? Like something like that. I'm very
Oh, they're
excited.
so cute. You have to watch the show Kindergarten Cop with Arnold
Oh,
Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so I think that's a huge transition for you, and I'm proud of you for like just transitioning just like that, because I remembered you struggling at first. Remember? So
yes,
what was
yes,
your
yes.
what were your struggles on your on your year one?
Okay, so my year one more on I think it's classroom management at the time. For the reason that we didn't have a background training what to do, something like I just researched or based on what like I do YouTube, but at the time we didn't have like a proper training with the school right now with the charter school. Like we had like 10 days training through the curriculum and also classroom management 1 week and the instruction, because most, especially right now, we don't have more on paperwork, but here, yeah, I agree, in states more on like online, like
Yeah.
the assessment, and then something like you do like extra effort because there is an assessment and it reflects your performance though, like the assessment for first graders, and you could figure it out it how far you have been teaching with the kids because it will reflect also with the result with the assessment.
Very, very good. That's a very
Yeah.
good point to make, because as if you are a good teacher, you will always look and see your results. If 80% of your students are doing well, that's also a reflection of you. Obviously, you did a very effective job, but pay attention to the 20% that did not do well. What can I do
Yes.
to reteach or to get them to get this, right? So sometimes you may make a decision, looks like I need another lesson in this because I want 90% or whatever passing. A very weak teacher would blame the students. They're just dumb, or they're just, I hope you don't ever
Yes.
call your students dumb, or they're just whatever, just this. No, do not blame your students. Once you start blaming students, that means you are a weak teacher, because a strong teacher is a teacher with a positive growth mindset that always wants to grow. That they would say, oh, okay, you know what? Looks like I need to learn more about this topic, or maybe I need to observe another classroom who's really good at this, classroom management or whatever topic it is, because obviously I did not excel on this yet. So the word yet, Y-E-T, is very powerful. That's a very good sign that you have growth mindset, because you'll
Yes.
say yet. I'm not there yet, but I will. I'll get there.
Yes.
But a poor teacher would just blame everybody else but themselves. Okay, I say the same thing about administrators. When administrators start blaming the teachers or the students or the parents or whatever, that's a very, very weak administrator. Because a strong administrator, I try to be strong, a strong administrator would always look at themselves first. When you point, look at on your point. One finger is pointing to other people, which you don't in America, by the way, that's rude. But the other four fingers, they're facing you. So
Yes.
that's what you should always look at yourself first. And that's one thing I do in life as well. Even with my husband of 37 years, when we fight, is it my fault or is it his fault? It's supposed to be always his fault. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, so, they always reflect on that. And as a teacher, we always need to reflect. That's why, beginning of the day, when you watch them coming in the classroom and they already have a frown on their faces, especially your first graders, that they should have a smile on their faces, but they already are frowning. Did something happen in the cafeteria? Did something happen in the bus? Something at home? That's why having them to write in their journal, even just a one sentence for first grader later on, even their invented spelling, to express themselves. Tell me about your day so far. And they could say things like that and put a smiley face or sad face or whatever, But in order for you to know what's going on, because you have to remember, Maslow's PIES needs, physical, intellectual, social, and um, emotional and social, they're not going to be able to go up on top unless their physical needs are met. Their physical and emotional, the love and care and feeling of safety. If they don't feel that, they're not going to go to the I, which is intellectual level, so they can learn. But the amygdala part right here of the feeling part of your brain, it's gonna block everything, because something is in their heart. And so with older kids that could write, I have the back burner jar. I have just a simple jar that I put a little hole on the lid, and they actually would put their piece of paper to tell me about something that they want to, me to take care of about their heart. So sometimes like, well, I just lost my whatever, my aunt passed away, and I'm so sad today because my dog died, things like that, something that they want me to know. And that's in the back burner jar. They always know I have pieces of paper, like scratch paper, that I would, that the back can still be recycled. I'm big on recycling. So cut them in fourths, and I put it right there with a pen or pencil, and they can write anything there. And so whenever they're working with independently on something, then I make sure I open my back burner jar and I take care of it before they leave. And if it's something really bad, like I need to have this student talk to the counselor, so I would tell that student like, hey, I'm gonna, whenever you're in your next class, I might ask Miss so-and-so to come and pick you up. Is that okay with you? Do you want to talk to the counselor? Sometimes they would say no, sometimes they would say yes. But then I always tell the counselor that, so-and-so was saying this. You may want to check if you don't mind when you have time. So try to address their needs just beyond your classroom. And my back burner
Yes.
jar is so powerful to do that, because I really got to know my kids and how they're feeling. Like some of them would say, well, I'm so in love with so and so, I can't even sleep because I can't do your homework because I'm so in love with so and so, and so is in love with somebody else. In high school, they would have things like their drama there. They would put it in my back burner jar. That's okay. It's okay. I won't say anything to anybody, but it's something that I would privately talk to them, whisper, talk to them. Sometimes if it's really important, I need to take care of it right now. So I will pull them in the outside while the others are still doing something. Well, the window, there's always like a little small window where I could still see what everybody's doing, but I'm talking, whispering to the student, what do you want me to do? What can I do to help you? Whatever. So sometimes somebody's house got on fire and you didn't know that. They tell you that, things like that. So, how do you do that in
And
class?
then
How do you know?
and then one thing also is that as a teacher, it's very important. Like we have that kind of culture, like with a school right now, that we have like we call it a glows and growth. That's something that you are good for today, and there's something that you need to improve the next day. So we always ask that. So with my 1 week last week, so I have something to improve my transition because I'm dealing with the first graders, and during our reading, we have what we call it a DI instruction. So I need to give the instruction for these fast students, and then uh, I will go to direct instruction for reading for these slow learners. So something like that, and then reverse. So I need to have like still like balance. Like you do the direct instruction, but the other group still doing their do now. So that's the thing that I need to work on with me, like smooth transition, that there's no like make any noise that can disturb also the group where I having my direct instruction.
That's very good. Very good. Good. That's a National Board Core Proposition reflection right there. But you know what I
Yeah.
use when it's really going bad? I would say to my kids, everybody freeze. So they have to freeze whatever it is they're doing. They have to freeze like this, and then I will give my directions. Guys, our transition was not good today at all. Lots of noises. Let's improve this or whatever. And then I would, when everybody, then I would say, okay, throw out. So everybody had to freeze. Yeah, when it gets so crazy, or I really need to give everybody
Yeah.
direction because they're asking me the same thing over and over again. I need to tell everybody, and that's what I do is I say freeze. So some of them look so funny when they freeze, but then thaw out. After you give your direction, then thaw out. They think it's cute.
Yes, very
Elementary.
clear.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially
Elementary
with
would
the
like,
first graders. Yes.
yeah. They would like it because yeah, thaw out after you do your directions. Yeah, it worked for me for years. So
Yes, though.
yeah. So what do you do in order to get their attention? What are the signals or things that you do to make
Um.
turn their
All
voices
right.
off?
Okay. I use the like the level 0, like that. Level 0 and 2 for whisper, and then 3 for like the group discussion, for example. So I use some signals or a count of 3. So I use that during the when to stop the students when they're like make more noise.
Okay, so 2 is whisper. Mine is 0 is quiet, 1 is whisper, and 2 is regular talk. So yours is whisper.
Yes, and then There's one that I learned that I used to like, not to direct like during the discussion and there's like interruption some students. So, I learned this during the training that not to directly like mention their names that they're like feel ashamed, but you just go directly on their side, like say
Mhm,
something that you, and then you will continue
mhm.
your discussion. So something like you approach this student by something like your lesson some
Yep,
continue, all right? So
continue.
that's a
I
good,
do,
yes.
I do that all the time, even with even with teachers who are on their cell phone when I'm
And
doing
I
video.
use the like they call it mother's look.
Yeah, mother's look. Yeah, that's called proximity. Whenever you
Yeah,
do,
person.
your proximity, you actually just get by being just close to them, they
Yeah.
know, so I would just like usually either if they're doing something, I usually help them close the book or whatever. I just continue teaching, but I already got somebody's attention or whatever. Or sometimes I'm just gonna stand there.
Or yeah, or just I do like I just like I kind of whisper that she's the only one could hear it, like, or I can tap the table, like not too strong, like I just tap, or the notebook, for example, like do to pay attention with me, because I have like I would like to share my cool first grader, and that was happened last week, like the student trying to say something that she hit the teacher, but actually it's like just only like to pay attention, and the student makes some stories like she hit it by the teacher. So with that I need to be curious about it, not to touch the students,
Yep.
but you
There's
can
such
do
thing
either
as
tapping, yes.
yep, there's such thing as teach but not touch. Always,
Yes,
always
yes.
remember that. Teach but not touch. You can do like a sticky note. I do a sticky note like a green sticky note will be go, yellow sticky note will be stop. I mean, pause, and then stop would be pink. And I
Oh
do
yeah,
sticky
that
note.
is
Yeah.
that is good, Doc, because uh there's a lot of sticky notes and you're just roaming around and you're having a
Uh-huh.
class and you just put
Yep.
it
With
put
a
it.
sticky note.
That's
Uh-huh.
good.
Yep.
You
And
don't say anything, no words at
a
all,
sticky
but
note.
with that color, they know
Uh-huh.
already that they're reprimanded, right?
Yep. And I put green on the ones that did really well. So if you
Wow.
got green, you could redeem it for a sticker, for a prize or whatever. So you also want to do the positive,
Oh
but
yeah, that.
if you're yellow, you better not have another yellow because it's going to turn red and red is bad. So you have to set these consequences with them. So I would do things like that. It seems it worked for me always. As long as they know, they understand this is what's going to happen in our school before, and of course everybody's different on this because there's going to be different school policies, whatever procedures under discipline. In the school, one of the schools that I worked, one of the three schools I worked in, I like the way that they did it, where if you have a warning, a verbal warning, it's name on the board, you know. So a name on
Mm-hmm.
the board, I had a board that's a good board. That's a good board that I'm praising them. But I have one side of the board that's like for you get in trouble. So I would use like a red marker, the erasable marker thing. I was red on that. I put green on the ones that's good. So I would color code it like that. And then if they have it on red already, that's a warning. So the next time is going to be the next one, which is usually calling the parent or contacting the parent. And I think there's step 3 is like sending them to a counselor or some other assistant principal or something before they go to the main principal. So
Oh.
anyway, yeah, so they have like 3 steps before they go to the main principal. But I always took care of my discipline. I do not pass the buck to my principal because I always believe that I am their teacher. I am the one that's
Yes.
in charge of their discipline. And so as an administrator, I noticed that 90% of my discipline problems that come to my office were coming from 10% of these teachers that are weak teachers. They either did not know their content, they were not ready, they were blaming their students, or they were just not prepared. Okay, so if I see a lot of students coming from that classroom, I make sure I observe that teacher. What is this teacher doing? Maybe the transition is bad. Maybe classroom management is really bad. So I actually, like as an assistant principal, I would actually have this teacher to come to my office. Let's talk about this, and all this, because I have cameras, so I would look at the camera. Okay, tell me, let's do a reflection here. What do you see? What do you think you can do differently here? So I would do some praising. I like the way you did this, but tell me a reflection of how you could improve this part right here. like insulting a child or being so mean to a child, and because my son was there, I would say things like, you know what, if you did that to Jet and I'm a parent here, I'm a mother watching, what do you think would I feel? I'd feel so bad. You have to think about if a parent is, if you think about if there is an invisible parent sitting next to that child, will you still do the same thing? Will you still be saying the same thing to the student? So
Yeah,
if
it's a good reflection.
yeah, it's a good reflection for you if you have this invisible parent. This is a good answer for interview. If you always remember that there is an invisible parent or guardian next to to that student, you as a teacher, you're gonna have to be more careful, right? You're not gonna be mean. That's why I don't understand those teachers that are screaming to their students. They obviously did not imagine that parent because they would never have scream at them or being mean to them. Because those teachers that would do that to their students and they're mean to them, they're not going to get the response they want, because the students that love their teacher, they'll do anything for you. And I'm sure, Arthur, you already seen that. They'll do anything for you because they love you. They'll do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they'll want to come to school early for you.
Yes, and then I receive also from parent like, oh, my students, he's so like excited going to school. He really likes the school.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy with it.
That is the best compliment. And anytime you have that, you need to make sure you write it down in a journal somewhere that you have an anecdotal record or whatever, and you put it down and put a date on it. Because that is something that you could, if you ever need it later for an artifact for parent, feedback, that's something you could do, because and that's good for you too, to motivate you. Like if you have a bad day and you want to go back to the Philippines, you could just read that notebook and say, okay,
Yes.
it's not as bad as I thought I was. Because we have
Exactly.
bad days sometimes, and you have bad days where you want to quit teaching. Especially for our new international teachers, you have bad days like that where you just want to go home. Why am I suffering here when I could do a very cozy job in the Philippines? Well, you have to think about, I owe money. A lot of times they owe money. They owe money.
Yes.
Or you are earning a lot more money. Who's going to pay you 3 million pesos to teach? To teach for 9 months? Nobody. How much is it in the Philippines right now that you are paid? What is the average pay?
Oh, I think 37 right now in the
37,000?
Philippines. Yeah,
Okay, think about
37.
how many 37,000 it is to go to 3 million, okay? I think if you think of it that way in math, because I'm a math person too, if you think of it in math, then you're gonna think differently. I think. Did you ever have a time, Arthur, when you wanted to go home because you were so frustrated?
Oh, no, I didn't have
You
that
didn't go
kind
that
of
way.
reflection.
Because
Yeah,
you're in.
maybe challenges. Maybe the challenges you need to deal with the students, because it's really different. It's really different. Like in the classroom in the Philippines and here in the US, it's totally different. Like you cannot in the Philippines you can say like, oh, you can open get your books and open, but here you needs to have like procedures, like the routines, the proper procedures in the class, because it's not the same. Like in the Philippines, by looking by yourself, they will do their work. But no, it's different here. It's
You have to
totally different.
monitor. Yep, you have to
Yeah,
monitor,
monitor.
provide feedback. Yeah.
And you cannot like in the Philippines there, I know this is what my observation, like some teachers, like they're teaching that they're sitting in their table. No, it's a no here, because you need to roaming around with the kids, like the whole classroom.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, when you are doing
Yeah.
your discussion.
Very
Yes,
good
and
point.
even though their work, when the
Uh-huh.
students having their work, you need to update and like do checking if they're in the right track.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a very good point, because the weak teachers that I'm talking about that had problems in the classroom and did not ever improve is because they're sitting down. When you're sitting
Yeah.
down, the students, you are far away from the students, they're going to think, I can just get away with things. The teacher's right there far away from me. But once you start going around, and I always told my students, especially when I was teaching math, that I said, when I go around, I'm going to put a star on correct answers. If you don't see a star on it, you might want to relook it. But so when they get done, I see all kinds of stars, and then all I have to grade. So out of 10, I may have 6 or 7 stars already. But then it's also a feedback, a silent feedback to them that you are in the right track here, where the stars are. So anyway, so it's very quick. I get my grades done. I never had to take work home because I get those things graded and put in the computer and done and give feedback. When I was a literacy teacher where I have essays, I nearly killed myself trying to get them on the next class period. I need to have their essays already back. And I think I must have spoiled these kids because in their next year's teacher, they don't do that. They'll take them a week or two. And they were like, oh, Miss McCullough always give it to us the first next meeting. And I said, yeah, Miss McCullough did not have a life, obviously. But anyhow, but the immediate feedback is so important. So very
Yes.
good point on that, Yeah.
And
So
you will not take time for like, oh, I need to check their work tomorrow or the next day. But like for example, for the mathematics, because they are doing like mostly in our charter school, like they have their workbook. So you could easily by roaming around, you can do your checking. Like, oh, and they're happy to it. Like, oh, you are doing this, it's good. So you put a mark. And then because there are some students that are very advanced and they really like to do the next page. So
mhm,
you can do that. So
yeah, I
after
would
at
I
the end of the class, you already check all the papers or
yeah.
their work
I
books.
would do things like, oh my God, I already have a 3-star general today. I already have a 4-star general today. And they would like you, they want to be 5-star general or whatever. And it's so funny. I've used that the other day when I was coaching a teacher, and it was elementary, and I was doing that. This teacher just looked at me like, that's a good idea.
Yes,
Because
they
I
did.
was like looking around to see how many kids already have, correct answers. And so then they were really trying hard because they want to be a so many star general, you know. So yeah. So whatever works, right? Yeah.
Yes, yes, Dal.
Well, thanks again for sharing. You always do an awesome job of sharing with us. And, I tell Arthur this. I said, I remember his very first meeting in Zoom.
Yeah.
I remember
Yes,
thinking,
Doc. Thank you so much.
yeah, I said Salem
Right.
is the name of my town, so I would never forget you. And I
Yes.
remembered bragging about, like we can look back on this, bragging about how fluent you are in English, that you're
No.
almost like an American, the way you
Yes.
talk. Remember
And
me saying that to you?
yes,
Yeah,
the first day.
yeah, yeah. That's why I said I don't see any problem of you getting a job because you're so fluent. And that's fluency, by the way, of English is number one when you interview. Sometimes they just want you to introduce yourself and that's all. They don't even ask you a question because all they want to do is know about your fluency. Is your
Right.
English clear enough where students can understand you and parents can understand you? Because you have students that would say, I'm doing bad in that international teachers class because I could not understand her or him.
Yeah.
That they could use that. Yeah.
All right, and also good luck to all the teachers who are applying. And I know, no, I have some observation, like in terms of like classroom structuring. Like I know Filipinos are really good with classroom decor and all this stuff. And something like one local says, like, "Oh my God, you're putting us ashamed with all your works," because they could compare. And with our school, like we are like four, and four of us are doing well, like. And then the local will tell, "Oh my God, why you have this kind of the talent? You are very good in classroom structuring because we are used to it in the
Yeah.
Philippines."
Yeah. 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 The expectation of the decoration is so high, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's very
And
high
yeah.
in
And
the
they said, oh,
Philippines.
you make us look bad. That's what they're going to say.
Yeah,
Merlina,
you
you're
look
going to make
as
us look
bad.
bad. Or Milet,
Yeah,
it's my sister that did
that's the
decoration.
right term. They always say to
Yeah,
us.
you're making us look bad. Yeah. And I said, oh, don't look at it that way. You are good too.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Because some of
Yeah,
them would get jealous, by the way. They
yeah,
would think that you're making them work harder because you are working hard. And so some of them would actually resent you. Some of them will get so negative, like, they just try so hard or whatever. I'm sorry, but this is in our culture.
yes, this is
Like
our culture.
if it's something is worth doing to me, it's worth doing well. I always believe that in myself, that if this is going to be worth doing for me, I better do my best because it's going to be worth it for me once I get started on this. Okay. And I think that's a good mindset to think about. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And yes, good luck
Thank
to
you so
everyone
much.
else. Yeah.
Thank you,
I
Doc.
appreciate
Thank you,
you
Doc.
being put on a spot. I always put him on a
All
spot
right.
this year.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
God
Mike,
bless
before I
everyone.
call more people to interview, do you have other people that are already here that needs to share before we go on?
Uh, I think po, who are they?
Is there
I
somebody?
don't know if Ma'am One of my friends po, I think she left already.
Okay.
No,
You're
it's
sleeping.
still here, Ma'am Janet Herona, so she can share some of the tips during her interview.
Yeah, on first month of school as well. Yeah,
Yes
that'd
po.
be cool.
Ma'am Janet, are you still here?
Yes, Sir Mike.
Oh,
Thank you
oh,
so
there
much.
she is. I remember you, girl. So where are you
Yes,
now?
yeah,
And you
it's
can
been
also, Ma'am Janet, you can also ask some of your questions to Doc
Yeah.
Merlina, and probably Doc Merlina will help you since you're still looking for your visa sponsor.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
um,
go ahead.
yeah, it's a good opportunity for me to speak this evening here in Qatar. Now, I have been uh, my former colleague here in PSD, Sir Mike and Ma'am Sheila.
Mhm.
So they helped me with my application to to one of the schools in Beaumont, Texas, and it's like very. I could not imagine that it's very as quick as it, it is. Um, I have sent my resume to Mom Sheila last Tuesday. I think that's Tuesday night here in Qatar, and when I wake up early in the morning in last Wednesday, and I received a message from Mom Sheila that I will be interviewed during that day, Wednesday in
Oh,
the
oh,
afternoon.
okay.
I don't have that much preparation regarding the interview. I just based my answers with the questions from the interviewer. It was just based on my experience here in Qatar. So
Perfect.
it was more about and how am I going to handle students, yeah, with different diverse needs.
Mhm.
Because it is I have applied for sped teacher for elementary.
Okay. Yeah.
So
So did you get a job?
here in yes,
Did you get offered a job?
yeah.
You
The
did.
Ma'am Sheila told me that, and Sir Mike, that's positive. They're making the job offer ready for me. I'm just waiting for the official job offer. Yeah,
Congratulations. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I put down there on chat C Gillam, GILLAM at culturalvistas.com. Caroline is my contact there. They're partners with us actually. So she will treat you right. She will be responsive. And Glenn at Minga, I don't know if it's Minga or Minga House, but anyway, .org would also help you a lot. But Caroline Gillam, so C Gillam is one of the ones that I would really highly recommend. So HRC or Cultural Vistas. Greenheart does, but I think Greenheart may have all their visas gone now. HRC is supposed to still have some. So you can just Google HRC. Or you can Google designated visa sponsors. And then when you see the one that said bridge on it, then you can look for the sponsors list, and it's an ABC order. So
Yeah,
they put the state there, but that doesn't mean that they can only help people in that state. That just means that their office is there, but they can help anybody. Okay, so just ignore that state part. But if it's like Department of Education, for example, Arkansas Department of Education, they can only help that state if it's a Department of Education one. But in the other ones, they can help anybody. Okay, but if it's a university or a state Department of Ed, then only for that state, only for that university. Okay, so
thank you
yeah,
so
so
much.
good luck on
The
that. We might
process
be
of
able to see you here, huh? Yeah.
So, yeah, we're very busy here in this school. We just came back from vacation, and we just started here in our school year.
Okay.
So
So will you be in Texas then? Is that where you will be? With Sheila,
yeah,
Texas? Yeah.
it's just, probably I don't, maybe October like that. If I can process all the papers
Yeah, I
quickly.
think that's perfect because I think most of the sponsors will get their new batch of visa slots in October 1. So
Mm,
yeah. So
so the
Yeah, so that would be a good time to do it. But for now, you need to be, I think Mike had posted a lot on our ITSA, International Teacher Support in America, in our ITSA group, that requirements, like for example, your FCE, your foreign credential evaluation from Spantran, that's a must. That's the number one that you need to have. And then of course, if you are teaching in Arkansas, they're gonna want TOEFL. You don't have to worry about that in Texas. But of course, your 3 letters of recommendation, if you can get those already, make sure it is on their letterhead. Of course, your resume, cover letter, and then I think they're gonna want you to do the NBI clearance, the NBI clearance in Manila. But
because I am here in Qatar, do I need
that will be a Mike question. It'll be a question for Mike because he was in Qatar. So Mike, what does she need? Does she need it from Qatar? Oh, Mike left. He just sent me that I have to leave because I need to leave because I will buy some stuff for mom Myrna. Myrna's
okay, Mom here. She's also our colleague here in PSD.
Yeah, she's arriving. Yeah, she's arriving in a few days. But anyway, so Mike is gonna be meeting them. I cannot wait to meet her because we've been talking online. I mean, with the Memphis group, with the West Memphis group, and I feel like I know them really well. So yeah, I can't wait to see them. But hey, good
Also,
luck to you.
Mom Chassie Barcelona is also coming also.
Coming. What state is she from?
I wasn't able to talk to her, but I just got some news that she's also been hired in US.
Nice.
She's also yes.
Well, if you can contact her or you get a hold of her, tell her to attend our Zoom because I'd love to listen to her journey. I think these are very inspiring stories. Everybody has your own story, and everybody's experience going to be different depending on where you are put in the state. And there's going to be a huge difference between a public school and a private school, as you saw in Faith's sharing today. And the private school, mostly the Catholic schools, they're going to be mostly similar to the Philippines. So not much difference. But the public school, especially in the big cities or in the poorer districts or anywhere in the US, you're gonna have more management problems, classroom management issues. But
like in Beaumont, Texas, I will be assigned there. It's a public school.
Yeah, but if they have a good administrator that really has high expectations for teachers, that these are the things that you need to expect in your students, and they really would observe teachers and help those teachers that are struggling, you will not have a problem. Like when I was administrator, I always helped those teachers that struggled. I was always in the classroom and I always told them, I'm not here to get you, I'm here to support you. I'm here like not as an administrator today, but as a coach. I'm like, I want to coach you, because I've been there. I've been in your shoes. I know, I understand, being a first-year teacher, being a second-year teacher. And I've actually done a book study with some of them. Let's do a book study on Dr. Wong's book or whatever book that we chose. And then we actually talk about it. Look at this. Look at Dr. Wong said that when you put your classroom arrangement in a U shape, that W thing, it will be a really good, it's conducive to like listening because it's like a U shape. And so where you have access to everybody, that's a good one to have. And so anyway, I think it depends. So your experiences will never be the same, guys. Everybody's experience will be different, but there's always that culture shock. It's like, oh my God, I am in here and I'm alone. You have this feeling of being alone. Like Maria was telling me, Miss Merlina, I've never been away from home. I've always lived from home. And here she is in America. Here she was in America. This was 3 years ago. She came to her own apartment by herself in America. And so she called me. She was over there showing me her apartment and all this. And she called me and she was crying. And she said, I don't know. She was lost. But it's a very normal feeling. We're humans, and in the Philippines, we're so close, right? We are so close to our families that when you are separated from them, it really does hurt. It really does make a difference. So just remember that. And the advantage of being in Arkansas is they are so strong here. They're very supportive of each other. They're like party animals. They're visiting each other nearly every weekend. They would do something together. And they would
Mhm.
always like have their kids play together, have playing games. And what I'm trying to teach them is I'm teaching them mahjong, because I'm providing them some mahjong sets because I want them to learn that, because it's a thinking game, and I want to have a mahjong club. You don't have to gamble. You just have to, like, just be a get together thing. But that's part of our culture. That's a cultural thing. My kids both are good at mahjong. My daughter has 4 mahjong clubs everywhere she went, from college to wherever, because that is something that's part of our culture. And so anything that's part of our culture that you can share, that's always a good thing. The other day, Dina came over because she came to Jana and Dina. Okay, they came home to the Philippines this summer, and I said, I wanted some of those fans from the Philippines, those different color ones, that you fan. They got me like a dozen of them, different colors. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Because what happens is that a lot of times I'm asked to speak at a college or something and about the Philippines. They would, some college would say, oh, we are doing a multicultural, education, and we focus on the Philippines. Can you please have someone speak? Of course, they always call me, like, oh, Miss Merlina, can you do that? So then they wanted some kind of artifact. So we would have some tables there with artifacts from the Philippines. So fans or Nigo, or whatever, and different baskets, things like that from the Philippines. And we just put it right there. And then we have a little potluck. So people would bring food. And then after my talk, then they start having this buffet thing. So we've done that, and it's fun. But I didn't have any artifacts. I realized, oh my God, I didn't have any artifacts. We have this mat, those homemade mats that you have in the province that my grandma made, and she was 90 something when she died. And my sister has it. And that's like one of her most precious thing. And I said, I can't borrow that and just, put that there. So, that's something that she really treasures. So things like that. So whenever you come here, you need to bring some Filipino artifacts that you can share with your students. Okay? Because that is very special to them.
I'll
I
just
have
bring
this.
because I will just ask from my colleagues here because I'm here in Qatar. Maybe I will be flying from Qatar to US.
The
I will
US.
not be able to go Philippines.
Yeah. Sometimes you do that. Yeah. We had a neighbor in Lapu-Lapu before that they were like a small factory thing, and they made this like shell rings. So I ordered like 1,000 of them. They're little. And oh my God, that's like the biggest giveaway. Like anytime I did workshops or whatever, because they were so darn cheap, right? And so anytime I went to workshops, that's what I would give the students. Oh my God, they were like showing me, like, after they would show me the look at this. Did you see the ring? Did you see the ring you gave me? They're like, later on, I come back to their school and they would still show me the rings. So things like that, that's something that's cheap, but it's very memorable from our country. Those are
Yeah.
things that are good. I like whenever I think our neighbors still do that. When I went home last time in 2018, I actually ordered a bunch of those little seashells or whatever that they customize and put words in there. And so I had them to write like my people that I knew, so they have their names on them, and so that was carved. And so when I gave it to them, it's very personalized because it had their names on them. And they didn't charge me extra to personalize it. So I just ordered a bunch of things. But they're so cheap and it looks like I paid a lot. But then whenever you come in, they're gonna ask you if you're gonna declare something. You can just tell them. If you brought like dried fish, you need to say, I brought dried fish and I bought a bunch of shells with the names, for my friends or whatever. Sometimes they'll open it, especially if you are landing in California. But I noticed that when I land in Chicago, they didn't hardly open mine. And so it depends. They are random about it. So supposedly they're random, but if you get chosen, they're gonna be opening everything. And so when you are leaving from the Philippines and going through Manila, do not put any dried fish in your carry-on because they will confiscate it. They will end up with it. So always put it in your check-in baggage. Yeah, and then always claim it. When they ask you, do you have anything to claim? You always mention it, that I do have some dried fish. But I would recommend, like, if you go to Tabuan or somewhere, buy the dried fish that you would do vacuum packed, like they do in Gaisano, like vacuum packed. And that's the best way to do that. That way it won't stink your clothes. Plus, it also look like come from the store. Right?
Yeah.
So I always vacuum pack. So a bunch of the stores there actually have the vacuum packer thing that they will do that, especially if they know you're coming to the US or other country. Yeah, you ask them like, do you have a vacuum packer thing? And then that's where I buy. Is if I now have a special place that I always buy from, because I know they always pack that like that for me, so anyway, so good luck, and do keep in touch with me whenever you get here, and if you need any help at all, if you have gotten any emails from me, on the bottom of my email will have my phone number. So that's my cell phone number. So feel free to text whenever you get your phone. Okay?
Thank you so much for this.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. So Mike, welcome back. I just got Mike back. All right. So Mike, I know we are already 3 hours. So Mike, you want to call the next person?
Yes po, Doc. I think is this Ma'am Cherry Ann
Cherry
Laurein?
Ann.
No,
Okay.
Cherry Ann, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead,
Yes.
Cherry.
Yes, Doc. By the way, before anything else, I would like to thank Sir Sevilla, who asked me to attend with your group sharing. I'm so
Okay.
overwhelmed. Yes, overwhelmed with all the sharings that you shared with us, and I'm so thankful for all of that, the ideas. By the way, I'm Sharon Bilagi, as what I said, and I graduated at University of St. Louis Tuguegarao with a degree Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in mathematics, and also earned my 36 units in National Teachers College with the degree Master of Arts in Education, major in mathematics. So I decided to apply with a position, teaching position, specifically last year with IAG, or International Alliance Group. So I attach all the documents that they are asking for, and then until now there's it's only ready for hire. That's
Okay.
it. And I experienced two interviews,
Okay.
but unfortunately, I did not take any response or official result from them. So maybe it's only, I think it's not the right time.
Okay. Well, what you need to do after interview, in order for them to have you on their mind, you always thank them. Whoever has been, contacting you to get you the interview, always thank them. Thank you so much for spending time with me. I really enjoyed visiting with you and your team, and I look forward to hearing back from you. I always put things like, thanks for all that you do for our students, or thanks for all that you do for children, things like that. But anyway, but you do that, then they'll have a way to contact you. That way, they will later on, when you wait, when you thank them, ask them like, if you don't mind sharing, when are you planning to, make decisions, so something like that. What are the next steps? What are the, when are they going to decide? Because here in America, they have like a, monthly meeting with the school board. A school board is the one that's you know, voted by people, usually 5 to 7, voted by people to represent the people, and they're above the superintendent. So they're supposed to be the superintendent's bosses. But a lot of times, usually it looks like the superintendent's the boss, but depending on how strong the superintendent is. But anyway, so that they meet about usually like second or third Monday or Tuesday of the month, depending on the day that they want. And then that's when they would approve hiring. So they would say things like, well, it's going to depend on the school board, the meeting or whatever. And if you want to know that really without asking them, you go to their website. And one of the required things that had to be on school website is about the board meetings. So you can look at the board meetings and see the dates, because that's always going to be the same every time. So that way you know when they would be making decisions. And they will post it later then who they hired. So you can always check back again, and they will, if you see your name on it, of course, they're going to let you know really. And they would say things like, where I'm going to be recommending you for hiring. So it's going to based on what they say, because they would never say you were hired and that's sure, because it's always going to be depending on what the school board would say. Because some of the school board members are very hard-headed, that they would have a recommendation from the principal and the superintendent, and they would go to another person. So depending on how strong they are. So that's why they would never say that's a sure thing until the board already approves. So that's how it is done in America, is depending on how strong they are. Yeah. So okay, well, good luck.
Thank you, Doc. And
Maybe I will update also my resume because until now there's no any interview yet.
Yeah.
From the last time that I take my interview, and
Mhm.
then maybe my cover letter.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Go to ChatGPT and then improve. You can copy and paste it. You need to just say, improve this cover letter.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Doc.
Make an
Thank you
improvement
for
or
all
whatever.
the sharings. Thank you,
Yeah,
thank
yeah, yeah.
you.
Well, good. Yeah, this is recorded, so hopefully you can go back and see if there's anything that you want to review. But I wish you the best, and I hope that the learning that you have here that you will apply and also get a job. Okay,
Thank
so
you,
you
thank
can do
you.
it. And so, anyway, I appreciate your coming in. By the way, when you say say education again.
Education.
No, education.
Education.
That's right.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, and
Education.
instead of units, you have 36 units, you need to say 36 hours.
Hours. Okay,
Yeah,
Doc.
not units. Yeah, 36 hours. Yeah. Or you can just say things like, I have, how many units is that supposed to be, or hours is that supposed to be before you graduate for your degree? How many hours total?
Total of 187. I think.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Our master's degree here is 30
My
hours.
master's degree. Oh, sorry. Miss, I did not finish my master's degree. It's only 36 hours. So I think it's I don't know
How
what
many classes do you need to graduate?
I 3.
3. So that's 9. So it's really 45 then.
9. Yes.
So 45. So you can say things like 36 out of the 45. You know, that way they know
So
where
I
you
did
are.
not finish my thesis writing.
Yeah. Or you can just say all but the thesis, everything but the thesis. You know, here on the doctorate one, if it's you don't have dissertation, it's ABD, all but dissertation. So yours is all but thesis, is what yours is. Yeah. So yeah, say education, okay? Not education, education. Yeah.
Education. Thank you,
Education.
Miss
That's
Doc.
right. And that's fine. You're doing well on in everything else. You're fluent.
Thank you, Doc.
That's cool. All right, next. Who wants to go next, Mike?
I think, Doc, we have only 3 who are willing to talk, and then the table now is open for not for the nomination, but for those who want to introduce themselves, or if you want to ask some questions.
Yeah.
So
It looks like
Merlina is now willing to continue. Yeah. Good.
Henrito said hello.
Yes,
Good
I think Sir
evening.
Henrito. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Sir
he is a
Henrito want to ask something.
SPED teacher with 36 units or hours in a SPED masters. What shall I do? You need to go to www.schoolspring.com or go back and scroll up. And Mike had posted the 50 states that I had researched and put the link on. Mike, you might have to put it in the bottom. But anyway, because it would have the 50 states, all you have to do is put the link on which state, pick the state you want, and then click on the link, and it will go straight to the websites of the schools. That right now, special ed should be able to get a job just like that. If you have your special ed, you should be able to get a job, because I had a school once called me and said they need 10. So I know in bigger cities, they would need 10 or more, so you need to apply. You don't even, sometimes you can just like Google the capital of that state. Like, for example, ours is Little Rock. So Google that, and then just put school district, Little Rock School District, and then their website will be there, and you can just go under HR, human resources usually, or under employment. But human resources or HR is the most common umbrella on their website where they would be, or career. Some of them would say career. But yeah, I want you to be proactive and apply to at least 10 to 15 a day. So check it every day, because they change. The schoolspring.com changes every single day, and it has all the states there. So anyway, so I encourage you to be proactive. Don't wait for anyone to do it for you. You need to do it yourself. Okay. And then when you have if you have an interview and you've never been interviewed before, you can, if you email me, I will try to interview with you, or to have a mock interview with you, or you can watch on YouTube. There's two Josephine videos in my YouTube channel, and it has a practice with Jennifer and me and Maria. that we were practicing with her and answering the questions. So you may want to watch that one. Shorter. Go ahead, Mike.
Opo. Yes po, Doc.
Thank you,
And then
Doc.
since po yung SPED teaching opportunity here sa dito po sa US is in demand. If you're planning to take or if you want to take a master's degree in special education, I'm not promoting any university or colleges in the Philippines, but make sure to choose those university that will not ask you to take a bridging course for SPED, because there are some universities in the Philippines who will I think you will enroll directly to master MAET major in SPED, because it will takes time for you to finish the master's degree in special education, though even you can take it
Okay. So name some universities, Mike, that you know is gonna be good. I mean, you don't you're not
yes po.
supporting, you're just giving examples.
Yes po. I'm a graduate of National University Laguna, but Sir John is here. Sir John will help you to enroll in perpetual, because he's taking a doctorate degree already there. Sorry to to the
No, it's
early
okay.
so soon, he will be graduated, I think.
Good, John.
Dr. John
John.
Jefferson.
Yeah. That sounds like
Not
that
yet,
sounds like
Doc.
have a good ring to it, John. John, it sounds like it has a good ring to it. Dr. John. It's
Well,
okay.
actually, Doc, I just would like to tell everyone that it's not yet doctorate, Sir Mike. I'm graduating my master's this October 8th, and I'm going to attend it virtually.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's most of the school universities are like that already. I remember before I graduated, but I was already working on my research, and I wrote my name for the first time, Dr. Merlina McCullough. I'm like, oh my God, that looks so neat. And now I hardly use it. I usually use it on educational setting. A lot of times I just say Merlina, because to me, in education, as you know, it adds credibility. They look at it like, okay, she may know something because she's got a doctorate. Not really. That's not true. She Googles things.
Yes, Doc. And
Yeah.
also, I would like to inform everyone that according to the new curriculum that is given by the Commission of the Higher Education here in the Philippines, Doc, we are actually required to publish our thesis before we graduate, because that is already required here in the Philippines. So whether you publish it in the national or in the international level, it should also be accredited by the Commission of the Higher Education. You are not allowed to select anyone to publish your thesis. It should be accredited. So it's actually one of the things that I'm doing right now, while I'm also processing my documents in going to the US. And thank you very much, Doc, because finally I have my visa approved,
Yay.
and I also resigned from the Department of Education, and I'm doing my clearances right now. So I wasn't able to tell everything about the process to you, to Sir Mike, because I really would like to have it a surprise.
Oh,
So
that's so cool. I'm so
uh
proud of you. That's awesome. You're gonna be in Hope. Are you gonna be in Hope? Are you in Hope,
no, Doc, I'll be in Missouri,
Missouri?
and some of our colleagues here will be joining me. That includes Ma'am Maria
Sir
Lovely. We'll
Jmar.
be staying in one house.
Nice.
And
Very
Sir
good.
Jmar Padayaw, if you can still remember,
Mom
Doc, we are
Lovely.
going
Yes.
to Missouri this coming September. And
Oh,
we are also
September.
planning to go to Arkansas.
Yay, you
So
have to
that's
come see
actually
us.
our
You have to
biggest
come see
surprise,
us.
though.
Very good.
Yes,
Yeah.
so for the teachers who are here, what we experienced with Ma'am Maria Lovely, Doc, they actually ask us to do some virtual demonstration teaching.
Yeah.
So I really would like to ask the other teachers who are preparing as well that aside from the interview, you need to prepare for a demonstration teaching. So one example that I can give you right now is that they asked me how I will be able to make sure that the students in my virtual class are real. So what I did during that time is I asked them to turn on their cameras, and I do some poses like this one. And I ask them to do the same poses as well so that I can check that they are really attending my classes and they are attentive. So
Yeah.
if you can do some creative things like that as well, so that would be good. And I think Mom Maria Lovely is also going to share some
Yes.
things for
And
you, Sir Mike and Dr.
Nice.
Merlina. Thank you very much. And
Well,
I
thank
hope
you
to
so
see you
much.
soon.
Yay! Now, where in Missouri are you? Are you in?
St. Louis daw.
Oh, St. Louis, yeah. That's a good
yes,
one. Be careful there. There's some dangerous places there. I had a couple of two American husband and wife teachers that were living close to Little Rock, and they got killed there. So they were tourists in the summer. So there are some places in that area that are not safe. So you be careful, okay? Your teachers, your peers would tell you where not to go. So I think they
yes.
Yes,
kind
Doc.
of went to a place where they should not have, and they got robbed and got killed. So yeah.
Oh,
So I always get after I read that, I worry like my son when he travels, he always stops in St. Louis, and I'm like, Jet, be careful, baby. Because I worry, But they have the best zoo. You have to visit their zoo. I went there just for the zoo once, and then they have that ark. That's the big ark thing. They have a lot of
mm.
tourist apply. Mike, you're gonna have to see him because there's a lot of tourist places there where he is.
Yes po, Doc. Yes, yes, we will.
Yeah. Take the
Together with
kid,
Ma'am
take the
Mirna. Yeah.
yeah, take the kids to that
Yes,
to
and
the
also
thing.
Doc, yes
Too.
po. And yes, and also we would like them to share their challenges, the bad experience before getting those job offer and the visa approval.
Yeah, go ahead, John, if you're there.
Yeah, or Ma'am Maria
Yes, Doc.
Lovely.
Yes, Maria Lovely, you go ahead first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Doc, Merlina,
Hello.
Sir
Hello,
Mike.
girl.
um, yeah, that's right. Me and Sir John were actually keeping our journey because we
Uh-huh.
wanted to inform you as a surprise. But since Sir John already announced it, and of course, that uh you Doc Merlina is one of the blessings
Oh,
that
thank you.
we yeah and yeah our journey was really really tough because um we did some demo teaching, and that's actually my first time to do such. And luckily, that was actually my birthday, Doc,
Oh,
during that.
wow. That was a good
Yeah,
present.
that was July 18. Yeah,
Wow.
here in the
Belated happy
Philippines.
birthday.
And I was actually praying before the demo teaching, and me and Sir Jan and Sir J. Mark Padaya were actually did some Zoom meeting or Google Meet, I think, before the my turn to be interviewed during that day. And
Uh-huh.
luckily I was able to get the job offer right after I think 6 hours
Nice.
after the demo teaching. And 30 minutes, Doc, imagine 30 minutes of demo teaching and another 30 minutes for our interview. And
Wow.
yeah, and I'm so much overwhelmed with the questions um uh question or asked me by the principal of that district. We're actually under the Normandy Schools Collaborative,
Hmm.
and I was hired at Normandy Middle School at uh, at Lucas Crossing. We are actually together with Sir Jan,
Yay.
and it was really really a roller coaster journey
Wow.
for all of
Well,
us,
when you did
Doc.
your demo teaching, was that recorded or were you actually doing it in front of them?
Actually, we before the start of our interview or demo teaching, we were oriented, given the orientation by our agency.
Hmm.
We are actually under JCU, Doc.
Hmm.
And then they oriented us about the standard of the Normandy Schools Collaborative. And luckily, one of the required or guidelines for their lesson planning and interview or demo teaching were actually being discussed with during your Zoom meetings. And I personally applied the five core what is that again, Doc?
Positions.
Yeah. That
Positions.
one. I mentioned that during the interview, and it was really overwhelming I was really happy, Doc, na during the interview or demo teaching, nafe-feel ko talaga na makukuha ako. And I
Really?
was really claiming it because that will be that was my last shot or for the school year.
Okay.
I wasn't really expecting to be hired with that
Wow.
school district, because the school district alone has their standards.
Mhm.
And luckily, with your inputs during the Zoom meetings, were all beneficials with our struggles with this journey. And that's why, since we are hired in Missouri, and malapit lang siya sa Arkansas, and we
We're
are
neighbors.
really excited to meet you, Doc
Yeah.
Marlene, together with the rest of the teachers who were already there in Arkansas. So yeah, so the going back to the interview, Doc, there were, I think, 13 questions
Whoa.
being thrown to me by the high school principal, and that was spontaneous from question number 1 to question number 3. And
Wow.
I was really praying during that. In my mind, I was really praying to God that um kay, I'm just saying that God help me to answer all the questions, and luckily I was able to answer those. And I think God were there at my side.
Yeah, you feel
Kasi
that. Well,
nafe-feel
that's
ko siya,
cool.
Doc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to say, I'll do my best. Please do the rest, right? Yeah. So what kind of questions were they? Were they something we've discussed? Were they something new?
Like the questions, the principal. Sorry, Doc, my child is already.
You can put the child in your lap. It's okay. He might wanna or she might wanna see
Yeah.
it.
Well,
For
actually,
a
Doc,
while, Doc. For a while.
It's
during that
okay.
time, Doc, most of the question actually focuses on the demonstration teaching that
Ah,
we had.
okay.
And I can still remember that they are asking me regarding with my experiences inside the classroom. And what I like the most about my interview is that they asked me about my principal inside the classroom. And what I did during the demonstration is the I do, we do, and the you do.
That's
So they asked me
GRR.
how I'm going to do
Sir John, what
assessments, and
subject are you again? Sorry
Science?
to bother.
and I told them
What
that
subject?
I can use Google Forms. So those are actually one of the things. I actually focus on the Google things that I can do inside the classroom. So it's
Mhm.
more on Google Classrooms so that I can let them see how I will handle the class during the Google Suites. And during the interview, Doc, there is this one incident that I think I overshared, and the principal told me that, you know what, John, I still have three questions here, but you were able to answer all of them before I ask you the questions.
That's good.
And
That's
you know
you
what?
followed up. Yeah. You expanded.
Yes, Doc, because you know what, to the other teachers who are attending here, it's very important that at this time, like for example, it's already 12:14 a.m. here in the Philippines, that you are still alert. It allows you to change your body clock, because to be honest, with the West Memphis 13, we are discussing with one another, we are chatting until 3 a.m. here, so we are able of coping with the time.
Yes.
So it's important that you are able to be staying alert at this moment, because most of the time the emails are also sent at this
This
time.
time, yeah.
Then they will ask you to have your interview after an hour. So
Mhm.
if you really would like to apply in the US, that's one of the things that you really need to do in order for you to change that one and to sleep during in the afternoon. So with that, thank you very much, Dr. Merlina. And you know what? During my visa interview in the US Embassy, there was a bomb threat.
Oh no.
Yes, Doc. So they asked everyone to please close all the windows,
Oh, wow.
stay on your places. And during that time, I'm wondering because my wife is outside the embassy. So if there's a bomb threat here, what will happen to me and my wife? She's outside.
Poor
We will
baby.
go to the US first.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, Doc. So with that, I think the month of September is just enough for them to prepare and equip yourselves, practice in front of the mirror, attend Zoom meetings, and as well as learn more of your content so that by October, you will be able to apply together with your FCE and as well as the teaching license. Doc, I think the Maryland is requiring the praxis right now. So
Oh,
we
okay.
are recommending the New Mexico and
New
the
Mexico.
Illinois
Yeah.
to Illinois for them to have their teaching license, Doc. Thank you
Yeah.
po.
Very good. Oh, thank you for sharing. That's amazing journey. And congratulations. I can't believe you're going to be here in the US soon. But for the license that you're talking about, there were three states that were easier to get for the US license, which is a reciprocity for the Philippine license. So it was New Mexico, and then later on, Illinois. So, and then Maryland. Maryland now needs a test, so you might not want to do that. But you just have to Google Illinois Department of Education, put it in quotation, and then or Google New Mexico Department of Education, and you go to their website and go under licensure. Okay, under licensure, you go under reciprocity. Reciprocity is that you have a license in the Philippines and you want to change it to that country for that to that state's license. And how much is it? Do you know, John? How much is the fee?
I don't have any idea with the fees, Doc, regarding with the licenses because I think in Maryland we only spent around $10.
Oh, cheap. Okay, so but now you have to spend another $80 maybe to do the praxis. Yeah. But so Illinois Department of Education or New Mexico Department of Education will be the one. I think one of them was like $100. So be ready with a credit card access that, a lot of times you have to pay with your credit card. So if you don't have a credit card, you need to make sure you find somebody that has a credit card, give them the cash, and then they can then charge it because they will need that credit card, right? Do you agree with me? That's a credit card need, right? Yeah. And same thing with your
Yes,
FCE.
Doc. And
Spantran.com
The
is
FCE, yes po.
yes,
yeah.
Doc.
FCE,
So
you're required to pay using a credit card po.
Yeah, Spantran. Yeah. Okay.
yes,
Yeah,
Doc.
very
And
good. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that. You are
we
coming.
also heard, Doc, that we also heard, Doc, that our school district is still going to hire
Hmm.
new teachers. So we are actually working with Ma'am Maria Lovely so that we can help our brothers and sisters in the West Memphis 13. I think we have Ma'am Giselle, Ma'am Frana, and Ma'am
Mars.
Incorporado. So we are
Yes.
working, yeah,
Yeah,
for
if
them
you
to
need
be
more
hired
people,
also, if possible.
yeah, if you need more people, have the administrator to email me or you email me their contact info and I will send them a list. And I color code the ones that I really, really know. That's what I do. So the ones that have attended a lot of Zoom and I got to know them, I always color code them blue or green. So yeah, the ones that I don't know, I'll just leave it blank. But anyway, so the more that you attend, and also don't you think that all of our Zoom meetings are actually posted on YouTube? So if you Google my name and ITSA, you will see my YouTube channel and all of our videos. This is number 81, by the way. So all of our Zoom the last 3 years are there. So it's exciting things. It's boring. It gets boring, but you can just fast forward it to good stuff. Okay. All right. So we need to about end. My husband is like looking at the watch, like, okay, it's 11. But I know some of those really attended and I've never heard from you, and I really would like to, even just a quick one. So
Yes
is
po.
there someone
Sir
that
Henry,
they want to talk?
yes po, yes po, Doc. Sir Henrito, we got
Who is it?
Sir Henrito Jr. Henrito. Sir Henrito Jr.
Yes,
Okay,
yes
Henrito.
po. Good morning. Good morning po.
Hello, I've seen you before, Henrito, right?
Yes, this is my yeah. Actually, this is my second time. I last year I attended your our Zoom meeting, but sad to say that I have my credential does not speak my application because I am a Haley graduate or home economics major in my bachelor's degree. I have 39 units in Master of Arts in Science, and I have also graduated as master's degree in administration and supervision, and I proceed with a doctorate degree and doctor in development education. I graduated last 2022. Then recently, I I I earned my special education with 36 hours or units, and I'm planning to finish it, my thesis writing, and hopefully I can graduate by January. But
Okay. You can apply now.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I have processed already my Spantran because I am planning to apply
Mhm.
for a chance, no?
Okay.
This time or maybe next year. So now I joined you and thank you that I am still part of your
Yeah, anytime.
invitation link. Uh,
You have to have at least 2 years of
so
experience. Do you have 2 years of experience in retail?
I have been teaching for 19 years and 2 years of teaching in Spanish.
Okay, good, perfect. So you need
Uh-uh.
to go ahead and apply for SPED because they're open everywhere. The www.schoolspring.com. Any of the schools will be needing special ed. You should be able to get a job, no problem, if you have a SPED. So there is a need of SPED everywhere right now. Okay. So I know North
Okay.
Little Rock, if you Google North Little Rock, Arkansas School District, they have a need. I noticed they had some needs. Joplin, Missouri School District, maybe Springfield, Missouri. So those places have needs. The last time I looked anyway. But schoolspring.com, if you filter it by, you just put special ed, then maybe it will only show you special ed. So, but that should be easy for you to get, especially with your all the degrees that you have. Okay. And by the way, because of your doctorate degree, you could actually apply on your own. You could actually come to the US on your own. So if you're interested in that, let me know and I will send you the forms. I mean, the link to the forms. But it's always good to be affiliated with school. That way you won't have to shoulder everything. You know, a lot of schools would actually help you, you know, especially if you find a school that has the money, they would actually help you with the expenses. You know, maybe some schools would do half use, half them. Some of them, we don't have any money. You have to come up with your own, but it's okay because you can get the money paid within 3 or 4 months, maybe less, you know, because we make a lot more here. You know, so anyway, yeah, just be ready for that. And if you are going to be doing J1, you may want to make sure that if you don't have it saved yet, you need to kind of find somebody that you could maybe borrow money in case you have to pay on your own. You know, try to avoid your loan sharks 25%. But, you
Yeah.
know, yeah, be thinking about that because a lot of times you may have to come up with some money. Okay? Because not all
Okay.
schools in America could afford to pay. You know, sometimes they would say, okay, we'll give you a job offer, but we don't have the money to pay for it. You know, you have to come up with the money. And it's okay if you do that as long as you don't also use a third-party agency. If you use a third-party agency, you're screwed because you have to pay double. Okay, so you need to pay, you need to go to the designated visa sponsors because they are the direct sponsors. You don't have to go through anybody else and pay extra. Okay, so go straight to them. Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. Yeah. Cultural Vistas is Cultural Vistas is my partner. So Caroline Gillum, C Gillum at culturalvistas.org is the one that you could email and say, hey, do you have any more visa slots available? But they are wanting, you know, if you write to them, you need to start with, I have a job offer. Do you have any visas available? You know, because they're gonna get all kinds of email from everybody, but they are looking for people that already have a job offer. You know, so if you already have a job
Okay.
offer, yeah, that makes it easier. Yeah. So anyway, well, thank you so much, Enrito, and I good luck. Okay. So I would
Thank you, Doc.
recommend you getting your FCE already. So make sure because that's the first thing they're gonna look for. Okay, your
Yeah. Yeah.
spantran.com.
I have received my FCE last August 19.
Okay, so when you apply and they're wanting the, the three things you should send is your cover letter, your resume, and your FCE. That way they'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, they will see. I recommend people to send, to send their letters of recommendation if you have any, because that's another person talking about you. I always appreciated it as an administrator when I was able to read what other people said about this teacher, because you don't know, but you trust other administrators, especially if it's on a letterhead. So make sure that it's on somebody's letterhead on the school. Okay. All right.
Okay,
Well,
so what shall I do? I'm going to search for that school, or I'm going to send my credentials to you, or
you can do both, because I share everybody's information. I share it with all the administrators that I sent to. So you'll have more chances that way. Because this administrator, I do not know what they're going to pick. A lot of times when they're interested, they would say, Merlina, you gave us this list, but can you just send me a list of all special ed? And I would make a list of all just special ed or whatever. And then, or a lot of time they would say, hey, will you recommend specific people? Give me 5. We'll pick 2 or 3 out of that. So they would recommend, they would ask for me. So if you're not on my list, then you don't have that chance. Okay. But do not just depend on that list. You need to go to schoolspring.com. Okay. www.schoolspring.com and apply yourself, because then you have control over it. Some people would do between 10 to 15 a day and then see from there. And if you still don't get any interview, you need to send me your resume, or have Chat GPT to improve that resume or your cover letter. Maybe something's wrong with it. Yeah. So copy and paste it there and said, hey, improve this, or, yeah.
all right. So one of these days, maybe I will send it on
Yeah,
to you.
that's fine. That's right now. What I need from you is just resume and cover letter. That's it. That's
Okay.
all I want.
So,
Yeah, those 2 things. That's all. Yeah,
all
but
right.
and most schools, that's all they need until they hire you, and then they'll ask you for the other things. Okay.
All
So
right.
cover
Thank
letter
you
and
so much, Doc.
resume. Yeah, resume needs to have your picture and then your references on the bottom. 3. Okay.
All
3
right.
references. All right. So Mike, who else? Thank you, Henrita. Good luck.
Else po who want to talk? You can unmute yourself if you want to talk po.
Yeah. I see Joy. Joy's here. Janet. Garcia. Catherine. Yay, Catherine. Catherine, did you get a job? Catherine has interviewed before. Catherine, are you getting a job with somebody? I don't remember.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, did you get a job to come? Are you still looking?
Not yet, Doc.
Not yet. Okay.
I just got a job interview. I think that was last week.
Oh, okay. That's how I got your name. It's like there was a Catherine that either getting a job interview or getting a job. I don't remember which one. Yeah. Okay.
That's not me, Doc.
So what
But
happened in your interview? Did you not feel right about it?
I mean, that was at St. Paul Public School in Minnesota, Doc. But I think I was not that fit because they need the SPED teachers who will be handling severe cases. That was the explanation. So I think we were 20 in the list, but then I think just 3 SPED teachers were given job offer that time.
Well, you need to continue to apply because they really need special, just like I said to Henrito, that they really need special ed everywhere in the US right now, everywhere. So
yes,
yeah.
Doc. I keep on sending my resume and cover letter. And then I think I will have my job interview again on August 29.
Okay, well, good luck on it. Which school is it? Which
Yeah.
state? Which state is it?
I am not sure yet, Doc. It was
Okay.
not specified in the email.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'm gonna give you a little homework. Go to the ITSA Facebook, YouTube channel. Find my name and ITSA ITSA, and look for Josephine videos. I have like a lot of videos there, but look for Josephine. And those are 2 videos of interviews. They're actually I interviewed Josephine with Maria, and she
Doc.
answered, and I would correct and add to it. But she did an awesome job, so I would
Yes,
recommend you
Doc.
watching that. Yeah.
Actually, Doc, I mean, most of the the questions that were written in your PowerPoint presentations were asked during that time.
Really?
And I just had to practice
Hmm.
that time. But I think the most difficult question was my experience and the challenges with the parent and the most severe cases I handled in SPED. I cannot tell something about severe cases because I handled the self-contained HI, hearing impairment, and minor cases with ADHD and with the emotional disorder.
Hmm.
But in Minnesota, they need teachers who are more experienced in handling emotional disorder
Hmm.
children, something like that.
Okay. Well, if there is a PD or something that deal with that, you may want to. There's a lot of free PDs now online that you could do those and put them in your resume. So when they say that, you say, "Hey, by the way, I did do a PD on this because now I know more about it." You can at least have something. Yeah. So there's a lot of free PDs in online right now. Okay. So professional development online. All right. Well, good luck
Thank you,
on it.
Doc.
Yeah, good luck on it.
Thank you
And
for coaching
le-
me.
yeah, let me know if you get a job. Okay.
Yes, Doc. You'll be
All
the
right.
one. You will be the first one to know.
Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Doc.
Hey, who's this? Hi, Joy. How are you, Joy?
Yes, Doc.
You already here, right, Joy?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah. Which state are you?
Arizona.
Arizona. Yeah, how is it in Arizona? Tell us about your experiences.
Yeah, so hello everyone. I know you're still there, and I know yeah, some teachers there are too willing to come here. So this is my second year here in Arizona.
Mhm.
So I had a different experience from the last year. So my very challenge is the first year. So
That's right.
as
You become
far as
better
you
the second year.
remember, Doc, when I was here and we're doing our Zoom, I'm almost in tears when I shared it to you. My first and second quarter like experience, the misbehavior of my students in my classroom and how I'm going to manage them. It is very challenging.
Mm-hmm.
So last year I was in a general education classroom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in a different school and it is a public school. And this year is totally different because I transferred to a SPED classroom.
Okay. And that
Yes.
is yeah.
And it is a private school.
Okay. So the kids are actually behaving better. They're behaving better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Totally different.
I guess you're gonna
Expectation versus
yeah.
reality.
Yeah, you're gonna feel like you died and went to heaven.
Yes, Doc. There were times that I almost gave up and I said, no, bahala na. I have to go home. If I end this day and it's still chaos, I have to go home.
Yeah.
But thank God.
Good. I'm
Thank
so
God.
glad that your experience sounds like a better one now. So what are you doing differently this year?
So last year, it's been a while when it's been a while. January, third quarter, and that's the time that I said, if my classroom will still be like this, I won't be teaching anymore. So, and that's true. You have to let go everything that out of your control. So as long as you did what you need to do in your classroom, then you don't need to like personally
take it.
take it. So what I did, I talked to my students. So we have to change this. We have to do everything that all of us here, because we are family.
Right.
So yeah,
What
I
grade
need
is it? What grade are they?
third grade.
Okay. Okay.
And some of them like, you just go to the Philippines. If you, they are really challenging you. And
You do that and you make a joke like they mean like that and say, "Oh, I love
yes.
you too, sweetheart." You know, when somebody does that, I would joke like that, like, "Yeah, I love you too." Thank you. But kind of you have to know the kids for you to
Yeah,
know it.
during first quarter, I take everything. Like
Yeah.
all of the problems in the classroom is my problem.
Yeah,
But
you took it
during
like that. Yeah.
the third quarter up to fourth quarter, I said no. This is
Lay
my
back.
classroom. Yeah, this is my classroom. You will not act like this. If you don't want to be in my classroom, you can go out and go to the principal. You talk to the principal and you tell her that you are not going in my classroom anymore. And they stop.
Good for you.
And before the end of the year, all of us are crying because I
Yeah.
told them that I will not be here anymore.
Yeah.
So I feel bad for
Aw.
them, and
Yeah.
I know they love me. All of them are behave already at the last quarter, and out of 6 classrooms in third grade, in the first and second quarter, all of 6, my classroom is the classroom that is chaos, and they're always talking to us. But at the end of the school year, I made it like the other teachers are asking, "What did you do? Why your classroom is already behave and ours are not?"
That's good. You're
Totally
successful.
different.
That's a success story.
Yeah.
Did you catch
And
yourself not maybe you did not turn their voices off before you turn yours on? Like
yeah,
trying to talk over them. Don't ever do that. Make sure everybody turns off their voice before you turn yours on.
yeah.
Because yeah.
And
Yeah.
I tried several ways, like what's her art
Mhm.
is trying to share. I tried everything and it's all effective. So you have to find your own voice.
Right.
And then I manage what I'm most proud of, because the third grade has a state standard test.
Mhm.
And before I leave that school, what I'm proud of is all of my students passed the standard.
you.
Only in my class has no failed students. So
Wow,
I'm
that's
so
success.
proud
Good
and we're so
job.
happy.
Well, Joy, I'm proud of you. That is so good. Yeah.
Yes, I'm proud of myself too.
Yeah. Because a lot of times when you are in a special ed class, or you were still in regular, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because
Yes, last year.
when you're in a sped class, a lot of times they do not pass. When I was in a regular, and I usually had like 2 kids or whatever that were in my class that sped, and when I saw that they passed, that's a big thing, because I'm like, special ed usually do not pass those. And then
Yeah.
for the first time ever, they passed. And they went like
I
that.
got 4 kids of SPED too inside my classroom. So
Yeah.
and they don't even know how to read.
To read, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but they passed the test.
Yeah.
So it's so
Okay.
challenging. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
And
good
I
job.
can't believe that. Huh, really, you passed the test?
They don't
Because
have the
before the
essay
test,
test. They don't have a writing.
the
They don't have a
state
writing
standard, they
test.
also have the writing.
But how could they pass it without them reading?
That's what that I made him like. He can read, like he can read, but before he cannot read. He can read already the CVC. As long I had to do a lot of things so that he can read, and some of the what do you call that one? The teachers that are helping me. There are also teachers that are helping me going in my classroom and helping him how to read. So it's so helpful. You
Yeah.
have to ask. They
Yeah.
are mentors. You have to
Yeah,
ask.
you have to ask. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because at first you always would say, you catch yourself saying yes, 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 but you really, it's
Yeah.
really supposed to be a no. And so if they ask you for help, you said, no, 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 thank you, but you really need help. So you need to not be
Yeah.
proud, not be too proud, and not ask for help. Make sure that you do. Yes, I do. I need help. Thank you. So yeah, if they offer for help, I always took it, So thank you so much. I'm so
Yeah,
glad
that's
to
true.
realize I'm the baby here. I need to know more. And so thank you so much for helping me. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
yeah. Make them some adobo for thanks.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Just like not everybody is helping. No, like you do. There's times that some people, the people there, like admins. That's the reason that I transferred. Yeah, I already made my decision. Like, no, I cannot. I
You know
cannot
yourself.
go to that.
Yeah. I'm so glad
So
that you improved your situation. Yeah. Good
yeah.
for you. Yeah.
So sometimes you have to do a decision for yourself.
Yeah.
If you can continue or not. Yeah, I can do it with my students, but we are 15 teachers, so transferred from that.
Whoa, yeah, that says a lot about administration, by the way. When you have they call them the teacher flights or something, flight. Anyway, when they do that, when there are an exodus of teachers leaving the school, that's usually a reflection of the administration. So a lot, it's an insult to administrators, actually. When you are losing your teachers, that means you have not done a good job of retaining them, supporting
But
them.
I'm also thankful because she's the reason that I'm here.
Yeah.
And
God had
my
another plan for you.
experience right now, I'm experienced right now in SPED. I have 9 students and I have 2 staff. And I'm in high functioning. From the 3rd grade, I'm already in 6th and 7th grade. And expectation versus reality, I expect that my SPED students will not behave, but this time, no, it's different. And at the first, and it's different also the admin. Last year I have to deal everything, even the parents. But right now, if something happens in the classroom, the admin says you don't need to answer the parent. Just tell us what happened. We are going to answer the parent, and that's what I need.
Sound like you have a very
I
good
really
supportive,
pray for this.
yeah, supportive administrator, which is good. That's
Yes.
good. You're blessed with one. Yeah. Well, good job, and keep in touch with us. Okay, come to
Yes,
Arkansas,
Doc.
Joy. You have to come visit Arkansas. Visit.
Oh yeah, regarding that.
Yeah,
So
in the summer,
I
maybe.
promised to meet you last June, but there's a lot of things.
No
I
problem.
had to I met a guy in here and we got married
Ooh.
last month.
Are you
And
serious?
we
Oh,
also
congratulations.
crazy.
Hi. I think they have changed it where even if you get married to somebody, you still have to go back. Is that
If you can do a waiver, I'm doing the waiver right now. I'm still like I'm doing a thesis
Yeah,
so
you
that
can
I
try.
can I'm researching what to do, how to do a waiver for me. I like, by the way, my daughter she's already 19 right now and she's become a staff. So we're working in the same school.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations. That's
It's so
good.
good for us.
I can't believe you found a man already. You're a fast worker, Joy.
Yeah. That's why I have to cancel to go to Arkansas because we need to transfer and find house for us. So we're
Right.
here already in our own house.
Well, cool.
And yeah.
Very
So I'm
nice.
so
Okay.
happy. I'm so blessed for my 2nd year.
Good job. Good job. Yeah,
Yeah.
new husband, new school, better school. Good job. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud of you, and we're so proud to see you succeed there too. You're helping a lot
Thank
of
you,
kids.
Deb.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Awesome. All right.
Hopefully we still have chance to meet each other.
Yeah, one of these days you should. Yeah, especially if when you apply with his visa, it will be a H-1B visa, and so you will have a green card as spouse, but I don't know what happens about the your J1. You're gonna have to find out. You may have to contact a lawyer for that because yours will be a little complicated, because
Yeah. But I wanted to do it myself.
okay. Well, go to it's
Some Filipinos
NIW
do
is
it already.
NIW or National Interest Waiver, NIW. So
Yeah.
so you Google it and then just read the directions. Yeah, read the
Yes.
directions carefully.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
But I had an American husband.
Yeah, American husband. Is he here? We can meet him. Where is he?
Yeah. He's amazing. Come on.
Oh, what's his name?
Dennis.
Dennis.
Hair.
Well, hi, Dennis. I'm Dr. McCullough. I'm Merlina. Nice to meet
Nice to
you.
meet
Looks
you.
like you're taking care of Joy. She's very happy.
She takes care of me.
Well, cool. I'm so glad you met each other.
I'm happy to meet you.
Yeah.
I like your background. That's really pretty. Is that real?
Hopefully in person we will meet someday.
Oh, maybe. Where are you?
We're in Arkansas. So you have an open
Arkansas.
invitation. Yeah.
Oh,
Open
very
invitation
nice.
to come. Yeah.
Oh,
Come
wonderful.
and dig for diamonds here in Murfreesboro.
Ah.
Yeah.
Your background doesn't look like Arkansas.
It's called a virtual background from online.
It was nice to
Yep.
meet you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, baby.
He's fun. He's sound like he
Yes.
laughing. And that's what my husband actually told our son, that find a woman that would make you laugh. And it sounds
Yeah.
like you make each other laugh.
He
And
helps,
it's a
he
good
helps me a lot. And actually, I'm trying to make him a teacher. I asked the principal if he can teach in the school.
Huh?
So yes.
Is he what is it? I mean, does he have his 4-year degree already?
Not a teaching degree, but a bachelor's degree. He has a 2 bachelor's degree. And
Right,
we
but
try to ask.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, most school, most
because
states.
we're in private school, they can do
Oh,
that.
okay. Oh, yeah, in private school you can. But if you ever go
Right.
to a public school, you could there is an alternative path. They call them alternative path to teaching. As long as you have your 4-year degree, then you can switch to teaching. Most of the
Yeah.
state can do that. But in private school, they don't even need it. I mean, as you know, they just need to have a bachelor's degree. So
Mm.
yeah. So is he gonna teach with you?
Yeah, hopefully soon.
Cool. All right. Well, congrats for both of you.
Thank you,
That's so
dog.
great. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, let me see. Who else do we have? You said Cherry is here now. Cherry Ann, do you want to talk to us? Cherry?
Yes, Doc, I'm
Hello.
done.
Hey, do you want to turn on your camera?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Doc, I'm done
Oh, there you
a
are.
while
Yeah.
ago. Yeah.
So what's up with you?
Yes,
I did
I'm
talk to you
done.
already. I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Yes,
did talk to you already. Yeah, you did
yes,
talk to
Doc.
me from IAG. Yeah, I got it. Can you call somebody for me that we have not heard from? If you can scroll there.
Okay. Maybe Mom Jennifer.
Jennifer Alvarado?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, Jennifer. There's not very many of us, so we'll try to have a quick conversation and then we'll end it, okay? So I just hate for people to have to wait this long to talk and then you didn't get to talk. And there's only like less than 20 left. So we have now, most of you have gone to bed. So Jennifer, you want to tell us about you? You don't have to, by the way. You know, sometimes on our first meeting, you may just want to observe, and it's okay too. Just like in our classroom, you never force your students to share or to whatever. You know, you can sometimes they may just want to listen or observe first. You know, especially your shy ones, your kids with intrapersonal intelligence. That means they're really reserved. You have to respect that they might not want to talk at first. So same here. I respect that too. You know, so if you don't feel like you're comfortable enough to talk to me, that's fine. You can come back though, talk to me. So Jennifer, what do you want to do? Maybe she already went to bed and just forgot to turn it off. We can do Jenny. Jenny Do Allen or Do Allen. I don't know how you say that. If it's Do Allen or Do Allen. Jenny. I guess nobody wants to talk, so I'm about to say bye-bye. Let me see. Who else here? We got a Merlin. It's like sounds like Merlina, except it's Merlin. So Merlin, did you want to talk? Or so Fran, my cousin Fran is here. Fran, do you want to say hi? I just did you hear me when I said that I just filled out a survey for recommendation for you for COSA Tot. You and Giselle.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm still
How are
hopeful.
you?
So don't lose hope.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't lose hope because I will continue to help.
pushing.
Yeah. Yeah, I will continue to help you, the three of you, to make sure we get here. I even called Kendrick for you, and they said, "Oh, Merlina, we already got everybody filled up." So I'm like, okay, well, I still have 3 elementary if you ever need somebody. That's what I said to him. So yeah. So continue to do that. Don't lose hope. October 1, more visas will be available. So some people may hire late. So continue to apply. Okay. All right. Yeah.
We'll continue. Still pushing.
Still pushing. Yeah, keep pushing. Some of you, as you can see, they just now got approved. So they're just now coming. So if you get a job offer, you could be here September, October. So
Hopefully.
Hopefully, we just need that job offer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So let me think. Okay, that's it. Nobody wants to talk other than Safran is talking, and who else? So Jenny or how about Maria Amelia? Jennifer Mordino. Okay, nobody will talk. So we're just gonna have to say bye-bye. Do you have last minute thing that you want to say, Fran? In this journey, you have had a roller coaster journey. What can you share with everybody? Like what lesson did you learn?
Continue, never give up.
That's right. That's what I'm hoping you would say. You never give up because sometimes somebody's journey, like their journey is pretty tough because they were hired, got job offer, and the superintendent died and they had to rescind the offer. So now then they had to find another job and they had all the paperwork done already. So that's okay. It's not meant to be. God has plans for you. So hopefully one of these schools will.
God is a better plan for us soon.
Soon. I'll be doing some calling. Some of my principal friends are in the state. I'm doing some calling and see if some of them are desperate by now. So yeah. So anyway, I'll be doing some calling and seeing. So hopefully, and you continue to go to schoolspring.com, okay? And apply in Arkansas. Yeah. You can Google, you can filter it and just put Arkansas. That way you won't see the other states, just Arkansas.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. So So that's it. That's all I have, and appreciate everybody's attention and attendance. And I think we've learned so much. I also learn. I don't have all the answers, but I always learn from everybody.
Okay.
And Joy, it's nice to see Joy being so happy with her new husband. Anyway, all right. So you are representing, you are representing all kinds of different states from Arizona to Florida to, of course, lots of Arkansas and Missouri. So you have represented a few states already. I have maybe close to 200 now that are here since I started this. So I'm so proud of them. They're all over the different states. So I guess I'll just have to call them when I'm in their state and say, hey, when can we meet? All right. So I want to say bye-bye. And our next meeting will be on the 7th of October. Okay, October 7th will be our next one, number 82. You got such a cute child there, Giselle. Okay. All right. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank
Okay,
you.
bye-bye.
Thank you,
Hey.
Doc.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye, Doc.